That's one thing. Do you know, that's one thing I never checked. Bang, bang.
Bang. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, one thing I never checked was if the microphone worked on this stream. But there we go. So yes, coverage obviously hasn't begun. The Fury Whyte fight isn't expected for another. We're talking like 4 and 3/4 hours, nearly 5 hours till we actually get to Tyson Fury against Dillian Whyte. In my mind, I can't stop saying Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder keeps sneaking into my head. I'm so used, because we watched the previous 3 Fury fights. I'm so used to Fury Wilder, they just go together. Now they're just peanut butter and jelly. It works together, like Fury and Wilder. It's so weird to sit here and be talking about Fury and someone different. Fury and Whyte is what we've got. Fury and Dillian Whyte from Wembley. The fight, as I said, is in about 5 hours' time. The coverage hasn't started. The undercard is a little bit underwhelming. There are some fights on that undercard that I really do like the look of, though. And actually, the closer we've got to the fight, the more excited I've got for this undercard. Obviously, we're not going to sit and talk about the undercard too much. We're here to talk about the main event. So what I want to do is just get a poll up. Who will win the main event? So who will win the main event? Let's get the poll up, and then we can start jumping into the chat and chatting away. But as we said, Tyson Fury, Dillian Whyte, who I'm sure I will call Deontay Wilder a few times tonight, and draw. Let's put the draw as an option. It'll be a draw. It'll be a draw. There we go. Boom. The undercard, Nick Ball is going to steal the show, says Bonkers. Yeah, I'm really interested in some of these fights. The Isaac Lowe Nick Ball fight, I think, is very interesting. Isaac Lowe is very outspoken. I don't know if you saw that undercard press conference, but very outspoken. He is right up for this. He's coming off his first loss. But he's right up for this. It's for the vacant WBC Silver Featherweight Championship. And he's very vocal. He's the taller fighter as well. He's just, as we said, coming off his first loss. But I am intrigued by that because Isaac Lowe is quite a character. He was asking Nick Ball if they were going to go for ice cream afterwards. Or if they were going to go for beers. And I think he said, do you want a big chocolate cake afterwards? And Nick Ball just didn't know how to deal with that. He was like, first of all, I don't drink. And no, I don't want a chocolate cake, thanks. And Isaac Lowe was like, come on, you want a big, juicy chocolate cake after the fight. And he was just like, it was being weird. It was weird. Isaac Lowe is someone that seems to have the backing of the supporters because, look, he's a showman, he's here to talk, he's here to put on a show. Nick Ball just wanted to fight. He's like, I'm not a big talker. Nick Ball, the much smaller fighter, and I'm really intrigued by that fight. I'm really intrigued by it. So that's for the WBC Silver Featherweight. It's not even the co-main because the co-main was changed to Echo Usman against Darren Tetley. Again, that is for the British welterweight, IBF, European and Commonwealth championships, but I'm not sure how much hype that one's got. It's because it got thrown on so last minute, there's not been much of a build for that. They weren't at the press conference, but we can talk about the undercard. Of course, Tommy Fury is on the undercard as well, which is kind of big news. Tommy Fury on the undercards. And, of course, he was going to be facing Jake Paul. He's had questions about Jake Paul. So, and those questions aren't going to go away. Apparently, Jake Paul said if Tommy Fury actually knocks out his opponent today, then, there's potential for their fight to be back on. But Tommy Fury was like, I'm doing what I want to do. If I want to knock him out, I'll knock him out. If I want to have the fight go longer to get the experience, then I'll do that. So he's not dancing to Jake Paul's tune. But yeah, I thought it was kind of interesting how that Jake Paul situation has not gone away. This is obviously the first fight for Tommy Fury since then. He was meant to fight Jake Paul in December just gone. He got an injury, and he's recovered from that, and obviously now here he fights on the undercard of this. But rather than talk about the undercard right now, we need to focus on the main fight itself, and that is Fury and Dillian Whyte. So a lot of people are going to be asking who's going to win, who's going to win, who's going to win. My thought on it, and I did that little preview prediction video, which I hope people got a chance to see. I think Fury wins. I think Fury wins, and I think Fury wins in the middle rounds. I've seen a lot of big names coming out in support for Whyte, but you do wonder why they're supporting Whyte. For example, Anthony Joshua has picked Dillian Whyte, and, you know, of course he's going to. I mean, I can't imagine him picking Tyson Fury because they hate each other. David Haye came out and picked Whyte, but again, you know, John Fury loathes David Haye. David Haye does not have a great relationship with the Furies, so you do wonder if there's a little something there. Chisora's come out and picked Whyte as well, but again, I don't think there's a great relationship between him and the Fury family. So you do wonder, these people that are coming out and picking Whyte. I can't say I've seen any pundit that's like just not connected at all come out and pick Whyte. Everyone's saying this is going to be a tough fight, and it is. And Whyte can absolutely catch Tyson Fury, but we know that when Tyson Fury goes down, he's got that resilience to get back up. So we know that if he gets knocked down, knocking him down is one thing, keeping him down is something totally different. And obviously Wilder couldn't find a way of doing that, so Whyte's going to have to try and solve that conundrum of how do you knock him down and how do you keep him down. And that's not going to be easy to do. So, and if this thing goes to points, the better boxer is Tyson Fury. So I think if we go to points, it's Fury. I think the reach advantage and the boxing ability is with Fury. The size is with Fury. Really what Dillian has got going for him is that he's the smaller guy. He can get in close. When he does get in close, he can work the body, get some big, heavy shots off, and that big left hook. You know, the second biggest shot in this division is probably Dillian Whyte's left hook, outside of, like, what Wilder brings with his big right hand. Dillian Whyte with his left hook is monstrous. So that left hook, if he can get it in, some body shots, you know, we've seen people lose fights to body shots many, many times. If you get them in the right areas, liver shots in particular, just shut the body down. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter how big you are. You get hit hard in the liver, your body just shuts down. Your body just, like, all its energy needs to go on sorting this situation out. So, you know, if Dillian can slip under that jab, that great jab of Tyson Fury, get in close, big hooks to the body, maybe an uppercut coming. Because I was watching that breakdown that BT Sport did, and there's some really good points on there. They were saying that when Whyte gets in close, Tyson Fury is going to look to clinch, which makes perfect sense. Because, you know, when he comes in close, he's going to look to grab him and clinch him. As he does that, in the few moments, you're not even going to have a second. We're talking milliseconds that Fury is going to be doing that and grabbing Dillian Whyte once he's in close. If his arms are out here to grab Dillian Whyte, there is nothing protecting the chin or the center part of the body. That is where Dillian Whyte is going to have to quickly get some quick uppercuts coming through. Or, you know, that's his smaller reach is going to help him in that regard, because it's going to be a bit longer for Tyson Fury to grab a hold of Dillian than it is Dillian to just quickly get an uppercut through. So, you know, there's definitely going to be openings here for Dillian Whyte, but there'll be nothing for him if he's kept at range. You know, if Tyson Fury comes in, works the jab, keeps Dillian at distance, and Dillian cannot get in close, this is Tyson Fury all day long. If this thing goes to decision, surely Tyson Fury all day long, because you've got to think that every round they start on opposite sides of the ring. They're going to come together. Tyson Fury is not just going to allow Dillian Whyte to come walking into the pocket. So he's going to use that jab. He's going to land with that jab. He's got, I think it's like an 85-inch reach, Tyson Fury, whereas Dillian Whyte has got a 78-inch reach. So Tyson Fury is going to use that jab, keep Dillian Whyte at bay at the start of every round. And really what you're doing is you're giving Tyson Fury a massive advantage at the start of every round, because at the start of every round they're miles apart. When they come together, he can just jab him, keep him at bay. And there's nothing Dillian Whyte can do. He's got to find a way at the start of each round of slipping that jab, getting onto the inside, and then doing that damage. And that's, that's hard. That's going to be really, really hard, because the one thing that Tyson Fury has got is incredible movement, incredible footwork. As I said, technically is a fantastic boxer. So it's one thing to actually have Dillian Whyte coming forwards, trying to slip the jab, but you could slip the jab as Tyson Fury is moving backwards, and you're still no further forwards. Do you know what I mean? Like, you could come forward as soon as you slip the jab, big step back by Tyson Fury, and you're back out of range again. Like, actually closing that distance is going to be horrifically difficult for Dillian Whyte. And that's before you've even landed anything and actually done any damage on a guy that, when you do land and do some damage on him, takes it, and if he does go down, just keeps getting back up again. I mean, it is so hard, so hard to see how this is going to go anyway but Tyson Fury's way. Like, I keep running situations in my mind, and all that keeps coming up is that Dillian does get in close. He does find a big shot. Fury does go down. If he goes down, I expect him to get back up. He's going to have to do that a few times. And Dillian gets a later stoppage, because I can't even see Dillian getting an early stoppage, because unless Tyson Fury's chin is shot after those Wilder fights, unless his chin has completely abandoned him now, like, you've got to think that if he gets knocked down, he's getting back up. You've got to think that if he goes down, he's right back on his feet again. I do. I expect him to do that. I expect him to go down and get straight back up again. So I can't see an early stoppage for Dillian Whyte. If Dillian Whyte's going to win this, I can't see it being early, and I can't see it being on points. It's going to have to be in the mid to late rounds. And I must admit, I favour Fury there, because Dillian Whyte is tough cookie, man. He's not going to be easy to beat. I think you can land your jabs on him, and I think, Fury will get some shots through, but Dillian Whyte can take, he's got an all right chin on him. You've got to land like a really sweet shot to put him away, like Povetkin did. Povetkin in that first Povetkin fight with the uppercut was it was picture perfect. It was absolutely on the button. It was a lovely shot. I don't think Dillian Whyte's got a bad chin, but if you get him in the right place, as with pretty much anyone, he's going down, and he went down, and then he had to be a lot more careful in the rematch. The game plan for Dillian Whyte, I think, is the most interesting part of this. He's got to get in close. He's got to be using that big left hook. The weight of both men as well is very interesting, because actually Tyson Fury has come in a stone lighter than he was in the third Wilder fight. So he's come in lighter. That means that he's going to have a bit more mobility. He's going to be a little bit more agile. I think he's going to be jabbing and moving. I think he knows that Whyte's only chance here is to get in close. And I think if you're a big guy and you've got a lot of weight on you, you're a sitting target, basically. You're not going to be able to, you've got to move all of that weight, and it just takes those milliseconds longer. Whereas, he's dropped down to 18 stone 8. He's 264 pounds, Tyson Fury. It's going to be easier to move that than the size he was when he took on Wilder the last time. He wasn't overweight last time or anything. It's just, it's different strategies for different fights. And in this one, he's going to want a bit more mobility, because as Whyte comes in, he wants to make sure he's constantly stepping back, not allowing Whyte into the pocket. Whyte does his damage at close range. You keep him as far away as possible. I know that Fury wants to get a knockout. That knockout will come later. You do the groundwork first. Jab, 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 jab away. Just keep hitting him and jabbing away. Soften him up. Get him frustrated. If round after round keeps going by and Whyte is just not making any progress, he just can't get in close enough, he will start getting desperate. Mistakes will start creeping in, and I think that is something that Fury is going to look to exploit. So jab, jab, jab in the early rounds. Keep Whyte at bay. Whyte will then try and get in close. He won't be able to do it. He'll get frustrated. He will have been jabbed God knows how many times, because Tyson Fury's jab is horrific, and obviously you can follow the second hand, the left hand behind it as well, so you can actually throw some 1-2s at times. You don't want to overcommit to that too much, because that's giving a great opportunity to slip and get in close. Because as you throw that jab and then the left, you're still actually bringing the right hand back. So, your defense you're a little bit vulnerable. So you don't want to do it too much, but when openings present themselves, he'll be able to. And I think, as we get into those middle to late rounds, I think Whyte will be there for the taking, to be honest. So my prediction is that it's going to be around 7, round 8 stoppage for Tyson Fury. I think that those are the key rounds, to be honest, because I think if Whyte is going to win, those are the rounds that he needs to be looking at as well. Can't see either guy getting this early, unless Fury goes out there, just lands a monstrous, just bullies Whyte and lands a monstrous shot. But I think both of them are too good to get caught with anything in the early rounds. I think Whyte's too good to get caught with anything. He is a really great boxer. He's a really, really great boxer, and he belongs on this stage. So, very excited to see this fight. I actually think the odds are maybe a little wide, but they're not unfair. Right now, the bookies have got Tyson Fury at -625. That means that you've got to bet $625 to get $100 back. Dillian Whyte is +450. That means if you bet $100, you'll get $450 back if he wins. So that's kind of how wide the bookies are on this. So it's sort of like 6-1, 7-1 for Tyson Fury that he is going to be winning this. So I think that it's going to be a case that Fury is, as I said, coming in as the firm favourite. He's got the height advantage. He's got the reach advantage. There's lots of other bits that we can break down and talk about, but that just gives you kind of like an overview. James said, I've got Fury in round 8. Yes. 55th said, anyone that has seen 50, shout out to you. Edward said, it's funny, don't believe me, I have done boxing for 9 years. What round do you think, Edwards? 50-50 has got Tyson in round 6. Anthony has got Fury in round 5. Who wins the main event, says Razor Roberts. Well, I mean, that's a question that I think is going to be asked for all throughout tonight. I think all throughout tonight, there's going to be people going, when's the main event? And who's winning the main event? That's obviously the two key questions that everyone wants to know. So the answers to that are the ring walks are expected in around about 4 hours' time, 4 hours, 20 minutes. The show hasn't even started yet. So about 4 hours, 20-odd minutes. And then we've got the fight itself about 10 o'clock at night, which will be 5 on the East Coast in America. It's an early one because obviously it's taking place at Wembley. If it was in Madison Square Garden, then obviously it'd be later, and it'd be much later here as well. It's weird, actually. It's kind of nice to be able to watch this massive boxing event like early for us here in the UK. Because normally, like, these boxing fights are on at 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. If something's happening at Madison Square Garden, it's 4, 5 o'clock in the morning for the main event. And in fact, next week, we're doing another boxing stream, which is going to be absolutely huge. That is the Amanda Serrano, Katie Taylor fight. This is really to crown the best female fighter in the world. And Katie Taylor has been, a massive name over here for a long, long time. Obviously, Serrano has raised her profile since she signed with Jake Paul. So Jake Paul is her manager now. She's on, is it Most Valuable Promotions? So she's part of that. Katie Taylor was an Olympian 2012, I believe. That's where I first heard of her. And then been following her career for the past 10 years. Wonderful fighter. She's from Ireland. She is a massive star. She has met the likes of Conor. Conor loves her. He's been over to watch her fights. Conor McGregor, and she is someone that really does elevate women's boxing, and that is going to main event Madison Square Garden next weekend. Katie Taylor from Ireland, Amanda Serrano. Can't remember where Serrano's from, and it's not America. I think it's like South America, I think. And she is a wonderful, wonderful fighter. She's actually fought a couple of times on the Jake Paul undercard, so we have seen Serrano a few times. That is next weekend, and it's huge. It is huge. I haven't done my research for that yet, so I've not seen the undercard or anything, so I need to have a look at it. That's my job for this coming week, but yeah, obviously right now it's all about Fury Whyte. Fury Whyte has dominated everything this past week. I watched the press conferences, saw the weigh-ins. I've listened to more of John Fury than I ever wanted to. I don't hate John Fury, or I really like him, but I feel like there's only so much you can say. And I've seen so much of him. Like, as we've been waiting for, like, weigh-ins to begin and press conferences to begin and all this, he's been all over the TV. And, there's only so many times you can say, I'm backing my son, kind of a thing. And Tyson Fury's the best and all that. And I've just heard it a lot this week from John Fury as he's been promoting the fight. But a lot of people would say that he helps promote these fights better than the actual fighters do. I mean, John Fury almost caused a riot at the press conference where he stepped to part of Dillian Whyte's entourage and almost started going off. So, yeah, John Fury, man, I mean, he is a one-man promotion machine. But, yeah, it's been a fun week, though. It's been a fun week. It's been great seeing Dillian around as well so that, the promotion gets heightened a little bit and things get a bit more exciting. Is Taylor Serrano like Lynch, Rousey, Flair? It's bigger. Are you going to a WWE event? No, no plans to, no. Fury is going to dominate this fight, says Anthony. Joe said, I've got Fury round 10, but I think he will have to pick himself up off the canvas on the way to that victory. I agree with you. I think that you have Fury in round 0, says Anna. Fury round 0, he's already won. I agree with you guys. I think that it is going to be Fury. If there's anyone out there for Dillian Whyte, I mean, no shade on Dillian Whyte. We've actually watched a couple of his fights on this channel before. We watched both of the Povetkin fights. And I actually can't remember if we did the Chisora one, but we watched both of his most recent fights, the Povetkin ones, the loss during lockdown, and then the rematch where he got the victory and he boxed very, very well. And I was looking, actually, I've been watching loads of videos and loads of breakdowns and some really interesting stuff in there. Some really interesting defensive work that both guys have been doing. And one of the things is like the Philly shell, which I did drop into the predictions video. It's a form of defense that you probably associate with Mayweather. It's where you tend to put your one arm up here and cover your chin, and your other arm down here covers your body. And it kind of makes it very difficult to like hit anywhere, because if they try and get round here, you can just like shimmy round and it'll hit the arm or it'll hit the shoulder. If they try to come round here, again, it's arm, it's shoulder. If they come in the middle, you've got an arm here covering the body. You've got your chin protected as well. So the Philly shell is a really interesting defense that you don't actually see loads of boxers use, but it was something that Mayweather used quite a bit. And it's something that Dillian Whyte has started to bring into his game. There's examples of him using it in the fight against Povetkin. And the reason why that's interesting is because it's just something to have to work out. It's another problem, really. I mean, the normal boxing guards, Fury will have faced that loads of time. I don't know how often he will have faced the Philly shell defense. I mean, look, it's a body. You smash it around. He's not going to overthink these things. But there are times in a fight where, boxing is a bit like chess. It can be such an interesting, such a wonderful to analyze sport, because everything they're doing for a reason. Do you know what I mean? If they're throwing out like little jabs up here, they're doing it for a reason. It's because something big's about to follow, or they're measuring range, or they're doing it for a reason. Everything they do for a reason. And so, just when you think you've worked someone out and you've worked out their defense and you know what you're going to do, if they then switch to like a Philly shell defense, all of a sudden then you've got a whole new set of problems to try and work out. As I said, Tyson Fury, I don't think is going to massively overthink it, but it's definitely things that it's just worth keeping an eye out for during the fight, to watch how the fight evolves and watch how things, are changing. White's going to need that and a lot more, I think, to try and get the victory. But, it'll be interesting to watch him mix it up and pose different questions to Tyson Fury and, potentially set a few traps as well. There's so much to look out for. I just can't wait for it to get started. As we said, it's probably ring walks in around about 4 hours' time. Edward said, my prediction is Fury gets dropped early, and then he drops Whyte, and Fury wins on points. The fight won't be easy for Fury or Whyte, and I wouldn't be surprised if Whyte wins. Johnny said, Wilder is still the second best heavyweight on planet Earth, says Johnny. Where can I watch this for free? I honestly, I don't know. I feel like these streams are going to be getting ripped down, unsurprisingly, on like Twitch and YouTube and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know, to be honest. I know where you can go to watch pro wrestling for free, but I'm not so sure when it comes to these ones. More City, shout out to you. I have no idea, but I seriously don't know. It's not like I've had a bad week and I'm ignoring the question. I have not looked. I mean, I have literally woken up, had something to eat. Whilst I was eating, I was just watching more Fury Whyte videos, and now I'm here. So that's it. Just before I sat down, like as soon as I fired on my computer, my home screen is like BBC Sport, and I saw that Man United had lost 3-1. So that is actually the only result I know as well, is that Arsenal beat Man United 3-1. I know Ronaldo scored because I saw the picture of Ronaldo, and the headline was something like Ronaldo scores in Man United defeat, and then I saw it said 3-1. So that is everything I know. So I don't know. Ray UK said, lots of people say my brother looks like Tyson Fury. My brother was in a supermarket and the security guard thought that he was Tyson Fury. Alexander said, did you stream last night? Yep, we did SmackDown. Lots of people... Oh, we read that one. EAUFC CAF creator. EAUFC CAF creator. There we go. I don't know what's CAF. That sounds like create a fighter or something. UFC create. Oh, is that what it is? EA UFC create a fighter creator. Is that what it is? Got ya. Do you think Tyson Fury will go back to WWE? Yes, I do. Tyson Fury, so we can move on to that actually, because that's another big aspect, another big talking point of this fight. This is believed to be his final fight. Now, I know a lot of people will roll their eyes at that and go, sure. But because it hasn't actually played the biggest part to the build. It's, the fight has really dominated headlines, but he did say it, and then he was actually asked about it by TalkSport. And TalkSport here in the UK is one of our big it's our biggest, I think, sports radio station. It's either them or 5 Live. They actually asked him about it, and he said that, yeah, he is retiring. This is his last fight. He said the only fight he was interested in taking would be the AJ fight. And he said they tried to do that fight so many times, and it doesn't happen. It hasn't happened. He's tried and tried and tried. It's kind of funny in a way, because the closest we came to getting AJ and Fury was we almost had it. The contracts were drawn up. I don't even know if the contracts were signed, to be honest, but we were that close. I remember it was on. And then Wilder took Fury to court to demand that he gets his third match, the rematch, the last fight. And the court agreed that he had to give him that match. And so Wilder actually managed to prevent that fight from happening so that he could get the third fight. The third fight went ahead. Obviously, Fury wins. Then Dillian Whyte has gone to court because he's been waiting since 2017 for this title opportunity. So Dillian Whyte went to court. This fight's now happening. It's just there's constantly things that are getting in the way. And in the meantime, Joshua loses to Usyk. So Joshua's now lost his belts. So, I can understand Tyson Fury being like, forget this. I can understand it. I can really understand it. I think it's a massive problem with boxing. It's a massive, massive problem. UFC is UFC. It's one set of bookers. It's one organization, and they can churn out the big fights that people want to see. They can make sure that at least once a month there's big, juicy fights and good-looking cards on their pay-per-views. And they don't worry about, smashing together like their biggest stars. They've got a massive advantage over boxing, where boxing just constantly seems to be avoiding those big fights. You do get them. Of course you get them. And there's other fights like tonight, which is still like a big fight. I mean, 94,000 people in Wembley. But I think everyone knows this is not the two best heavyweights in this division going at it. There's question marks as to where AJ is right now in the division. There's question marks as to where Usyk is right now in this division. There's question marks as to where Wilder is right now in this division. I think in most people's minds right now, Tommy Fury would be at the top. That fight against AJ would have been massive. His wife said she expects this to be Fury's last fight. But if the AJ fight does present itself soon, let's say AJ beats Usyk and then AJ calls out Fury, then, I don't even know if Usyk would have a rematch clause. It could be that if AJ wins, there could be a third Usyk match. The only thing I would say is I think Usyk's the kind of guy that would stand to one side. I think you could give Usyk some money, and I think he would step to one side. I think he is, top guy, stand-up guy. I think he would be willing to do that if you just give him, some money. It's not a mug or anything, do you know what I mean? You've got to treat him right. But I think that if AJ beats Usyk, then calls out Fury and pays Usyk some money to just, you can have the winner type thing. That's huge, isn't it? You can have the winner. Not that I think Fury would do that. I think Fury would probably relinquish the belts if he was to win. There'd probably need to be something built in where Usyk would get a shot then, if you will. But there'd be a lot that would need to get worked out. It'd be messy, but this is the problem with boxing. It's messy. And I think, maybe there's a chance he stays for that fight. But he's saying no. He's saying he's tried. Right now, his mind seems to be made up that he's going to be done and this is it. He said that this is his last training camp. He just wanted to enjoy it. He's got like a gym set up in the UK, and he's happy, and he just wants to spend time with his family. Yeah, I mean, and I think he absolutely could go to WWE after this. I think he absolutely could. I think he loves the world of professional wrestling. He actually did compete in WWE. A few people might not know that, but he did actually have a match in WWE a few years ago. And it wasn't great, I'm not going to lie. It was exactly what you would expect it to be. Other than there was a lack of boxing. You would expect there to be more strikes, but Tyson Fury, I think, loves wrestling so much that he tried to wrestle. He tried to like do drop kicks and clotheslines and all this kind of stuff like he did professional wrestling. Like he tried to do that, and it wasn't brilliant. But there's a big UK show coming up, and I can see him 100% being on that card. Either being on that card or being at that show. Even if he does what Lennox Lewis did for the British Bulldog at SummerSlam 92, where Lennox Lewis actually came down waving the flag. He was the flag bearer. If ever you watch SummerSlam 92, and I know there'll be a lot of non-pro wrestling fans here, which is fine, of course. But, yeah, during that event back in 92, the British Bulldog came down to the ring, and Lennox Lewis at Wembley Stadium had the Union Jack flag, and he was the flag bearer. And he actually waved the flag down and for the British Bulldog. Tyson Fury could do the same for someone like Drew McIntyre. So it could be that, you know, he's used in that kind of context. But yeah, I seriously think there's every chance in the world you see Tyson Fury at the WWE Cardiff show, which I think is September. The only thing is, though, I mean, from a time point of view, like, if, I don't know when the AJ Usyk fight is, if that's the summer and AJ wins, and then the next fight is him against Fury, which would be like December, is that enough time for him to do the WWE show and then have a training camp? It might just work. If it's December, then he's got a good few months, hasn't he? I think you only need about 8 weeks for a training camp, so that would be October, November, and then you're into the fight in December. So September for WWE. He has the summer off after this. September for WWE, and then October, November training camp for a potential fight in December. This is all speculation, and it would really rely on Joshua winning, Usyk standing to one side, Tyson Fury to not retire. I mean, the hurdles to jump over are pretty monumental, but just throwing it out there that it could be done. Could be done. Anything can be done when money's involved. I don't think he's that bothered by the money, though. He's got so much money now, I don't think he cares. AJ is at ringside for this fight, so AJ might get in the ring. Is he there, is he? Thing is, he can't get in the ring. He can't call out Fury, can he? Because he ain't got his belts. How much... I mean, look, I'm not stupid. There's still going to be a lot of people that want to see Fury AJ, even if AJ doesn't have those belts, right? Because this has been billed as the Battle of Britain. This is Fury and Whyte, both guys from the UK. But everyone knows the hotter fight, the bigger fight, even bigger than this, that would be bigger than this, would be Fury and AJ. I mean, Fury AJ, it's hard to know how you beat 94,000 at Wembley, to be honest. Because I think Frank Warren wanted 100,000. I just think logistically they couldn't get that many people in. I don't know why, because Wembley can hold 90-odd thousand anyway. And then, 4,000 on the floor? You'd expect there to be more on floor seating than 4,000. So, I don't really know why we couldn't get to 100,000. But, so, like, from a size-wise, unless we move to a bigger stadium, like, which I don't think they would do, the biggest stadium in the UK is Wembley. And, two British fighters, why would you go elsewhere? Unless you're going to go to Saudi and just make a load of money. But I can't see it. I think it'd probably be at Wembley again. So it's hard to see how it would get. Probably the prices would be more expensive. Let's put it that way. Yeah, it's hard to see how it'd be bigger. But I don't know. Is there as much of an appeal if Joshua doesn't have his belts? I'd be leaning towards no. I mean, I'd watch it. God, I'd be all over it. I'd be so excited. But I think that it would definitely lose something because really it was about unifying the division. It's about one man having all of the belts. That's what it's been about. Like, getting the champions. Right now, the two guys that have got all the belts are Fury and Usyk. Fury and Usyk is the match to make right now, because then the winner of that has got all the belts. The winner of that is absolutely undisputed the best heavyweight in this division. Undisputed, undeniable. But Fury made an excellent point, actually. He was like, don't keep moving the goalposts. Don't keep saying to me it's you and Joshua, and then once we get towards like that fight doesn't happen. Now it's me and Usyk. Like, you can't keep saying it's now me and someone different, because there will always be someone else coming through. There will always be someone else. Like, now Usyk's come along out of nowhere. Well, not out of nowhere, but, he's not been in the heavyweight division all that long. And so, now all of a sudden it's Usyk that I've got to beat, rather than Joshua, even though everyone was telling me it's me and Joshua that everyone wants to see. So, I can understand his reasoning. I can understand his logic being, don't keep moving the goalposts. So, it seems like he is gonna walk away. I think that he will walk away. And his wife, who surely would know, says that she thinks he's done, and the only thing that would bring him back is the AJ fight. Callum said, I went to Whyte versus AJ, and if that happened again at Wembley, it would be insane. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. A lot of people have asked, like, who do you want to win? Who do you want to see win this? My answer to that is, I think I might want Whyte, which is a bit strange. But the reason is that I might want Whyte because if this is Tyson Fury's final fight, what benefit is there to him winning for us? Like, from a purely selfish point of view, he wins and then goes off into the sunset, and that's it, and potentially never to be seen again, and goes off to enjoy his life. I'm pleased for him. It's great that he leaves undefeated and all of that, but what do we do with the vacant belts? And yeah, I think it's a little bit messy. Whereas if Whyte wins, well, you might actually get another Tyson Fury fight, because Tyson Fury might want that rematch. Do you know what I mean? Like, he might not want to go out on a loss. He might want to avenge it. So if Whyte wins, you might actually get more Tyson Fury, and you might get this fight a second time. And the second time you've got to think is going to be, I don't know if I could say it'll be even bigger, but it might be. It might be. I don't think it'll be bigger from a UK perspective, because this thing is monstrous here in the UK. I mean, I've got this in the paper today. We've got this little pull-out thing. It's just page after page of information about. I mean, that's a good page. It's got loads of statistics. And bits of information on average round, knockout percentages, win rates, all this kind of stuff. Information on Dillian Whyte as well. It's just lots of other British classics that have happened in the past. So there's lots of bits that are in the papers, bits that are adverts on TV, interviews that have been done. I don't think this thing could be bigger if you did it a second time. But I think internationally there could be more intrigue, because Tyson Fury is a big name, but I don't know how big Dillian Whyte is around the world. Not that big would be my guess. So this, if he beats Fury, if he does something that Wilder couldn't do, that might resonate with international audiences. And so internationally, this second fight could be even bigger. And as we said, Fury might not want to go out on a loss. It might bother him, and so he might want to come back and, as I said, avenge it. So I'm really torn, because I do like Fury. I think that he is a great guy. I think that he comes across like, he's had a tough life. He obviously went through what he went through. He's given us some of the best boxing matches I've ever seen. He talks the talk. He walks the walk. He's an entertainer. He ticks so many boxes, Tyson Fury. He's a big guy as well. I mean, he looks like the heavyweight champion of the world. You know, he's got such a size to him. He might not be the most ripped person you've ever seen. Certainly, you stand next to AJ, but in the world of boxing, that makes very, very little to no difference. You know, he's like a racehorse, as his dad keeps saying. He can run and run and run. His conditioning is insane. Don't worry about the fact he doesn't look like an Adonis. But I think that, yeah, you know, I really like Fury, so I want Fury to win, but it probably makes more sense for Dillian Whyte to win, because Dillian Whyte can then continue and carry on with his, you know, his legacy. You know, he's not had the big nights that Tyson Fury has had. He's not had the big paydays that Fury has had. Fury's been there, he's done it. And if he is done and he's walking away, then, you know, maybe it'd be not bad to put Dillian Whyte over in your final fight. But as I said yesterday, that might be the pro wrestling fan in me that's talking there, because obviously Fury is not wanting to lose this fight at all. He's got no interest in putting Dillian Whyte over at all. So, yeah, it's probably a bit of the pro wrestling fan. If Tommy wins, do you think they'll do the Jake Paul fight, says More City? I really don't know, to be honest, because I think that Tommy Fury is someone that is in an interesting situation. He's got a decent following because of the Love Island stuff. His boxing is all right. I mean, he's not amazing, but he is all right. I think that he is going to be, I think he'd be an interesting test for Jake Paul. I think he's probably the right fight for Jake to take, but all these hurdles that they've got to jump through, do you know what I mean? Like, Jake Paul, I think, is having to juggle a few things at the moment. He's having to juggle a credible opponent, because, you know, for him to keep improving and developing, he's got to be taking on, like, bigger and better and tougher fights. You know, you can't be taking on easier opponents. You need to be taking on better opponents, you know, to bring the best out of you. So you need to keep stepping up that level. Like, he took on a YouTuber, then he took on a basketball star, then he took on Ben Askren, then he took on someone that could actually throw a punch, which was Tyron Woodley. First time they faced each other, it went to the distance. Second time, he knocked him out in pretty brutal fashion. You got to give him respect for that. That last fight, that knockout, I think was a big moment for Jake Paul. Jake Paul is working hard. I've never disbelieved that. I think he is putting the work in. I think he is trying to kind of catch up, really, because he came to boxing relatively late. So he's playing a little bit of catch up, and I think that he's got so much money that he can have the best gym, he can have the best trainers, he can have the best sparring partners. Do you know what I mean? He can fast forward, really. And that's exactly what he's trying to do. So his next opponent now needs to be another step up from Tyron Woodley. This whole notion of calling out Bisping, I think, is just so wrong, because Bisping can box. He's got some good striking on him, and from that point of view, you could say it's a step up again, but he's got one eye. He's got one. You can't escape the fact he's got one eye, right? You can't escape the fact that he has got no, like, depth perception. And against a young, hungry Jake Paul, who's done nothing but train boxing for the past few years, you know, and Bisping, who I'm sure keeps active in the gym, but come on, there's a difference, isn't there, between going to the gym and being in a training camp and whatnot. I just don't see why that makes any sense. Does it sell pay-per-views? Probably. I think people are tuned into that. I mean, Bisping is a UFC commentator right now. I think people know the name Michael Bisping. So yeah, I think it would probably sell pay-per-views. But I don't think it's quite the step up, to be honest. I love Bisping as well. I think he's an amazing fighter. But in a boxing match, you know, it's a different sport, man. It's a different sport. Like, he's not picking boxers. Where are the boxers? You should pick a boxer. The problem he's got is if he picks a boxer, he's going to have to do all of the work, but I don't see why that's a problem. Like, it feels like he needs to pick a lane now, Jake Paul. Either you have the right opponents and you start fighting boxers and maybe your pay-per-view numbers suffer till you get bigger, right? Or you go for these bigger names that aren't going to be as big of a challenge, but they'll give you bigger pay-per-view numbers. So what do you want? Do you want the money, or do you want to be a boxer? And he keeps saying he wants to be a boxer, but the people that he's picking, he's not backing it up. He's not backing it up. So my respect level for Jake Paul has grown since he started boxing. You can't deny that he's not stuck with it. He has. You can't deny that he's not got some impressive finishes because, come on, every boxer faces journeymen, yeah? And even if you just class these as journeymen, he's still been knocking them out, right? And you could argue that, they're not better than journeymen, but, some of these are world champions in UFC. And some of them, probably only Woodley, have got striking abilities. So I would say that he has, he's done really well. He has done really well. But he needs to start facing boxers. But you can't have facing boxers and make a load of money. So Tommy Fury, I think, would be a good fight for him. And I think it ticks both boxes. Because Tommy Fury's got to follow him because of the Love Island stuff. Tommy Fury as well, if he gets a big knockout win here, that would make sense. He's the same size as Jake Paul. Jake Paul's been fighting smaller guys. So size-wise is the same size. He's a boxer as well. He's been boxing since he was 15, 16. So he's got a long, long time of training. He obviously trained for Jake in December, then got injured. He's now out trained for this fight as well. He's been talking about going back to basics and really stepping things up. And I think that would be a fight that would work. Yeah. So I would like to see that. I would like to see it. Cut a long story short, I would like to see it. I would like to see Tommy Fury, Jake Paul, because I think that it would make a lot of sense. I think it ticks all the boxes that Jake wants. Maybe it doesn't do like massive pay-per-view numbers because his last pay-per-view was disappointing, but I think it'll generate something, and it's a really, really good test for Jake Paul. It's a great test for Tommy Fury. Tommy Fury said his opponent tonight is harder than what Jake Paul would be. So, of course he's going to say that. The truth of the matter is he's taken on a guy tonight who I think is 10-1, but the people he's beaten are nobodies. So, it's kind of hard to know how truthful he's being there. But Tommy Fury takes on Daniel Boshinaski, who is 10-1. I can tell you that Tommy Fury is, the odds I saw, it was about minus 16,000. So you'd have to bet $16,000 to win 100, right? I mean, that's how heavy a favorite Tommy Fury is in his fight today. Boshiansky is 110, 2 by stoppage. He's going to have a height advantage over Tommy, and I think it's fair to say that he's going to be Tommy's toughest test so far. Like, they have stepped things up for Tommy here. So, we'll have to see. If there's a big knockout in that, Jake Paul said that he will entertain the idea of facing Tommy Fury. Chalmers said he gets the money and he gets the hate. It's a win-win for Jake Paul. He also gets bigger and more money when he fights an actual boxer. You say that, but it's not really working that way because that last fight against Tyron Woodley, which I know wasn't the plan, in all fairness. I know that was a relatively late change, but that rematch against Woodley did really low pay-per-view buys. I mean, when it came out, I couldn't believe what the numbers actually were. But yeah, I mean, he is really having to figure out who the right opponent is now. 65,000. That was it. 65,000. Jake Paul, Tyron Woodley, box office flops with pay-per-view numbers. I couldn't believe that number. I could not believe that number. I don't know what happened there. I would imagine Jake Paul's wondering what happened there because, I mean, I think him and Askren was around, Let me have a look, actually. What was him and Askren? Paul and Askren did... Jake Paul, Askren, pay-per-view buys 1.5 million. How do you go from 1.5 million buys to 65,000? I mean, when someone said that numbers have come out and it was 65,000, I was like, nah, that can't be right. That can't be right. But, I mean, yeah. That's and Dana White's ripped into him for it. Tommy Fury ripped into him for it. Like, people are now using it as a way of, like, poking Jake Paul, saying that, your pay-per-view buy numbers sucked and everything. I mean, it's stunning because it felt like we did the watch-along, and it felt like there was a hell of a buzz around for that fight. Like, people coming in, sharing their thoughts. There was a lot of enthusiasm, like, had a real good vibe to it. But only 65,000 actually bought the fight. I don't understand. Unless, like, the pirate kind of market, the illegal stream market was going crazy that night. I have no idea. All I can tell you is that we streamed and it felt big. I mean, honestly, once we ended the stream, I didn't really get the feeling that show had bombed or flopped or anything. It felt like it had been a massive success. So when it came out 65,000, like, god damn. I think you hear the same criticisms of Jake Paul, and the same criticisms keep coming through of when is he going to fight a boxer? When does he fight a boxer? And I think that Tommy Fury fight is a good fight for him to make. I do agree. Because, I mean, he's a boxer, isn't he? And if Tommy Fury gets a knockout win here and looks good, this is why tonight is so interesting. There's lots of little subplots and sub-stories and things that are going on. Like, we need Tommy Fury to get a knockout because, I mean, look, if the Jake Paul thing doesn't come off, then so be it, but at least it gives him that option. And it's a fight I would like to see, actually. Let's find out where Jake Paul really is. Let's find out how good Jake Paul really is. It's one thing going up against retired MMA fighters. It's something completely different going up against a young boxer that's been training for years as well and is your own same size. So I think the Tommy Fury fight would be really good. Most people want to see Jake Paul get knocked the F out. Snaggy said, what's the first fight on the main cards? First fight on the main card. Oh, hello. I think the coverage might be beginning. I've just had the same advert on loop. There we go. We are going over to Wembley. We are just seeing inside, and I can tell you that there's seemingly no one in there at the moment. Lots of empty seats, but lots of seats as well. Like, they really have got as many seats in there as they can by the looks of it. I mean, I don't get 94,000. I mean, like, only 4,000 on the floor. I'm very surprised at. History will be made, and we are just seeing the camera swooping around. And we've got the boxing ring in the center, the little canopy above. It looks just like it does behind, really, apart from there's no one in there at the moment. So we have gone over to BT Sport. BT Sport is live right now with the coverage. That's good because it's box office, and I never quite knew what if it was going to just flick on or how it was going to work. But yeah, it has worked. I don't know about. I always feel that way. I'm always like when I buy something on box office, I'm always like, God, I hope this works. I hope this works. But it has. So boom. It's an insult to pro fighters being looked who sweated in gyms since they were 9 years old 4 nights a week. What do you mean, Catapult? What do you mean, buds? What are we talking about? Jake Paul is a wet wipe. Blind Heretic, shout out to you. Hope you are well. You're glitchy, rolling shutter. All I can tell you is we've got no glitches. Although it's funny you should say that, actually, because I didn't even really think about that. God, I hope that doesn't happen. We haven't had any, apparently. It tells me at the bottom if there's been any dropped frames, and it says 0. So I'm just going to have to hope that it holds out, because sometimes we can get a little bit glitchy. But so far, 1 hour in, and we're all right. More City said, if it happens, who would win, Jake Paul or Tommy Fury? Well, I mean, that is the golden question, isn't it? Because it'd be very, very difficult to predict, if I'm being honest, because we just don't know where Jake Paul is. I mean, he's faced a YouTube guy, forget it. He's faced a basketball star, forget it. He faced Ben Askren, who, for me, was the first real test, because that's a former champion, someone that has prepared for fights and is a fighter. But Askren was never known for his hands. Never. He's a wrestler. He's a wrestler. He took on a wrestler. He took on an MMA wrestler. Now, I thought that there was an opportunity there for Ben Askren, who's been in with strikers, and Dana White was, trying to help Ben Askren and give him striking coaches and all this kind of stuff. I thought there was an opportunity that maybe Jake Paul would get found out at that point. And he didn't. I mean, he knocks Ben Askren out, so you got to say respect. But in the cold light of day, it's a wrestler. Then Woodley. Now, Woodley had a bit more striking to his game than Askren. I mean, it's a definite, from a striking perspective, it's a definite step up. But again, we're not talking about anyone that is a boxer. He's not a boxer. He's someone that's got knockout wins, but they're inside a cage. And he doesn't have loads of them. He wasn't necessarily known for, as a striker, but he did have striking. He could strike. And actually, that fight went to the distance. And you might remember it's the first time Jake Paul got rocked as well, and he was kind of against the ropes, and everyone was like, finish him, finish him. And because Woodley didn't charge in and finish him, people were then saying, oh, it's fixed. He's signed something that said he's not going to knock him out and all this kind of stuff. So I kind of feel like Woodley gave him his toughest test. And then the rematch happened, and he knocked him out. Jake Paul knocked him out. I got to give him respect for the Askren knockout, because I think that was a step up and a test. And I got to give him respect for that second Woodley fight. I don't give him any respect for the earlier fights, and I don't think he really, even though he picked up the win against Woodley, I thought it was really, really close, to be honest. I thought it was really, really close. So, yeah, him going up against an actual boxer that doesn't... I mean, you've got to think, if you're an MMA fighter, you spend how long on jiu-jitsu, how long on the mat, how long on wrestling, how long on grappling, how long on striking. It's a percentage, I would say a decent percentage, but still only a percentage of your training. If you're a boxer, this is all you're doing. If you're a boxer, you're just focused on this. Yeah, it's a world of difference. It's a world of difference. So, I think Tommy Fury would be a tough test for him. I really, really do. I can't say that Tommy Fury outright wins, because I don't think Tommy Fury has looked brilliant at times. Tommy Fury said last time, though, that he looked rubbish on purpose. Believe that if you want. I don't know. But, he said that he looked rubbish on purpose. Because that was one of the only ways he knew that he would actually get the Jake Paul fight, was if he looked rubbish, and then Jake would be like, yeah, I'll fight this guy. Yeah, I mean, if it was a strategy, it almost worked, but he just ended up getting injured. Right, Paul versus Mayweather 2022. God, I mean, I don't personally, I don't know that I want that fight, because I think if Mayweather wins, well, Jake Paul can turn around and go, of course I got knocked out by Mayweather. He's one of the greatest boxers of all time. So I kind of feel like, can you really take the mick out of Jake Paul for getting knocked out by Mayweather? And what if it goes the distance like it did against Logan? Logan went the distance with Mayweather. Is Mayweather starting to slow? Well, he's undeniably slowing down. He's undeniably missing a step. He should still have several steps on the likes of Jake Paul, though. But I can't see Jake Paul beating Mayweather, let's put it that way. But if he gets knocked out, he's got a ready-made excuse. if he goes the distance, he can treat it like a win. Do you know what I mean? For someone like Jake Paul to go 12 rounds with Mayweather, it's basically a win. So I don't really see how Jake Paul, and you've got to think he's going to get paid a shed load of money. I just don't think he loses in that situation. That's a win-win for Jake Paul. So I must admit, I'm not crazy about the Mayweather fight. Right, people are filing into Wembley. They do have a curfew on Wembley. They've got the stadium till, I think, 11. And then they got to be out. Got to be out. So they've got to shut this thing down, the broadcast, by 11. So we will not be here longer than the next 5 hours. So ring walks in 3 hours, 40 minutes. I'm watching SmackDown from yesterday. Anna, let's hope Fury gets humbled. Are you hoping that he gets humbled? I mean, I'm really torn on it. I don't want him getting humbled. But I definitely want this to be a good fight. And I think it will be. I really think it will be. I think that Whyte is going to bring it. He's been waiting for this opportunity for years. And so he is not going to let this pass him by at all. He is going to have... And the other thing as well is if you're Dillian Whyte, you are going to have been laser focused on Joshua, on Fury. If you're someone, right, that's in boxing and you're in the heavyweight division, you are constantly going to be measuring yourself against the best. You're going to watch them. You're going to watch their fights. As you're watching their fights, you're going to be thinking to yourself, I would do this, I would do that. You're constantly evaluating and analysing them. So I really think that we are going to see Dillian Whyte give Fury a hell of a fight here. That's why I don't think it'll be an early stoppage or anything. I think that we will go a little bit deeper into the fight. But equally, I think there will be a finish. I think it'll come for Fury. But Dillian Whyte is a good fighter who is going to be fully prepared for Tyson Fury. They're just showing us the fight cards. I can't wait for the Royston-Barney Smith fight. The crowd were loving him. He's from Southampton. He's a young prospect, someone that there's a lot of excitement for. And he is coming up, I think might even be second on the cards. We've got Tommy Fury in action. David Adelaide, I'm really looking forward to as well, because David Adelaide is a heavyweight that's kind of really coming through. So, and he is one of the main sparring partners for Tyson Fury. So, David Adelaide, I've heard a lot about this week. I was aware of him anyway. He's got a record of 8-0. He's picked up some decent wins the past couple of years. So, I am aware of David Adelaide. I like him being on the undercard. The vacant WBC Silver Featherweight Championship, Isaac Lowe, Nick Ball, that is going to be a great fight. A lot of people saying that could actually be fight of the night. And then the British Commonwealth and IBF European Welterweight Championships between Esserman and Darren Tetley. We've got that coming up as well. And then, of course, the WBC and Lineal World Heavyweight Championship main event. Tyson Fury taking on Dillian Whyte live from Wembley Stadium. That will be... we've got a lot of fights to get through. The undercard is relatively chunky. And as we said, we've got a fair few fights to get through until we get to that main event. But there's some interesting undercard fights. As I said, looking forward to Barney Smith. Barney Smith, who from Southampton, where I used to live. And trains with Ben Davison, who was the former trainer for Tyson Fury. Also trains with fighters like Josh Taylor as well. Wonderful fighter. Currently only 18 years old, Royston-Barney Smith. He's just really starting out, but he's 18. He looks in great shape. He said he wants to be the youngest British world champion. In order to do that, he's got to win a world championship before he's 21. or, a few months before Prince Nassim did. Prince Nassim won the World Championship when he was 21. So that's what Barney Smith's got to try and achieve. But if he doesn't do it, it's not the end of the world, is it? If he's 22, 23, it doesn't matter when you win a world title. I don't think they need to race with Barney Smith, but he could absolutely be someone that you see. And actually, is he already in there? We are. It is going to be Barney Smith first. I'm so excited. Barney Smith is out there first. Yeah, Barney Smith here. 4 rounds. Okay, this is. I am genuinely excited for this fight. He got a really good reception at the weigh-in. This is slick. He's a slick fighter. He had a great amateur career as well. He's very, very popular. Obviously, he's still young. I mean, he's 18, so he doesn't really have like that manpower, if you will. Like, he hasn't fully grown yet. He's going to keep growing and developing. But he's a good, slick boxer. He's taken on a journeyman. There's no two ways about it. Look, the guy he's facing is 0-10. Yeah, it's a warm body for him, but this is a guy that's still 23 years old. You got to think that this is Wembley. There's more people in Wembley right now than he's ever fought in front of anyway. So here we go. From Swindon. From Romania, so originally from Romania, but now in Swindon. So Radoy getting his intro. Sugar Boy Roy, 18 years old, southpaw, trained by Ben Davison. Ben Davison knows what he's doing. He looks great as well. 9 stone, 6 pounds he's coming in at. This is, I believe, super featherweight, this division. I thought Fury was fighting at 6 p.m. No, the coverage starts at 6. Things start kicking off at 6. Doors open at 6, but the fight itself is not going to be for a little while yet. This is the undercard that we're watching right now. Right, so 4 rounds on this one. He's a little bit taller, actually, Barney Smith, by the looks of it. Yeah, 5 weeks ago he made his professional debut in a points win. Round 1, here we go. So we are underway, and both fighters into the middle. Super featherweight is what we've got at the moment, and as we said, it is going to be 4 3-minute rounds. Barney Smith in really nice purple and gold attire. I really like that. That was a nice right hand that he just let go there. Barney Smith, Radoy, in white shorts with like blue highlights on, looking for a shot to the body. And again, looking for a body shot there. So, Radoy, as we said, he is 0-10. He is a warm body, really, for Barney Smith to beat. He is a journeyman, but he's 23 years old. He's got, obviously, a clear experience advantage over Barney Smith. You can't be taking these people for granted. And, this hopefully is just a big experience for Barney Smith. He was a part of the press conference. I really like how he steps in, throws the body shot. Again, looking to get... He keeps... The problem is, he's being a little bit predictable. He keeps going for that same shot. Smith moving forward. He's got Radoy backed up against the ropes a little bit here, jabbing away with the right hand. And Radoy going into just constantly jabbing out Radoy. He's got a big back piece, Radoy. Oh, my God, that was a lovely couple of left-hand jabs there by Barney Smith. Bop, bop. Just constantly fired them out. And, yeah, Barney Smith definitely up in this round at the moment. That's nice. And again, going to the body. Constantly working that. I'm only seeing a few shots. Just constantly going. Oh, clips him. That's nice. He'd love to get a finish. He would love to get a finish, though. And again, he's got him backed up to the corner. Barney Smith just really pouring it on. Another big shot coming in, and Radoy is covering up in the corner. 48 seconds to go, and Barney Smith looking so good here. Constantly, I mean, I feel like he was constantly working the same shots. I think quite predictable in what he's doing, but look, it was working for him. And he managed to get Radoy backed up against the ropes. 18 years old. Really exciting prospect. Very, very popular fighter, Barney Smith. And dominating this first round. Standing his ground in the center. Throwing out a right-hand jab. I don't know if that's his mum and dad maybe at ringside. But there's a guy at ringside that's like leaning in really focused, and the woman next to him just constantly applauded. I wouldn't be surprised if that wasn't his parents. But excellent first round there by Barney Smith, looking really, really good. There was a point there where I thought he might actually even get the finish, but lovely left hands to the body. Then just constantly swarming up top, throwing in a few hook shots as well. I like how he's using the jab to just kind of measure his distance. So he's not getting too sucked in. He's not allowing Radoy to grab him or anything. He's constantly like working, and there was a few times where he's just constantly leaving the hand out there to make sure that, okay, there's my range, bang, and then throwing in something tasty afterwards. So yeah, some good stuff there from Royston Barney Smith. This was genuinely a fight I was looking forward to watching. Of course, the main event gets the headlines. But this was a fight that I was really, really looking forward to. Ben said 10-9, Sugar Roy, easily. Here we go, second round. ESPN needs a Chiron with a round number and a timer. Haven't you got that? We've got it on BT Sport. BT Sport has got a little thing in the corner. I'm sure you'll get it eventually. Right, we are underway with round number 2, and Barney Smith looking very good here. Again, you know, the aggressor. He's already got Radoy kind of backed up over by the ropes. And again, but Radoy coming forward into the clinch. I think that might be the first time we've seen them clinching up. I like the underhooks. I really like the underhooks by Barney Smith. So when they actually clinch up, they're not like just clinching. Like Barney Smith's actually using underhooks, which means that, you know, there's not really anything that Radoy can do. Again, underhook on that side by Barney Smith. You know, when you're being clinched, your arms are like being raised. You can't really do anything from that position. So, you know, these are little things that obviously you get taught in the gym. And these are things that, you know, are going to massively help in his career. It's just good to see them all being used and employed by an 18-year-old. Radoy edging forwards. And Barney Smith managing to step to the side. Radoy, again, over by the ropes. And this is where Barney Smith can really get going. Nice little right hand there by Barney Smith. Sugar Roy. That's lovely right straight by Barney Smith, as well as Radoy comes forward. He seems to catch Barney Smith there. So Radoy getting a little bit of success. Lovely uppercut by Sugar Roy. That was good. Lovely little uppercut coming through, which from the angle, it was hard to see how much of it he actually got, but it looked good. Into the clinch. Underhooks employed there by Barney Smith. 30-odd seconds left in round number 2. And throws out a right hand. Again, just edging forward and, yeah, again, looking for that uppercut. It's another round for Barney Smith, this. I can't really say there's been much. I think there was like one moment that I would give to Radoy, but Barney Smith has just looked the better fighter, the more the aggressor. Edging forward and throwing out right hands. End of the round. I am feeling confident, says Shola. He's getting knocked out and smashed. Come on, Barney Smith. We got some Barney Smith. There's Tommy Fury arriving. We're seeing Tommy Fury backstage. There's David Adelaide. The great thing about David Adelaide is he's actually got, and there's Isaac Lowe. Isaac Lowe arriving as well. No, yeah, that fight is going to be so much fun. Isaac Lowe just keeps coming forwards. As does Nick Ball, and that they're just going to collide into each other. They're just going to stand and go. So Isaac Lowe, Nick Ball. I think it's like the Coco main event. It's not quite the main, but that'll be fun. Should be a really, really fun fight, that. Right, next up then, round number 3. Yeah, I was going to say about David Adelaide. We'll get through this round, and I'll have to come back to that, but... Right now we've got Barney Smith. Lovely. Left counter shot coming in there by Barney Smith. Again, jabbing away. Yeah, he's doing well. There's a bit of damage on the face here of Radoy. You can see that he's taken some punishment. That's lovely. Lovely little jabs being fired out there by Barney Smith. Radoy is getting a bit more frantic. He is starting to push this a bit more. I think his corner have probably said to him, you're 2 rounds down. If you're going to get anything from this fight, you've got to take these next couple of rounds. If this is going to go to the distance, then you've got to take these rounds. Because he has come out a bit more frantic. Uppercut, lovely shots there. Good work by Barney Smith. Managed to get through a bit of a combo. Again, a couple of jabs. I like how he fires a few shots together. He's not just jabbing away like, you know, he's got a bit of volume to him. Smith trying to have a look, see if he can find a finish. And actually, Radoy has even started to drop his hand a little bit there. Swing and a miss. Big body shot coming in by Barney Smith. Barney Smith absolutely doing a great job here as Radoy just seems to be getting more desperate. A couple of jabs coming in. It could be a bit of frustration like sneaking in for him. Barney Smith edging forwards. Radoy. And, they clinch together and big heavy collision. I swear that's his mom. Every single time he lands something, even remotely good, she's applauding. Couple of jabs, either that or she's a big Barney Smith fan. Nice shot to the body there by Barney Smith. 40-odd seconds to go. LA Grant said, how many more fights till the main event? Oh, that was nice. Nice by Barney Smith. He just managed to crash right into the guard, but it had a real thud to it. He really had something behind that shot. I think, it's hard to say. I think there's around about 4 fights to go after this till the main. But I wouldn't worry about that. Like, the ring walks are going to be in 3 hours. About 3 hours, 20 minutes, the ring walks. They have got to get to the ring walks at that time. So, you know, they will... If these go the distance, fine. If they don't, they'll just fill the time. So, it doesn't really matter how many fights there are. They are going to have to get through them. Because they cannot go over tonight. Wembley has got to be given back at 11. The Baldy has got a bit of a karate stance, says Ben. ESPN Plus just crashed. Yeah, what they're saying to him? Take that space that he is using to take the distance away from you back. So I think what he's saying is, I think that Barney Smith's got the reach advantage. So they're saying that don't allow him to get in so close. You've got to force him back. You've got to dominate the space, basically. Don't allow him. Yeah, I mean, he has got the reach advantage. You can just see by comparing them side by side. Great trainer, Ben Davison. He did a great job with Tyson Fury. Great job. Fury obviously has moved on now to Sugar Hill, but is a great trainer. And for an 18-year-old, I mean, God. Matt, shout out to you. When sportsmen reach the level that Fury has, we can see them as otherworldly. This is not, however, a god facing a mortal. There's still uncertainty here. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I don't know that any sportsman ever quite reaches god level, but maybe they do. Maybe Messi reached god level. Maybe Muhammad Ali reached god level. Maybe not god level, but you know what I'm saying. But listen, Muhammad Ali lost fights. Messi's had bad games. And Tyson Fury can lose this fight. So, yeah, I don't disagree at all. For me personally, I don't think Tyson Fury's reached god level. I think even Tyson Fury, who's a very religious man, would never obviously go that way either. But yeah, look, he's a great heavyweight, arguably the greatest of this generation, and this we could be seeing his final fight here today. I mean, it does genuinely feel like that is what's happening. I mean, if his wife is saying yes, he's done as well. Apart from, she did say if the Joshua fight presents itself, I think he'll take that. But other than that, he's done. Then I think you have to listen to it. Into the clinic. This round is... oh, no, the clock's not worked. Why is the clock not worked? This round is a lot more scrappy. To be honest, he's won this. I mean, unless he gets knocked out now, I'm sure he's taking this on points. He won 3 rounds. This round as well, it's scrappy. You've got to really try and find a reason to give it to Radoy. I can't say I can find one. I think Barney Smith wins this very, very comfortably. It's a fight I was looking forward to. Didn't disappoint me. I think he's a great prospect. That he is still working. He does need to try and find finishes, though. You do get judged on how many stoppages you've had. That's kind of how they are able to gauge your power, your stopping ability. And, you know, it's a second fight for him that's gone the distance. Yeah. Is this the first undercard match? Yes, this is the first undercard match. LDTV, back from my new gig at the local Eagle Glen Country Club as the new pin setter. Always happy to hear you call the Super Bouts. LDTV, shout out to you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you are well. Yeah, they'll be pleased. We're just waiting for the judges' scorecards. Radoy is like, yeah, he didn't win it. Okay, here we go. $40-36. So, Radoy applauds. It's 40-36. All 4 rounds given to Sugar Boy Roy. Yeah, he won all 4 rounds. I mean, yeah. Excellent. Yeah, decent showing, man. Decent showing for Barney Smith. So, 4 rounds, I mean, that's all it was. That's all you tend to do when you are just starting out. You got to remember he's 18. He is, it's only his 2nd ever fight. And he wants to go on to become a world champion. He looked good there, but then, you know, it's a journeyman. Frampton said it was a good fight, good performance. We expected him to win it comfortably, and that's exactly what he did. Is your BT box office working? It is, Harrison. Yeah, it is. I can't say I've had any problems with it. It's it was something that I was a little bit unsure about, because it's always a bit when it comes to the box office stuff. You're always a bit, oh God, I hope this works, because it's not a channel that you ever go on apart from a few times a year. So yeah, it's working fine. So hit them up if you're having any trouble, because it is. I can't say I've had any issue. I actually bought the fight last night, and then I put it onto the box office channel, and it's been fine since, well, past half an hour since it started. What time is the Fury fight? Fury fight will be in about 3.25 hours. About 3.25 hours. So we've still got quite a way to go, but you know, it'll soon go by. And as we said, we've got some really interesting undercard fights. Isaac Lowe against Nick Ball is going to be a barn burner. Everyone's expecting that to be a lot of fun. So that's going to be on the undercard. Tommy Fury is on the undercard. So obviously he's got quite a bit of hype around him because of the Jake Paul stuff, and we spent quite a bit of time in our kind of hour before when we were previewing this. We spent quite a bit of time talking about that. So you got Tommy Fury, you got the Isaac Lowe Nick Ball fight, which is going to be really good. David Adelaide, who is 8-0, he's only 25 years old. He has got everything you need to be a top heavyweight, and could be a world champion one day. So if you want to see a potential, you can never say for certain, but if you want to see a potential future world champion, the guy that regularly spars with Tyson Fury, David Adelaide, who I know John Fury was cheering on at the weigh-ins as well. They've got a lot of respect. They've got a lot of time for David Adelaide. So he is going to be in action on the undercard as well. So we've got that. And then I think we've also got Esserman taking on Tetley. That is for the British welterweight IBF European Commonwealth Championships. That was meant to be a main event next week at York Hall, but they actually brought it forwards. So it's going to be the co-main this week. So yeah, that was going to main event next week's cards at York Hall, but they've actually brought it forward because they had a fight drop out. So yeah, we got that as well. So undercard has taken a knock, and understandably so, to be honest, because you would like a Daniel Dubois. You would like a Joe Joyce. You would like one of those kind of names, Yards. But, you know, we don't have them, basically, for various different reasons. Frank Warren on the radio was going through why the card was what it was. And I could understand, you know, there's a lot of big names that have got fights coming up. There's a lot of big names that are inactive at the moment because they're injured or whatever it might be. So, you know, the undercard is the undercard. If you are in the UK, you can watch the coverage on BT Sport Box Office. Who will win out of Isaac Lowe Nick Ball? It's a really, really interesting fight because actually, from a bookie's point of view, it's the closest fight on the card. So a lot of these fights are like minus 16,000. Minus David Adelaide is minus 20,000 to win. You would have to bet $20,000 to win $100. That's how much of a favourite David Adelaide is in his fight today. But Isaac Lowe, Nick Ball, Isaac Lowe is minus 140. Nick Ball is plus 105. That means you'd have to bet $140 to win 100. Like, it's really, really close. there's next to nothing in it. So, yeah, Isaac Lowe against Nick Ball. That is going to be a great, great fight. I am probably leaning Isaac Lowe. He is just coming in off his first loss, but it was against a very, very skilled fighter, a very talented fighter. Nick Ball, this is a big step up for him in competition. He's definitely going to bring it. He's undefeated. He's 14-0, but I think that I'll go with Isaac Lowe. I know what I'm getting with Isaac Lowe. I don't quite know what I'm getting with Nick Ball, so I'll go with Isaac Lowe. Dort Knight said, I played football at Wembley, but not at Wembley. Can't be seen. Right, we've had one. Actually, you know what? I haven't even looked at our poll. We've got 1,500 votes. 1,500 votes. And this will give us a really good idea. We've said this before, actually, that when we have votes like this, we always tend to see the same kind of scores, whether it's 1,500 or whether it's 20,000 or whatever it is. Like, however, we've had polls that have been 50,000 votes before, and who knows where this one will get to by the time we get to the actual fight itself. But what you tend to notice is when you've got 1,000 votes or 50,000 votes, the results are roughly the same. Like, I wouldn't expect this to move too much now. I think this will be roughly the same. So 84% of people think that Tyson Fury is going to win this. It seems like people are very, very confident in Tyson Fury. Dillian Whyte, 12%, and 3% think that it will be a draw. Doesn't quite add up to 100, but that's because it'll be like 84.7, 12.7, 3.8. Percent, and it'll add up to 100 eventually. But yeah, 84% of people siding with Tyson Fury. I wonder if Fury considered the Tottenham Stadium. To be honest, it might have been considered, but I think they genuinely wanted to get. Who's making their way down now? I think they genuinely wanted to get 100,000 in here. Frank Warren seemed to want that number. I think they were looking to break the record. You can't break the record at the Tottenham Stadium. Tottenham Stadium's 60-odd thousand. It's actually, I mean, it's a beautiful, beautiful stadium, but from a capacity point of view, it's maybe not what you would want. Certainly not for a boxing fight of this magnitude. I'm surprised AJ went to Tottenham Stadium, to be honest. I mean, AJ Usyk would have sold out Wembley. No problem. I don't believe that they would have struggled to have sold out Wembley. Right, next fight's coming up now. They haven't introduced the fighters yet. I can't quite see who it is. Okay, here we go. It is Siach. Okay. So, Itoma against Siach. I think this might be 6 rounds. It's light heavyweight. Karol Itoma is minus 16,000 to win this. So, let's get it on. I've got to admit, of all the fights we're going to be watching, this is maybe the one that I'm least bothered by. Just going to be honest. This is the one that I'm least bothered by on the undercard. It just doesn't really feel like it's got much going for it. Like, I feel like the Tommy Fury one's really interesting. The David Adelaide, because he is this big hot prospect, is really interesting. The Isaac Lowe one, because it's got the vacant championship at stake and it's going to be potentially fight of the night, is really interesting. The co-main is really interesting because it was meant to be the main event next week, and again, that's got belts at stake. This one doesn't really have anything going for it. This one is Itoma and Karol Itoma, who is 6-0, 21 years old. He is a prospect, in all fairness. He is a prospect. He's got 4 stoppages of those 6 wins. He's from Kent. He won the Youth Olympic gold medal in 2018. Great athlete. can end the fight at any time. Absolutely, we could see a finish here. He's taken on Siach from Poland, who, I mean, look, he's won 2, lost 11. It's another journeyman. He's been stopped 5 times. This one really could have a finish in it. So we going to have a look at Itoma here and see what he can do. He just looks so good already. His physique, his conditioning, and again, just coming in with a lovely body shot there. So again, using the right hand to jab away Itoma, throwing in nice body shot, and those jabs getting through already to Siach. And again, you can sense a finish here. Already you've got Siach covering up. Body shot coming in, and another body shot coming in, and Siach's defense is being tested. Siach, 2 wins, 11 defeats. Karol Itoma is minus 16,000, as we said, so he's just absolutely all over him here. He's just jabbing away, throwing in some big power shots, and all we've got is Siach just covering up over against the ropes. I think they need someone better for Itoma than this. Itoma's got great potential to go on and be a world champion. He's a big prospect as well. But, yeah, this is one-way traffic, man. This is one-way traffic. Lovely head movement there, though, as Siach finally throws something, and Itoma was able to slip it. Yeah, there was a lovely head movement. Oh, big, heavy shots. And I tell you, these shots are so heavy that Siach is actually getting rocked from side to side as these bombs are raining down on him. And look, he's in trouble. He's down on one knee. He's down on one knee already. And referee is counting. 8. Referee counting quite quick there. 7, 8. He was back up on 8, so we've already had a count in the first round. And Itoma's going to go for this now. Itoma's really unloading. Lovely straights coming in. But we saw Siach down to his knees. He's taken some big shots. He's taken nearly 3 rounds of punishment here. And these shots by Itoma are not fun. Itoma has got 4 stoppages from his 6 fights. Siach can't be fancying another round. Let me tell you, he can't be fancying another round after this. Nice right-hand jabs coming in by Itoma. Looks like Siach is going to survive this first round as we get to the end of it. Right. Yeah, I don't think he might not even make it through this round, to be honest. Really good work that was, though, by Itoma. And as I said, this was a fight I wasn't too bothered by because, yeah, I mean, look, Itoma's a great fighter. And he's absolutely going to be someone that's going to kick on and be potential world championship material. But this is so one-sided. I mean, we might still have the same with David Adelaide, but at least with Adelaide, you're watching a heavyweight. I think there's something a bit more exciting about watching, like, a heavyweight. I think if you're the heavyweight champion of the world, you are the man. There's no division bigger. Do you know what I mean? There's no one bigger than Tyson Fury. If Tyson Fury was to get in there with Canelo, then Tyson Fury's winning that fight. So I think, for me, this is why the heavyweight division, I know for many people as well, it's why it always gets that little bit extra attention. Right, Itoma is coming out again with shots to the body. Did you hear Ricky Hatton's making a comeback? God, I hope not. He looks in awful shape. Whenever I've seen him, he's been, like, big and, in full-on trainer mode now. I can't see him coming back. Unless he's, like, over the past few months, dropped a load of weight and thrown himself in a gym again. But, to be honest, I'd imagine he's just focused on his son. His son is starting his own career, so I would imagine he's more focused on that. Unless he's coming back for like one-off charity match or something. I really don't know, but I can't see that. I really can't see that happening. Shot coming in by Itami. That is a lovely body shot again. He is working the levels here. And again, he's got Siach back in the corner, jabbing away. And he's just constantly getting through with those body shots. And those body shots are hurting him. And you can see that Siach is like trying to protect. He needs to get into the Philly shell. Backing up a little bit, jabbing away here by Itama. Big shots coming in. And an uppercut in there as well. Siach is just, this is full-on survival mode. That's all this is. It's all one-way traffic at the moment for Itama. We got Siach moving forward. Itama getting in some heavy shots. Jabbing away. Lovely right-hand jab. Shot to the body as well by Itama. Lovely left-hand straight as well. Into the clinch. Oh, digs to the body. Honestly, I'd love to see the stats for this. I wish there was, like, live boxing stats. I don't believe there is. But, yeah, I mean, if we had numbers on screen that showed us how many shots were being thrown, how many shots were landing here by Itama, it'd be like 500 to 5. And he's down again. He's down again. Siach is down on one knee. It's all one-way traffic. This is... Nah, ref's called it. Ref's called it. The ref's called it off. Do you know what? Fair play to Siach, because Siach got back up to his feet there. And the ref was like, okay. Siach was like, right, I'm ready to continue. And the ref was like, nah, you're done. You're done. You're getting battered here, mate. And he was. I mean, it's all been one-way traffic. It's a stoppage in round 2 for Karol Itama. And, I mean, I don't know what you learn from that. I don't know what you take from that. It was a showcase for someone that could go on to be a future world champion. Certainly someone that I can see getting to the top of the rankings. Whether he can actually make it to the very top of the light heavyweight division will remain to be seen. But, yeah, it was just a battering, that was. It was a battering. Ricky Old Man Hatton on Triller against Jake Paul. On a serious note, why doesn't he change his name to Rocky Hatton for the return? If you had a son and he showed interest in combat sport, would you prefer him to go into UFC or boxing? If I had a son and he showed an interest in combat sport, then I would want him to go into whatever he wanted to go into, to be honest. If he wanted to go into MMA, then so be it. If he wanted to go into boxing, so be it. The only thing that you would want would be, if they did go into it, you would want to see them put in everything into it. I think the one thing you wouldn't want to see is them, not completely giving 100%, because this is dangerous. Boxing, MMA, any combat sport is dangerous, and there are killers. There's killers in these sports. People that will rip your head off. You know, people that... and if you're not going to give 100%, then it's not going to work, is it? So I think, if I did have a son and I saw that they were giving 100% and they were eat, sleep, train, repeat kind of, mentalities, then, I'd be fully behind them. I'd fully back them. But if I felt that they weren't giving 100%, then, there'd be conversations saying, I don't want you doing this, basically. I don't want you doing this, because if you're not going to give 100%, there's people out there that will rip your head off and you will get hurt. So it wouldn't bother me what they did. It wouldn't bother me if they did judo, jiu-jitsu, boxing, kickboxing, MMA. I'd be fine with it. My only caveat would be you give it everything, because you can't afford to not. DC MMA said, I've got Fury knockout in the later rounds. Form of Sound said Bruce Lee would have done them all. I disagree, actually. I don't think he would. I think Bruce Lee... It's a really interesting conversation. I think that Bruce Lee would really have struggled when he got taken down onto the ground. And, there's people that would have got him down to the ground. So, Bruce Lee looks great in films, but make no mistake about it, Bruce Lee was schooled by Judo Gene LaBelle. Judo Gene LaBelle actually showed Bruce Lee some things that kind of really opened Bruce Lee's eyes. And a lot of that was to do with grappling and more groundwork. So I would say that, if Bruce Lee was in there now from a striking point of view, he would be incredible. From a striking point of view, he'd be great. He would definitely be in the UFC, and he would definitely be an elite striker. But what happens when someone slips his shots? What about when someone manages to get him down and he's on his back? Do you know what I mean? What does he do then when he's down on the ground? So the Bruce Lee conversation is a very interesting one. I've always had a feeling that he would be very competitive in the UFC, and I think depending on the era, he would be champion. But I think in this modern era, I don't think he would, to be honest. I think he would get taken down. And I don't think that he would. I don't think his game is well rounded enough to where MMA is at the moment. But it's all speculation, innit? I mean, who really knows? I can only give my thoughts on it. It's a really interesting one, though, because it's one that MMA fans talk about quite a bit. And actually, Bruce Lee was included, I think, as a download in the last UFC game. So it's not like kind of, completely out there to be having these conversations. He was a downloadable character. I think in the past few games, actually, is always, he's like nothing but respect for Bruce Lee. He's an honorary member of the UFC family. Probably the most famous martial artist of all time, isn't he? Still, so... Bruce Lee would be a top 15 guy, but not top 5. I think that is being a bit optimistic, says DC MMA. It's good fun debate, though, isn't it? I mean, we've had the conversation a few times on the MMA streams that we do. And if you are a fan of MMA, we do MMA streams every Saturday. And actually, as soon as this fight ends, we've got UFC tonight. So we're doing this stream, and then we go straight into another stream, which is this week's UFC show, and I've got all the notes for that written down. So this is actually like an early stream for us. This is just, something to do before UFC starts. So it's a bit of a weird one this week. It's a bit of a crazy week. But yeah, we're always here for UFC. Love the UFC. Have done for a long time. Retribution said Bruce Lee is in UFC 4. I've played as him. LDTV says, shout out to my wife for scheduling all the kiddie events today. The joy of children. Oh, that sucks, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully you can still keep an eye on the action and what's unfolding. Bryce said, what time is Tommy Fury's fight? That's a really good question. It could be next. I think, actually, the Adelaide fight might be next. It's either Fury or Adelaide next. Because we've got Fury, Adelaide, Isaac Lowe, and Esserman. Those, I think, are the only fights left to go until we get to the main event. So, yeah, we've got a bit of time to kill because that last fight didn't go the distance. So Adelaide or Fury next. I'm not sure which one, to be honest. It's going to be a party tonight, so I am going to miss UFC, says DC MMA. I'm sad. Bruce Lee would do good in kickboxing, said knowledge is power. Shola said Bruce Lee's philosophy about fighting started MMA. Dana said so. Well, I think that he definitely had an MMA philosophy. I don't know that you can say he started. I mean, it's a whole conversation, isn't it? It's a whole conversation. It's an interesting one. I think that he is absolutely an honorary member of the MMA family. He absolutely played a big part. He is still the most famous martial artist of all time. There's a lot to talk about, because that then opens up how UFC began, the Gracie family and all that kind of stuff, which is super, super interesting conversations. But we'll have to park it, because we are building towards, obviously, the big fight. Do you think this will be Fury's last song? I fear it will, yeah. I fear it will. I think the only thing that would interest him would be the Joshua fight, and according to his wife, like, that's the only one that would be of interest to him, and it just doesn't look likely. They just can't get that fight to happen, so I do think there's a good chance this is going to be Fury's final fight, yes. Unless that Joshua fight comes through, but Root Beer Float said, whose house? Your house. That reminds me of the, what's that? The Rams thing from the Super Bowl. They kept saying that, didn't they? Tyson Fury's half-brother is kicking off the pay-per-view, says Craig. Has it not started? It started on box office. Has the coverage not, like, properly started or something yet? I don't know. Maybe that starts at, like, 7. Perhaps the fights we just saw were, like, the kind of proper the undercard of the undercard. Man, if and when I have a son, I'm going to work my socks off for him to be a footballer for Leicester and fulfill my dream that I couldn't achieve. Maybe just let him do what he wants to do. He might not want to do that. He might not want to be a footballer for Leicester. I don't know. Must be nice to do this at a decent hour, says Gregory. It's weird, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. It sort of feels like the day hasn't really started. I sort of feel like, I don't know. It's weird. I'm so used to, like, the big event being in the middle of the night here in the UK that we've got 2 streams today, and for the first one to be undeniably bigger than the second one is really, it's strange to, like, wake up and just be like, right, here we go, it's the big one, and then afterwards we do a stream that's going to be much smaller. It's strange, and it's just a bit weird, but yeah, I mean, it doesn't make a big difference because we're still up all night. We've still got a UFC stream to do. I will not sacrifice the UFC streams if I can help it. Next week's going to be tricky because we got Amanda Serrano taking on Katie Taylor, and that's at Madison Square Garden. So I think that's going to be on at the same time as UFC. So I'm going to have to do a little bit of watching 2 things at the same time, I think. I'm just going to have a look at that. Main card starts at midnight. There's probably a really good chance that the main card ends as the Katie Taylor fight starts. What it means is the main card of UFC is probably going to clash with the undercard of Katie Taylor. So I think what we'll do is next week, we will probably have it all Katie Taylor, Amanda Serrano, thumbnail, all that kind of stuff. But we will be keeping an eye on UFC whilst trying to watch the Katie Taylor undercard, which is going to be really difficult to do, thinking about it, because I think that it's all going to, I don't know, I'll have to have a look at it. I think it's going to be hard, but we'll find a way. We always do. But this week works really well because this ends, and then we've got UFC after. What is better, an arena or a stadium for boxing? Well, funny you should say that, because Dana White says he does not like stadium shows. Like, UFC could sell out stadiums. It's really not a problem. But he prefers the atmosphere inside an arena. Like, the atmosphere, the noise, it's all enclosed. And, he much prefers that. He says when you're in a stadium, the noise just goes up and out. And it doesn't quite feel the same. But to be honest, I think it looks better on TV when it's in a stadium. I think Dana's kind of thinking maybe a bit too much about the experience for those that attend, more than what it looks like to those at home. I think if you do a stadium show, this is a massive fight. You could do this in an arena. You could easily do this at the O2, but you're doing this at Wembley Stadium in front of 94,000, and that has actually been part of the build. Do you know what I mean? Like, this fight is a big fight, but it feels even bigger because there's 94,000 that are going to be there, and that is the biggest audience for a fight in Europe. I don't know if it's ever, but it's damn close. I was looking at the list of most attended boxing matches, and I think USA has got the record. Well done. It's like back in the 20s. I think it's Chicago. It's about 135,000. Obviously, I don't think there was like seating and all that back then. I think it was just let's ram as many people into this space as we can. I don't think there was like health and safety rules and seating and all that. So I think it was just, you want to come in? Yeah, here's a ticket. Squeeze in if you can. So 135,000 is the record, or around that ballpark. I think in Europe, there might have been something bigger than this once. But equally, this could be the European record tonight. I mean, make no mistake about it. This is top 10. It absolutely goes right in there. It's a massive, massive. This is bigger than Joshua Klitschko, which was 90,000. This is 94,000. So it's just got that edge. So it's monstrous, isn't it? I just feel like that becomes part of the story. It becomes part of the build. It becomes part of the promotion. I think UFC miss out on all of that. And when you see so many people buying tickets and that being spoken about, it makes the fight bigger. So I feel like UFC really miss out on that because Dana wants to keep the atmosphere good. So who cares? Who cares? I don't care. I'm not actually there. And I'm selfish. So I think it would be good if UFC did some more stadium shows. So the answer would be, what is better? I would say it's better if you're in person to be at an arena. But I would argue it's probably better for the promotion of a fight, making a fight feel bigger, actually getting excited for it, seeing it on TV, the sweeping shots of the stadium. I mean, there's nothing. Look at that. There's nothing like that, is there? That's incredible scenes. And that's when I don't know what fight this is, but this was what tonight will be, basically. This is Wembley. You can slightly see the arch at the top. Yeah, there's nothing that beats these kinds of scenes. So I would say, for me, a stadium, definitely. Zeno said, are you keeping an eye on Bellator? Great channel. Zeno, shout out to you. Sadly not. The problem I've got with that is that we do pro wrestling on this channel as well. And actually the channel started as a pro wrestling channel. I kind of got into it when I was a kid. And then, I've just followed it throughout my life. But now it's got to the point where we started this channel to really look at, what was happening each week in WWE. And once the opportunity presented itself to then bring UFC onto the channel, then we started doing that. So had this channel been set up as an MMA channel, then I think we could have looked at Bellator and we could have looked at UFC and then maybe sacrificed like some of the pro wrestling stuff. But it's set up as a pro wrestling channel, and it is, I'm not ashamed in saying it is a passion of mine, pro wrestling. I do genuinely enjoy it, and I have my whole life. And there's some really interesting crossovers as well. I mean, like Ken Shamrock obviously competed in WWE. Tyson Fury has been in WWE. Ronda Rousey is in WWE right now. CM Punk went the other way, and it was a disaster. But Brock Lesnar is a former UFC heavyweight champion. So I feel like the two are... there's a lot of crossover. There's a lot of similarities. There's big differences as well. Most notably, one is scripted, one isn't. But yeah, I kind of feel like, unfortunately, Bellator is on at the same night as one of the pro wrestling shows. Actually, the biggest pro wrestling show that we watch. So there's a clash there. It was brilliant because, look, if it was the case that it was pro wrestling on Monday, pro wrestling on Tuesday, and that was it, then yes, we would do Bellator Friday and we would do UFC on Saturday. But sadly, Bellator just clashes with the weekly wrestling show that we do. So I have to just like stay really focused on UFC. I do try and keep an eye on what's happening with like Bellator, but I must admit, because I don't get a chance to watch it, I'm looking at results largely rather than watching the actual shows live themselves. But shout out to you, dude. I hope you are enjoying the world of Bellator. I certainly have got a lot of respect for that promotion. We've got our next fighter making their way down. Tommy is really stepping up, taking a 10-on-1. Is it Tommy that's next? I genuinely don't know who's next. They probably announced it, but I have to have the sound turned down, so I didn't hear it. From Manchester. Oh, it is Fury. Fury. There's Big John as well. Big John's here. Right, we've got Tommy Fury making his way down. So it is the Tommy Fury fight. We've got... Why is he coming out to Myra Ha Ha music? Why is he coming out to that? Oh, okay, is it like Rihanna thing? I think that's Rihanna. I don't like it, to be honest. Right, he's coming down, and here is Big John. Big John just looks unimpressed in the background. Big John's not all for this fancy ring war. He just wants to get in there and hurt people, doesn't he, Big John? I wonder how Tommy Fury is part of, like, the Fury family. It feels like they adopted him, because Tommy Fury is all about, like, do you know what I mean? Looking good, and the girls, and all that kind of stuff. You got Big John Fury, his dad, in the background that just wants to hurt everyone. He just wants to humble everyone. He wants to, unless you're part of his family, there's a good chance that Big John's going to set on you. So, Big John could not be further away from what Tommy Fury is like. But Tommy Fury needs to show that he's got his dad's killer instinct in him. And as we said, the eyes of the world are on this fight right now because Fury needs to show that he is a good, credible boxer and a good opponent for Jake Paul. I'd imagine Jake Paul's got eyes on this at the moment as Tommy Fury steps inside. He's got a lovely black robe on, sparkly black robe, big smile on his face. And, his dad was quoted as saying that he sees shades of Triple G in him. So, I mean, honestly, I understand that dads love their sons and they say some pretty wacky stuff, but I would be stunned if we see any shades of Golovkin in Tommy today. But, yeah, here we go. We've got Tommy Fury in there. This is definitely one that people are going to be interested in. This is one of those fights on the undercard I would imagine the majority of people looked at and went, well, I'm excited for that one. And then all the other fights, people would be like, I don't care about the rest. Probably could have made an argument for this to be, well, it's not for a title, but probably could have made an argument for this to be higher up the card. I suppose, though, if this is kicking off the show proper, if what we've been watching isn't the actual show, I don't know what we've been watching, but we've been watching the show. But maybe it doesn't start yet or something in some places, I don't know. You know what it's like. This is the opening fight, but this is the opening fight of the real card and all this kind of nonsense. Got to tell you, though, Wembley filling up. Starting to see less and less empty seats. People definitely want to see Tommy Fury. Do you, on these long streams, go through the gears, says Matt. Do I go through the gears? I don't think so. I don't think there's really any gears to, like, go through. I think, I don't think so. I mean, I think naturally you just get more excited as you get towards the main fight, don't you? Do you know what I mean? I think as you get to that main fight, I think your enthusiasm, the adrenaline, I think it naturally just ramps things up. But I don't ever think to myself, right, let's get this to fourth now. Let's get to fourth gear now. So, I don't know, maybe there's a bit of naturally going through that, but here we go then. We've got Fury and, I don't know how you pronounce his opponent's name. His opponent is 10-1. I'm not crazy about his opponent. I know his opponent's 10-1. He's the same height as Tommy Fury. It's his toughest test so far, definitely, but I still think this guy is a relative journeyman. Fury in there throwing out a couple of left hands, and Fury said his performance last time was not great. He's getting backed up a little bit by the ropes here, Fury, and into the clinch. And breaking apart. This can go 6 rounds, this one, so we're going to keep an eye on it, of course, and score it as we're going along. But Fury, last time he fought was a little while ago. He was meant to have that fight with Jake Paul in December, and it didn't come off. Swing and a miss there. Got Fury coming forward, jabbing out with nice left-hand jab. Fury in black with silver highlights. His opponent in red, and the jab working really well for Fury at the moment. He's managing to land that. A couple of shots coming in by his opponent. Boshianski, is it? Edging forwards. Yeah. Again, clinching up. They're clinching up quite a bit. There's a bit of a shot to the back of the head there. Yeah, he has got a good height on him. I mean, this is an interesting challenge for Tommy because of the size. Right, half the round gone. Lovely left-hand jab there by Tommy Fury. Again, tries to throw out a jab. Both guys in the center. A couple of quick hands there by Tommy Fury. His opponent's coming forwards. Nice right hand into the clinch. Tommy Fury being driven back a little bit. Again, Tommy keeping his hands up. Nice step backwards there by Tommy Fury. Just creates a bit of space. Body shot coming in, and he tries to dig in a few more shots. Again, the two getting separated. Fury in the center. Oh, that was nice. That was good by Tommy Fury, and you could see his opponent's head getting snapped back there. Yeah, that was good. Couple of jabs coming in as well by Fury. The double jab's really good. We've seen it a few times. Again, trying to throw out a jab and trying to get in as much volume as possible to breaking apart. I would definitely be giving this to Tommy Fury at the moment. Nice jab again into the clinch. He's not getting the... He is doing the overhooks, but it's not being as effective as what you would like to see. When they're in the clinch, his opponent is definitely finding ways through, and I think that's really frustrating for Tommy Fury. Yeah, I think Fury gets that round. Tommy Fury, that is. I think he looked all right in there. I mean, I don't know that it was a wonderful statement that was made in that first round. Will you show the Fury fight this breaking copyright? Mr. Chow asking for 1,000 people at the stream door. Are you watching through ESPN Plus? I'm watching on BT Sport Box Office. Right, we've got both fighters sat in the corner. Tommy Fury taking some advice from his dad. His dad sitting back down. So his dad having a few things to say there. He'll always have things to say. The commentator's saying there, I bet he's wondering who to listen to because he's got his corner shouting at him. He's got his dad shouting at him. But when Big John Fury's shouting at you, Oh, that's a lovely right hand. That's a lovely right hand by Tommy Fury. That's nice, and he's really pouring it on here. Yeah, that was the best punch, and it got through. And actually, his opponent's hands are quite low right now. The underhooks are being applied, which is really good to see in the clinch. So, Tommy Fury getting the underhooks in the clinch. I think that's going to be more effective than what we were seeing with the overhooks. And he's getting through with a few shots there. He's even got him in a headlock momentarily. But referee just saying he doesn't want to see any of that. Tommy Fury enjoying a great first minute to this second round. And a couple of jabs coming in there by Tommy Fury. And again, going to the body. No hooks employed. I do find this clinch work to be very, very sloppy. And again, break apart. Double jabs, working well into the clinch, over hooks. And again, feinting. Nice little feinting work there by Tommy Fury. And again, that's a lovely right hand into the clinch. Once they're in the clinch, look, because he's not got the arms trapped or controlled, his opponent is just getting the odd uppercut through and getting the odd shot in. I feel like there's definite work that can be done in the clinch there with Tommy Fury to breaking apart. Again, he's really, really good, though, with getting these jabs through. And the double jab looks really good by Tommy Fury as well. Footwork looks pretty decent. Much, much better showing from Tommy Fury than the last time we saw him. Jabs coming in, body shot coming in. Nice head movement. And it's good to see him in there with someone his same size, as we said. Referee's telling him, stop grabbing him like this way. Is really giving him a talking to there, the referee. He doesn't like to see that headlock, so... Again, some big shots getting through by Fury, and you could actually see his opponent's legs. I don't know if they buckled or if he just got his footwork a bit wrong, but he definitely got a bit stuck momentarily. We've got Tommy Fury moving forward. Lovely hooks coming in. Jab as well there, left-hand jab. Nicely on his toes, though, his opponent. He's coming right back in. He tries to throw a big overhand right into the clinch. Referee breaking them apart. And Tommy Fury did so well at the start of this. Oh, it's a lovely counter right by Tommy Fury. It does feel like in 6 rounds, there's a chance that he could really put this guy away. There is a chance that he could put this guy away. There is Tyson. Tyson arriving. I don't know if that was earlier. I've got to think that he'll be watching his brother's fight. So, yeah, I don't know if that's live, but Tyson Fury is at Wembley Stadium with his wife. So, Tyson Fury is in the house, which, with around about 2 hours 20 to go, isn't the biggest surprise in the world. But, yeah, so far I would say this is 2 rounds to Tommy Fury. Again, look, Big John shouting some stuff. Big John should be in the corner. There's no point having Big John on the outside of the ring if he's going to keep shouting stuff in. It's lovely, lovely work by Tommy Fury. He's fighting a bum. Yeah, I mean, I don't think the people that his opponent has beaten have been great. His opponent's record of 10-1 looks good. But, I mean, listen, if this guy's beaten nobodies, is it that impressive? But what I would say is this is one of the biggest opponents that Tommy Fury has faced. This is a guy that's got 10 wins under his belt, regardless. And, you know, just being a part of this massive build is great for Tommy Fury. And again, he's looking quite good here. He's certainly putting in a better performance than he did in his last fight. Tommy Fury in the middle. And managing to get a little bit of a flurry through. Referee separating them apart. Both back into the middle. That's a nice jab that gets thrown out. And again, digs into the body. Uppercut comes in, though. He's constantly getting caught with that little uppercut in the clinch. I think there's going to be quite a few things Tommy Fury can get when he watches this fight back. We've got Fury edging forwards. Nice, getting a couple of shots off. 1 minute gone in the third round. We're almost at the halfway point of the fight. Tommy Fury is up 2 rounds. And might be edging this one as well at the moment. We haven't really seen the big shots. That's nice. That's nice. There's a really good flurry by Tommy Fury. And works the body in there as well. It's those moments that give Tommy Fury the edge here. Fury edging forward. Lovely counter, though, by his opponent. But I think just falling short. But Fury, again, is looking and getting his shots through. Nothing with much power there. Just swarming straight down the middle. Feels like he's wore his opponent down because he's really getting through now. Straight down the middle. Great work by Tommy Fury. And into the clinch at the moment. Shots coming into the body as the referee's going to separate them apart. 50-odd seconds to go in round number 3. And Tommy Fury doing a really good job here. Really, really good job. You can question the quality of the opponent, but you can only beat the man that's in front of you. And this is definitely the biggest guy that's been in front of him. And the biggest challenge that he's faced so far. And so far, I would say he's passing it almost with flying colours. Probably needs to get the finish to pass it with flying colours. But he's doing very, very well. And that finish could come because he's got his opponent back up against the ropes. And it really does feel like his opponent has kind of started to wear down now. His opponent bouncing around, trying to get a bit of rhythm back in his feet. But Tommy Fury looking good here. And that's the end of the third. It's another Tommy Fury round. It's another Tommy Fury round. And there we go. There is Tyson Fury watching in the dressing room. So he is watching and enjoying the action. Isaac Lowe in the background as well. Yeah, look, Tyson Fury just sat on a bench, relaxed with Sugar Hill in the background. Tommy can definitely finish this guy, says Timothy. John Fury is there. Yeah, he's definitely there. He's definitely there because he's constantly shouting stuff at Tommy in between the rounds. Some lovely stuff, though, by Tommy. We're just seeing, like, the stuff straight down the middle. I think he's really wore his opponent down, and his opponent's defenses just don't look as sharp as they were earlier in the fight. So, you know, I think 3 rounds has really wore down his opponent, and Tommy Fury is... definitely took those first 3. Here we go. Nice body shot coming in. John Fury sat right at ringside. And nice into the clinch again. They're going to have to try and break them apart, and they do. He has worked very well behind that jab, Tommy Fury. The jab and the double jab has been very successful for him. And then he's been able to follow him with some stuff after. And he's managed to get his opponent up against the ropes. And again, little dig to the body here by Tommy Fury. And again, just a little bit scrappy. I think this is where maybe his opponent is really starting to feel it. And so we're not seeing some like beautiful action like we was before. Nice head movement there by Tommy Fury. Big shots coming in, swinging away. Trying to edge forwards. And there's a bit of damage on the face of Bocianski. Tommy Fury again unloading. And head movement. Oh, Tommy Fury just seemed to get clipped with something there. Bocianski definitely throwing something to try and catch him off guard. Yeah, look, you can see the damage under the eye of Bocianski. Big shot coming in, but up against the ropes. If Tommy could follow up on his jabs, he would knock this guy down. Is UFC Vegas tonight free with ESPN Plus? I think it is on ESPN, yes. So there is a very good chance that you should be able to watch UFC. Tommy taking this round at the moment as well, looking very good here. Yanga, shout out to you, my friend. Tommy Fury in the center, 30-odd seconds left to go. Swing and a miss. Tommy Fury now just starting to stay out the way a little bit. We're starting to see Tommy Fury I think he knows he's got the fight won, but it would be good for him to get the finish. I feel like this guy is definitely there for that. He's got him backed up against the ropes. Big body shot coming in by Tommy Fury. And we are into the final few moments of the round. I mean, honestly, this feels like another round for Tommy Fury. End of the fourth. There's maybe a chance that this is going to go the distance, but you can see the damage on the face of Bocianski. He's got a little mark underneath his eye. Nothing that's going to cause him any problems, but... yeah. Is it Tommy Fury? Tommy Fury, yes. Tyson Fury obviously taking on Dillian Whyte, and that's our main event. That'll be in about 2 hours 20. We are getting closer and closer. We've already been streaming for 2.5 hours we've been streaming. So we are getting closer and closer. But, yeah, at the moment, this is Tommy Fury. And obviously a lot of people interested in this fight. We are going to round number 5. So the interest definitely picking up as we're getting closer. And, you know, those fights that are still to come are really interesting. There's some really good stuff on there. The Isaac Lowe fight in particular, I think, will be a lot of fun. But I think a lot of people want to see, can Tommy Fury stop Bocianski here? Big body shot and going upstairs as well. Bocianski down. He's down, but he was kind of pushed down. I don't know that the ref's going to count this. Yeah, and actually, look, there's blood coming down the side of the face here. A little bit of a word of warning there to Tommy Fury about pushing him down. We are back underway. Blood coming down the side of the face of Bocianski, and that is something that Tommy Fury can really look to exploit now. Oh! God, that right hand! Straight down the middle by Tommy Fury. Bocianski's head snapped back. Tommy Fury looking, and again, trying to throw a nice right hand. Oh, my God, that was good. That was good. Big hook, and he follows it with a lovely uppercut right. Tommy Fury looking for the finish now. Oh, he's got Bocianski in a whole world of trouble. Bocianski grabbing a hold of Tommy Fury. Tommy Fury will win this fight if it goes to points. Now he's just got to see, can he find the finish? He can sense the blood. He can sense the finish. He can sense the stoppage. But he's only got 4.5 minutes to do it. We got one more round after this from Tommy Fury into the clinch, and they're going to be separated. Referee going to pull them apart. We was seeing Bocianski before getting uppercuts in when they were in that clinch, but he's not doing that now. I think now he's kind of leaning into Tommy Fury. I think he's took a lot of damage. As we said, the blood coming down the face. Nice jab coming in. Lovely shot. I do love that little dig that he's got. It's kind of like an uppercut, but... and again, he's all over him. He's got him up against the ropes. 40-odd seconds to go here, and referee separating them apart. Tommy would love to find a finish here. Again, looking for that uppercut, and... oh, big right hand! Big right hand, and Bocianski goes down. He's immediately back up, though. He's immediately back up. Yeah, Bocianski is still in this fight, and the fight will continue, but a huge right hand by Tommy Fury. Fury all over Bocianski. He's got him backed up in the corner. It's good work, this, by Tommy Fury. It's good work. Fury chasing after Bocianski, and it's a much better showing than what we saw from Tommy Fury before. I think the appetite for him and Jake Paul might be there after this. Oh, lovely uppercut by Tommy Fury. Lovely uppercut. Austin 316, shout out to you. Welcome to the community. It's great to have people, new people joining us all the time. So big shout out to Austin 316 as that 5th round is an easy Tommy Fury round. Tommy Fury takes that 5th round. God, that was a lovely shot. Bang! I don't really know how he didn't see some of these shots coming, but in all fairness, I just don't think he's quite 100% right now. Bochiansky has took quite a bit of punishment. And, he was showing signs of being worn down in that 3rd round. We're now in the 6th round. Can he find the finish? He's got 3 minutes to find the finish. If it goes decision, Tommy Fury wins. Only way he loses this is if he gets caught with something. So he needs to be careful to not go chasing too much. But equally, it's there for him. It's there for him. Tommy Fury jabbing out with a left-hand jab. And again, jabbing out with a left-hand jab. Swinging away into underhooks. Love to see it up against the ropes. I would imagine if things are going your way, I'd like to think that things sharpen. Do you know what I mean? Look, if he switches off for a second, John Fury is right there to bring Tommy back on track. Nice uppercut coming in. Good. John Fury's enjoying what he's seeing. Shouting stuff from ringside. Bochiansky up against the ropes as Tommy is unloading. And again, uppercut coming in and swinging away. And again, into the clinch. Bochiansky is just trying to survive this. He's just in survival mode. There's 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go. Tommy Fury has shown that he's got a big shot in his arsenal. He landed one in the last round that put Bochiansky down, but Bochiansky got right back up. Tommy Fury jabbing out. Yeah, and again, lovely uppercut, swinging away. Bochiansky getting backed up a little bit, dropping his hands, and now it's Bochiansky that's grabbing a hold of the head. Referee will have a word with him if he does that again, but we've only got 1 minute 20 odd left. Tommy Fury in the centre, Bochiansky keeping his hands quite low, and what Bochiansky's doing right now is he's keeping his hands low, which is inviting Tommy onto him. He's actually using his head movement and relying on that rather than his defense. What he's doing is, as Tommy is throwing, he's just moving out the way, slipping the shots, and then just grabbing. Bochiansky is ensuring he doesn't get finished by slipping shots and grabbing. So, Tommy has got to try and land one of these shots and not allow Bochiansky. Tommy should maybe try and feint a little bit more. If he feints a little bit more, then Bochiansky might try and slip something that's not actually there. And then he might be able to catch him with something. But either way, it's a good showing. Nice shot coming in there by Tommy Fury. Uppercuts coming in. Good work again by Fury. And 20-odd seconds left here. And they are going to be separated again by the ref. It's getting very scrappy. Very scrappy now. Tommy Fury not able to find that finish, which I think will be a frustration. And it will be a frustration because you can just hear that that's what people are going to be saying is that he didn't find the finish in this fight. But he looked great from the start right till the end. He had him down. It's gone the distance. It's job done. It is what it is. If the Jake Paul fight happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. That's all you can think really. Frank Warren having a few words with Big John. Be really interested to know what Frank Warren thought of that. But I thought that it was a good performance. You don't want to get too carried away by it because, of course, it's a journeyman that he's facing. Do you know what I mean? It's not a world beater. That's not for a world title or far from it. But I think you've got to remember that this kid is still very young. Tommy Fury's only 22. He's only 22. His brother's 11 years older. Like he's got 10, 11 years in this game. Do you know what I mean? So, I think for Tommy Fury, forget the Jake Paul stuff. And I think he has largely. I think just go about your business. Do what you need to do. Keep improving. Take that hard road. Keep facing these kinds of opponents. Keep stepping it up, though. But a good result. Right. It'll be interesting to see what it is, but I think it should be all 6. The ref. 60-54. He does give all 6 rounds. Tommy Fury wins 6 rounds to 0. And there we go. You know, he beats what could be his toughest test so far, a guy that was 10-1. Yeah, look, a guy that hasn't faced, like, big names, you know. It's definitely one that he was expected to win. Tommy Fury was, like, minus 16,000 favourite there. So make no mistake about it, he was definitely favoured to win. But he looked good doing it as well. He hasn't just scraped it. He's won every single round. And there was times where he looked like he might find the finish. Yeah, that's true, actually. And that is 6 solid rounds in the bank. That is a good way of looking at it. 6 solid rounds in front of, I would say Wembley Stadium is around about 1/8 full at the moment. I would say it's around about that. Still many, many empty seats out there, but they're just talking to Tommy Fury. He said he felt good. Tough guy. Jake Paul, he calls out Jake Paul. I must admit, I thought he would have walked away. Not walked away from that, because it's a lot of money, but I think if it happens, it happens. But he calls out Jake Paul, and he says, get the contract signed, you bum. BT Sport just had to censor what he said. Tommy Fury said, you're a bum and you're no good. Let's get this fight sorted and let's get it settled. So he does call out Jake Paul. Jake Paul called out by Tommy Fury. Have a great night. Enjoy the main event. Get the drinks in. She just being asked, are you after a world title? Aim for the sky, Tommy Fury says. Aim for the sky. That world title will come. So, he wants the world title, but he wants Jake Paul first. And he calls him a bum. And says, get that contract signed. Are they empty because it's way before the main event or because they didn't sell? Oh, no, they sold out. I mean, that's been a big part of the build, is the fact that they don't need to do the promotion. Like, both guys have said, we don't need to do the promotional work. That's why they've been having, they've been kind of... It's a bit of a wrong way of looking at it, I suppose, but they've been kind of very formal with each other. And when asked about it, they've been like, well, we've sold out Wembley, so why do we need to care? But I suppose there's still pay-per-views you need to sell, is probably the answer. But no, Wembley is sold out. I think the truth of the matter is this undercard has been criticised. Can't escape it. It has been criticised. I really like parts of this undercard. I like Adelaide. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Adelaide. I like the Tommy Fury, Jake Paul stuff. You know, we watch Jake Paul's fights. So that appeals to me, but it doesn't appeal to everyone. I think Tommy definitely is someone that, people will support because he's Tyson's brother. So I think, that last fight definitely would have got some interest. But, look, how many people are going to care about Isaac Lowe against Nick Ball? I think you've got to be really into boxing to really be bothered by it. But it is going to be a great fight. But we've still got that. We've still got Adelaide to come. We've still got Esserman as well. Truth of the matter is, I think a lot of people looked at this undercard and went, do you know what I mean? I'm going to have a few beers. We'll rock up to the stadium. Ring walks are at 9:15. It's now ring walks are 10:15. It's now 7:45. You've still got 2 hours until Tyson Fury's walking out. So I think people have looked at it and gone, do you know what I mean? I'm going to have some beers. I'm going to have a chat with my friends. I'm not bothered about watching David Adelaide. You know, I'll watch him once he's got a bit more experience. Because all he is right now is a prospect. And he could be a busted prospect. Do you know what I mean? If he ends up losing, he could be a busted prospect. But I've got a lot of time for him. I think he's a good fighter. As I said, he's the main training sparring partner, or one of, for Fury. Actually, they're giving I think this is Adelaide, a little video package on Adelaide right now. He's no pushover for anybody. He will give anybody a good fight, says Tyson Fury. All eyes are on us. He's never had anything of this kind of magnitude. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be big. It'll be big for Adelaide. It'll be... I mean, tonight is a big night for British boxing. All of these fights have got British fighters in. And, you know, it's great experience for them. How many times do you get to perform at Wembley Stadium? I mean, the co-main event tonight was meant to be the main event at York Hall next week. All of a sudden, they get a phone call going, do you want to be the co-main of this? Instead. And, of course, both did. And thankfully, both could make the weight a week earlier than scheduled. So that's why we've got the Esserman fight on now. So, Days, are boxers allowed to do a run-in super punch Roman Reigns style, says British Southpaw Pranks. You're not allowed to, like, hit round the back of the head, are you? But I can't see why you can't come striking down. So I can't say that I've ever seen anyone do it, because it would be a very hard thing to defend against. But yeah, I mean, I can't think of anything in the rules that would prevent you from doing it. LDTV said the Fury family hit every branch falling down the ugly tree. Okay, if anyone from the Fury family, any friends or anything, do watch this stream, I need you to know that those are not my words. Those are the words of LDTV. I think that you are a lovely looking family, and I've got nothing but respect for you. So, yeah, carry on, LDTV. You were saying, mate. They fell down and hit every branch of the ugly tree, while Tommy fell unscathed. But landed on his head. He should have fought Jake. He wanted to. He wanted to fight Jake, but he got injured in December, so he couldn't. And you know, the fight fell through, and so now he's back and he's on this card instead. But contracts were done. I mean, it was all ready to go. They were doing the press conferences and everything. He was ready. I think Tommy really has gone back to basics and really worked on some stuff, and he looked good there. Tommy is a test for Jake Paul. He's a proper boxer who's got proper, you know, double jabs, uppercuts, hook shots. I mean, he's got a lot going for him. Tommy Fury. It's the right fight for Jake Paul to take as well. It really feels like the right fight, because Tommy Fury is one of those rare boxers that's only got 8 wins, but has got a big profile because he was on Love Island. So he's got like this big social media following, and he's starting to, because he's a Fury, he's obviously got the support of the Fury fans as well. So, you know, I mean, you're not gonna find another boxer that's got 8 wins, 8 professional fights, 8 wins, 4 knockouts, and the kind of following that Tommy Fury has got. He really does tick a lot of boxes for Jake Paul. But I must admit, I don't like to see him calling out Jake Paul. I really want him to just go on the path, the correct path for him. And, you know, look, if the Jake Paul fight is there, then great, but I wouldn't think about it, chase it, all that kind of stuff. I think you got to get in the gym. You got to be doing the work. You got to, you know, if it don't happen, it don't happen. Move on to the next thing. His focus shouldn't be the fame, the money. It should be getting that world championship. And I hope it is. I hope that's his focus. You know, this should just be a fun little detour for him. Anyway, that's Tommy Fury. We understandably have spent quite a bit of time talking about it, but we are going to switch to David Adelaide now, who, as we said, is a great fighter. Regular sparring partner with Fury from London. He's got a tattoo of him boxing at Wembley on his arm. He's actually got him and the Wembley Arch and Wembley and him boxing tattooed on his arm, which is really, really cool. He got it done a few years back, and now here he is at Wembley boxing in the ring. It's a pretty cool story. He's been asked about that all throughout the week. Here he is taking on Chris Healy. Chris Healy is 9-8. He's a big guy, Chris Healy. He's come in at 282 pounds. There is 50 pounds between these two. Adelaide came in at 232. Healy's come in at 282. Healy's going to have to drag all of that extra weight around. You can't get too distracted by how people look, because that doesn't really affect their boxing abilities. But what it does affect is their movement. And Adelaide has got a big guy in front of him that he's got to get out of there. Adelaide has got 8 victories. He's called the Chosen One. He lands a hook shot there. Jab coming in. Nice shot to the body as well by Adelaide. Adelaide in white and yellow shorts. And Chris Healy getting in close. Adelaide, as we said, sparring partner of Tyson Fury. So certainly knows what he's doing in there. Dulwich said, as Tommy thought, he has, and he purchased. He won. I was just reading High Flyer said, do I buy this fight or buy a Sting figure tomorrow? So, up to you, dude, innit? Tommy has fought and Tommy has won. Adelaide on the outside. We've got Healy in the centre. Nice shot coming in there by Adelaide. Bit of a uppercut. This can go 8 rounds, this one. So as we're getting closer to that main event, we are just going up with the amount of rounds that we could have. We started the evening with 4 rounds, then 6, now 8. Obviously, the main event will be 12. Jab coming in by Adelaide. Saying that Chris Healy is making this job even easier for Adelaide at the moment. He's not using his lead leg to keep Adelaide kind of as back as he could or as he should. It's a good body shot. Adelaide definitely looking the better fighter here. Healy trying to get some stuff off, but not landing with a great deal. And we've got Adelaide over by the ropes. Lovely counter shot, but Adelaide getting caught a little bit up against the ropes. Adelaide edging forward, swinging away. I'm trying to say, I think Big John's out there. I'm trying to see if Big John's out there. He might not be. He might be backstage with Tommy and Tyson. But I know Big John's got a lot of respect for Adelaide. And there is Tommy. Tommy seeing his brother. And his brother saying, well done, congratulating him. Yeah, it is true. I should imagine that's a bit of a relief to Tyson, you know. Probably would upset him a bit if his brother was to lose, but it was a good showing. And they just showed us Tommy going backstage and Tyson congratulating him. I don't know if Jake Paul has tweeted out. It'd be interesting to know if he has. I mean, he just got called out on a pretty big stage. It's not every day that happens, is it? So, undeniably, he'd be... I'm surprised he wasn't there, actually. It's the kind of thing I'd imagine he would have gone to. Nothing from Jake Paul. Just putting a tweet out about Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor for next week. Madison Square Garden, another big boxing fight that we will be watching. Main event will be about 10:15 or 10:30, says Tall Paul. Main event is going to be coming up, around about that kind of 10 o'clock, 10:15 time. Sometimes these things go a little bit later than planned, but I know they are looking, penciling in ring walks to be at 10:15 because they actually have to be out by 11. So Frank Warren has said that a few times during the build. They need to be out by 11 o'clock. So, they really can't afford to be sticking around inside Wembley any later than that. So 10:30, I think, would be too late. I think you're looking at maybe 10, 10:15 at the very, very latest that will be underway with that fight. Right now, it's coming up to about 10 to 8 here in the UK. And Healy moving forward. That first round was Adelaide for me. And right now, Adelaide throwing in right hand. Good head movement there by Healy. Lovely shot. Big John said that he knew Healy, and he is a tricky little fighter. Say little. He's far from little. 280 odd pounds. Tricky big fighter. Nice uppercut there by Adelaide. Yeah, Adelaide with a nice uppercut that got through. Probably could have done with a little bit more spice on it. But, he has got into the rhythm of the fight now. And, again, he's just teeing off on Healy. Getting through on Healy. Healy moving forwards and into the clinch. Edich said this is going to be a walkover for Tyson. I don't see Dillian Whyte doing anything to upset Tyson Fury, where we are nearly at 3,000 votes. Haven't actually been asking for any likes tonight as well, which is a real mistake. So if you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, drop a like, 'cause it makes a massive, massive difference. And it really, really is appreciated. So if you are watching, drop a like as we're building towards that main event. And as we said, that main event coming up in around about 2 hours' time. Roughly about 2 hours' time. It'd be great if we could smash through like 1,000 likes. We are underway with round number 2 of this Adelaide round, and he is getting through. This is going to be a second round for Adelaide. There was some moments earlier in this round where Healy was just standing in the center. Adelaide just unloading on him and really getting through. End of the round. And it's another Adelaide round for me. Happy St. George's Day. I must admit, St. George's Day doesn't really mean a great deal to me. I mean, I love Britain and the UK and England and all of that, but it's not like St. Patrick's Day, is it? In all fairness, it never feels like... I couldn't even tell you what day of the year it was. Do you know what I mean? Like, you just never really do anything for it. I don't even know if it's been mentioned on this broadcast, actually, that it's St. George's Day today, but... yeah, happy St. George's Day anyway. William said, if I told you I had a dream with you and Austin in it, would you be concerned to learn it was not erotic? No, I would be relieved. I'd be straight up relieved. Hayden said, I don't know, I probably am going to choose Adelaide. Michael said, Tyson round 5. We're in round 3 of this one, and we're about to get underway with round number 3. And as we said, I've got Adelaide up by a couple of rounds. I think he's took both the rounds so far. Whether he's going to find a finish within these 8 rounds, I really don't know. But Adelaide in the middle, jabbing away. Healy covering up. Healy trying to throw. I mean, you got to remember, Healy's got a lot of weight, 280 odd pounds. When he's going to be throwing a shot, that shot's coming with some momentum. So Adelaide does need to be careful, but I think he's managed to get into the rhythm of the fight, and he looked quite good in that second round. Jabs coming in here by Healy. Healy's still being quite competitive, though. He's not getting blown away at all. He's definitely being a good opponent here, a good test for Adelaide. Adelaide looks great, though, in such great physical shape. He looks a little bit like Anthony Joshua and Frank Bruno's love child. Trying to jab away. Lovely uppercut there by Adelaide. I do like it when the camera cuts to like right there and you can really see the action. The one that's a bit further away, you can't quite see if the shots are landing or not. But when we go to ringside, you can really, really get in there, and it's great. Body shot there by Adelaide. Yeah. We're 1.5 minutes gone in this round so far. Jabbing away straight down the middle. Good defense. Again, jabbing away, and Adelaide on the back foot. Trying to throw out a jab. Another little jab. Nice. Straight down the middle. Good work by Adelaide. Oh, that was good. That was good. A lovely straight right by Adelaide. Lovely straight right. It's another round for Adelaide. We've been seeing these kinds of fights all night, to be honest. These kind of fights where it's like every round is going to the same person. We haven't seen that kind of really close fight yet, which I think is what you will get from Isaac Lowe, Nick Ball. I don't know what to expect from the Esserman co-main, to be honest. But, yeah, at the moment, good stuff so far here. And again, a couple of jabs in, knocking back Healy's head. 20-odd seconds to go. Wembley still filling up, as we said. Ledger Killer said, come on, David Adelaide. LDTV said, Big John sighting at Heathrow. Big John is absolutely at Wembley. We saw him at ringside and cheering on Tommy Fury. He won't be anywhere else but Wembley tonight. Yeah, he's really getting through. And we're seeing some damage there on the face of Healy. So all of this work by Adelaide is really building up. He's really getting through. And it's looking really, really good for him right now. William said, please hit like on the stream. I've got one eye, a long neck, and 2 balls at my base. What am I? Whilst you ponder that, click like. I've got a long neck, 2 balls at my base. What am I? Guys, hit like and hopefully we never get the answer to that. We're backstage with Tyson Fury. Good luck, big fella. Tyson Fury said, most importantly, hopefully both fighters get back home to their families. That's what it's all about. He seems to be... He has been a picture of confidence and class. He does seem to be really focused on both fighters getting back to their families and all this. I don't know why he keeps saying stuff like that. I mean, it's a weird thing to be, like, so focused on. I don't know if there's been, like, a tragedy somewhere or, like, you know, I don't know if something's playing on his mind or maybe because this is his last fight. And I think he genuinely believes it's his last fight, that he doesn't want this to go wrong. And this to be the one where, you know, he gets knocked spark out and, you know, there's a problem. Jabs coming in by Adelaide. Adelaide really pouring it on. It seems like he's turned up the intensity here. I think he was probably quite encouraged by that last round, to be honest, Adelaide. Because he was really getting through. 1-2 straight down the middle. Oh, and it's a lovely hook shot. And he snaps back. Oh, the ref has stepped in. The ref has seen enough. The ref doesn't count or anything. He's just like, you're done. Damn, that feels like an early stoppage. That feels a bit like an early stoppage to me. I mean, I know that it was going one way, and I know it was one-way traffic, but I don't know. He didn't even get knocked down or anything. I felt like he was still in there being quite competitive. But Adelaide gets the win, gets the referee seen enough. Calls it off. When is Tetley versus Esserman? That's our co-main, so that's probably going to be more about an hour, I'd imagine. Maybe a little later, hour and 15, something like that. Yeah, he did look good, and he's posing for some pictures, and Healy goes over to congratulate Adelaide's corner. I don't think there's any argument by Healy. definitely got rocked, man, and then punched straight down. Do you know what, actually? It's kind of interesting. When you see it from that angle, you can see that Healy is like he's sort of out on his feet, actually. Felt to me like it was a very quick stoppage, but when you see it from the different angle and you see Healy's eyes rolling back in his head and he's like, yeah. Oh my God, look at that. Oh my God. That's that shot, that massive right hand straight down the middle. I mean, that's the kind of shot that takes your soul out of your body. It was a lovely shot. Lovely, lovely shot. Larry said, I went 0-27 betting last weekend. I was 30-40 before I finally broke out my worst gambling stretch ever. Gotta tell you, man, last weekend I thought was really tough for betting. I mean, I don't actually ever put money down, but I always give my thoughts on who I think's going to win, and I struggled last weekend. I think last weekend was a real difficult one to get a read of, certainly with UFC. So there was people that did well, though, of course. I couldn't get a good read of it. So, yeah, you weren't alone. Ben said, really weird stoppage. I must admit, at first, I thought that it was a very quick stoppage, and I wasn't too keen on it. But having seen a different angle, and you can actually see Healy kind of out on his feet, really. His eyes are in the back of his head, and he's on his feet, but he's just sort of not quite there, and then bang, straight down the middle, and he goes back. You can sort of understand the referee going, nah, he's done. I still feel like it might be a bit quick, but it is what it is, isn't it? It is what it is. It was one-way traffic. I had every round going for Adelaide. It's starting to get a bit darker in Wembley, and them seats are starting to fill up, so things are getting serious. Would you do AEW Forbidden Door every year? How long does it last? Who goes over? Is it going to be like SmackDown Survivor Series? I don't know, but because this is the first time they've ever done it, so they haven't announced if it's going to be every year. So I am going to do it because it's on a Sunday, and that's a good day for us because Saturday nights are crazy busy because, I do want to do boxing on the channel. We have always done boxing, but we only get a chance to do the big fights. But that's fine because we got Fury Whyte this week. We got Serrano, Taylor next week. I think Canelo might be the week after as well. But I don't know. We'll have to have a look and see what we can fit in. I mean, it's not doing streams that's the problem. It's events clashing with other events. It's just... it's Saturday nights are so busy. There's always something to stream on a Saturday night. If there's no UFC, then there's going to be pro wrestling. If there's no pro wrestling, there's boxing. There's always going to be something to do. So, yeah, it's... we are doing Forbidden Door, but as to whether it's a weekly, an annual thing, I have no idea. They haven't announced it. Stoppage did feel early. Does anyone hold the ref to account for those types of decisions? No. It's not something that the ref gets held to. I mean, I would say if it was a bad stoppage, if it was one that everyone was questioning, but actually the commentators on that were saying they felt it was the right time. So something like that, I think, is not going to be too controversial. It felt early to me, but because it was one-way traffic and because he'd just taken some big shots and because from that other camera angle you can see he's out on his feet, I think there's enough there for it to not get questioned. If it was a really horrific, there's no need for him to just stop that fight and it feels like there's something dodgy going on, then I'm sure the various organisations would look into it, but we know that boxing's pretty corrupt. I don't think too many people would be too surprised if there was the odd bad stoppage. In fact, there is the odd bad stoppage. Ref's only job is to protect the fighters. Tyson 12 rounds tonight. 12 rounds tonight. When does the Fury fight start? Fury fight will start in about 2 hours. Roughly. Maybe a whisper less. But as a real rough ballpark, around about that. But we are building towards it. We are getting closer and closer. We've already had Tommy Fury. We just had David Adelaide. And I think most people are probably going to be jumping on right closer to the time, to be honest. I think the undercard has not grabbed people's attention at all. I think people are going to be really tuning in for this one or looking for this one as we get closer to the fight. Make sure you leave a like on the stream. It really is appreciated. We are up to 420. No way. We're up to 420, exactly 420, which is pretty sick. So big shout out to everyone that's dropped a like. It'd be great if we could smash past the 1,000, though. It really does help the stream. It makes a big, big difference to the streamers. Helps other people find it, and be great to have the chat rocking as we're getting to that main event and people getting in their thoughts and their predictions and whatnot. Right now, we've just got a little video package for the main event, so certainly not missing out on anything. Looks like Isaac Lowe is next, though. Isaac Lowe. Now, this should be a barn burner. This should be a lot of fun. This should be 12 rounds as well. This is for the vacant WBC Super Featherweight Championship. Isaac Lowe, who was, I believe, undefeated up until last year, making his way down. And he's quite the character, Isaac Lowe. Quite the character. If you saw the press conference, he was asking his opponent, do you want a chocolate cake after? And all of this. He's the bigger fighter as well. He's coming in as minus 140 favourite. He's very aggressive, but his opponent's already inside the ring, Nick Bull. This could be fight of the night. For this to go to a decision is minus 210. It is expected to go to a decision. Isaac Lowe, 21 wins, 1 defeat. Nick Bull, 14 wins, no defeats. Nick Bull, we don't quite know where he is level-wise. This is a big step up for him. But Bull has stopped 7 of his 14 wins. Nick Lowe is only stopped 6 of his 21. He even admitted at the press conference, I don't claim to be a big puncher. So Isaac Lowe, you're not going to get like big power punches out of. Nick Bull is someone that has got explosive power. I think Nick Bull's really carried himself with class. He's not really been trash talking. He's not really been saying too much. These two at the stare down probably had the juiciest stare down. We saw Isaac Lowe really trash talking. And Nick Bull, that has not engaged in anything, was happily talking back. So felt like things got quite intense between them. Frank Warren just let them talk for a little bit and then ended up separating them apart. But, yeah, this one is probably the fight that's outside of the main event, of course. Got the biggest potential to be fight of the night. And, yeah, something to really look forward to here. Just seeing shots from Wembley from above. Wembley looking really great. There is Nick Bull, 25 years old, 8 stone 13, orthodox fighter, 5'4". As we said, quite small, certainly considerably smaller than Isaac Lowe. Isaac Lowe is a good friend of Fury. When they showed Fury backstage, Isaac Lowe was jumping around in the background. He also fought on the undercard of Fury Wilder and Fury Wilder 2. So this is not the first big stage that Isaac Lowe has been on. As we said, is a good friend of Tyson Fury. Lost his last fight by stoppage. It's going to be interesting to see how he recovers from that. When does Tyson against Whyte start? Tyson against Whyte will be in around about just under 2 hours now. 2 hours maximum. but more likely to be under 2 hours. Right, we've got Isaac Lowe getting his intro, and we will be underway with this one very, very soon. Bonkers says Nick Ball has got this. Touch gloves. Yeah, really could be a cracker. Really looking forward to this one. Here we go. Yep. They both are going to bring it, and that's what you expect from these two, because they are known for both of them with their go-forward style. And this is, no word of a lie, the first competitive fight we've had of the night so far. I think all the other fights have featured quite a few journeymen. Yeah, both guys in the middle. Nice shock to the body there by Ball. Ball really laying it onto Isaac Lowe. Isaac Lowe, I think, would have been expecting that. Nice shots coming in, but nice counters by Lowe. Lowe taking that centre ground. Ball backing up a little bit. Yeah, nice body shot there by Ball. He's obviously getting in quite low on Lowe. Going for the body. Is the smaller fighter as well. Ball back against the ropes. It's really interesting. In a way, I suppose it's a little bit like the main event, just because you've got one guy with the height and reach advantage, the other smaller fighter that needs to get in close. But just done at a much, much smaller level. I mean, these guys are about, what, 10 stone lighter, and around about at least a foot smaller. Ball getting back against the ropes, and Isaac Lowe really starting to get into a rhythm here. Isaac Lowe looking quite good. A couple of jabs coming in by Isaac Lowe as Ball tries to respond. There's some lovely fast movement in there. Great footwork. Love Ball coming in and grabbing into the clinch. Shot coming into the side of the head. See you later for UFC, Justin. See you later. Are you covering the main event? No, we're here. Nice swing and a miss just before. By Nick Ball. Both fighters in the center. We got 50-odd seconds to go. This one, actually, I thought it could go 12. It says 10. So I thought it was 12. I had it listed as being 12, but it's up on screen as being 10 rounds. Back against the ropes, Ball's got 30-odd seconds, and I feel like Lowe might have taken the advantage in this one. Nice left hand going right to the body. Overhand coming in, and a lovely left hook shot there by Ball. It's good. That's good by Ball. I feel like Ball had good moments at the start and at the end. I feel like Lowe's been better in the middle. Body shot coming in by Lowe, and a couple of left-hand jabs into the clinch. Up against the ropes, and referee separates them. End of the round. End of the round. I would probably give that to Lowe. But as we said, this is the first proper, like, competitive fight. Yeah, I would probably give that first round to Lowe. Right, I did see a super chat. Let me read it. If you was at a boxing event, where would you sit? Would you sit up close to feel the blood on your face, or would you sit further back to take it all in? I think I would want to get as close as I possibly could. The problem is, ringside seats are going to cost you, I mean, phenomenal amounts of money. So, actually getting, like, the closer you get, obviously, the more you pay. So, you would always have to balance that, wouldn't you? You'd always have to budget. I'd try and get as close as my budget would allow. Because I think, like, you want to see the little details. Or you want to try and see as much as possible. I mean, I find it hard to see, you know, when they're throwing what's actually landing. I think it's really difficult to know what is actually getting through, what is landing, what isn't. And I think you can really tell that the closer you get. If you oh, lovely uppercut! Isaac Lowe wobbled! Oh my God, Ball's all over him! Ball's really pouring it on! Wow, that's great by Ball! Nick Ball getting some big shots through. Left hook, that was great by Ball. Isaac Lowe didn't go down, but he was rocked. Big overhand right, and again he's getting through. He's hurt Lowe. Nick Ball can sense that he's hurt him. Yeah, Ball is taking this round, no doubt about it. Some big moments in this round, but Lowe has not gone down. Lowe has weathered that storm. Really good, though. Really good. Lovely shot coming back there by Lowe. It feels like the opportunity might have just passed for Ball. It feels like Lowe is back into this fight now. And now Ball's going to have to be a little bit more careful, but God, that was so good. I mean, he's going to get so much encouragement from that. He knows that he can get through. Body shots coming in there by Lowe. Looking for a jab, but you can see a bit of damage on the face of Ball, and Ball's telling him to bring it. This is the most exciting fight we've had so far, and again, some lovely shots getting through by Ball. Lowe is constantly throwing, but how much is actually getting through is questionable, but Ball is doing a great job. I feel like Ball is definitely landing with more of his shots. Yeah, he knows that he can hurt Lowe. He knows that he can get through, and there's a lovely hook there by Ball that just whistled past the chin of Lowe. Oh, he puts him down! He puts him down! It's a lovely shot by Ball! Lowe goes down! Referee counting, and Lowe is back up. But a big knockdown there by Ball. Yeah, I mean, wow, could this be a 10-8? I mean, he's knocked him down, and again, he's all over him. He is all over the place. It's big work. Big work by Ball. Oh, this is so good. This is swing and a miss. Duck underneath by Lowe. They said this was going to be a barn burner. And it's been a barn burner. What a brilliant round. Not if you're Isaac Lowe, but if you are Nick Ball. What a brilliant round. He had Isaac Lowe down. 10-9. I mean, that's 10-8. 10-8 to Ball. It's a beautiful shot that puts him down. It's a beautiful shot. That was nice. That was nice. Yeah, he did. Ball said that he was going to be looking for that finish, but Isaac Lowe said the same as well. Both of them said that they were going to be on the front foot. God, Matt, I tell you that. In the early rounds, he got through with some lovely shots. There was a lovely left hook that he got through with. And really had like Lowe kind of not out on his feet, but stunned him. And then, damn it, man, right at the end, he puts him down. Lowe needed that round to end. He's been able to sit down, refocus. Has the damage been done, though? That's the question. How much damage has Ball been able to do? That's exactly what the commentators are saying. Has that cleared the cobwebs? Has that refocused him? Oh, and again, he's getting through, Ball. But Lowe gets out of there. I think if Lowe did take Ball for granted at any point, he certainly isn't now. He knows that he's in there with a good, tricky fighter. This is for the vacant WBC Silver Featherweight Championship. Both fighters in there, and hook shot there by Ball. Isaac Lowe seems to me like he's throwing a lot and missing with a lot. Coming out with the left-hand jab, coming out with a body shot. He has looked confident into the clinch. There's not much to separate him in this round so far. Blood coming down the nose of Ball. He's trying to measure some big shots. There's big, like, overhands that are coming in. Again, he knocks Low against the ropes. Oh, and he catches him with a lovely left hook. Yeah, Ball with some great... Oh, God, what a boxer. What a great... He is very slick. He's very impressive. He's undefeated as well at 14-0. Nick Ball doing some great work here. And again, another hook shot coming in. Blood coming down from the eye of Isaac Lowe. Blood coming down the side of the face of Isaac Lowe. Isaac Lowe really giving a good account of himself, though, in this round. Hard to separate. Still with a minute to go. Shots coming in, and both guys have got blood coming down their faces. We knew this would be a barn burner. We knew that they would both come forward, and that's exactly what we've seen. Oh, nice shots there by Ball, just coming in and getting some shots off. Body shot there by Lowe. Right hand, he's got Ball covering up against the ropes. Isaac Lowe just getting a bit of a rhythm now. Shot coming in by Ball. I feel like... Oh, lovely big shots here by Ball. I feel like that was a nice moment for him. 18 seconds to go. 12 seconds. I feel like if Ball can land some big here, that blood really coming down from Isaac Lowe. Guys, a tough round to score this one. Really close round. Close round. Who do you think won that one? Let me know in the chat. Which fighter do you think takes that one? I might be tempted to give it to Lowe 10-9, which would actually square this fight up. It feels like Ball is just ahead, if I'm being honest right now, but I think Lowe edged the first, and there's nothing in that third. I mean, you could give it Ball, but if you give it Ball, then Ball's ahead by a couple of points, and maybe he deserves it because of the knockdown. Yeah, that is a nasty cut. That cut right here is really open. That is a nasty cut on Isaac Lowe. Just above the left eye. That is going to be a big problem. That is going to be a big problem. Radionic, shout out to you, my friend. Joshua thinks it's Ball that took that. Honestly, mate, I am not going to argue. I'm not going to argue. I think it's super close on that one. I think both guys had some moments in it. Let's have a look, see how it plays out. I think Ball is definitely looking like the better fighter, and he gets through there. Lovely head movement. And again, shot to the side of the head. Ball needs to make sure that he's staying focused here. A few shots coming in on the guard, and Lowe's corner were jumping up there. They like what they were seeing from Lowe. He was really starting to pour it on. He seems to have upped his aggression a little bit here, Lowe. He's got to watch those counters, though. Lovely body shot there by Ball. Looking for uppercut and little dig on the chin there by Ball. Good head movement by Lowe. Into the clinch by both fighters to separate him. That cut is busted, man. It's busted open. It's wide open. That blood pouring down Isaac Lowe's face. It's got to be obscuring his vision. It's got to be. But Lowe's got Ball back against the ropes. Ball reverses. And big shots coming in by Lowe. Yeah, lovely uppercut. Big shots coming in, though, by both guys. Ball back against the ropes. Yeah, it is all or nothing for Isaac Lowe. He's really going for it. I think it's going to be hard to see him last in 6 rounds with the cut that bad, to be honest. It is a lovely contest, this. Isaac Lowe really going for it. I think Isaac Lowe feels like he's going to need to get a finish here because his vision is going to be obscured. That blood is just going to pour into his eye. Lovely shot to the body there by Isaac Lowe. Again, shots coming in. Bell swinging away. Good by Ball. Again, getting through. Right on the head. But Isaac Lowe's the one that's in control at the moment. Into the clinch. We've got 40-odd seconds left in the round. Again, another really, really close round. Really close round. But Ball has got Isaac Lowe back. Referee looking to separate them. Isaac Lowe edging forwards. Swing and a miss. Lovely shots coming in by Ball. There is blood everywhere. Everywhere. All over the shorts of Isaac Lowe. Isaac Lowe doing quite well in this round, but Ball is really sticking with him. And referee's going to separate them. We're into the final few seconds, and that's the end of that round. Let me know in the chat which way you think it went. I think it's super, super close again. I think it's super close again. I thought there were some real good moments there by Isaac Lowe, and I thought that Ball had some great moments as well. I think if this fight was to end right now, you would give it to Ball. So I'm going to give that round to Ball. Yeah, there was some good stuff from Lowe. I think if this fight ended now, I think Ball wins the fight. So right now, I've got Ball ahead by 1 point. I've got Lowe winning 2 rounds, Ball winning 2 rounds, but one of those rounds was 10-8 for Ball. The cut came as an accidental headbutt. Just seeing scenes of people making their way down. Referee wants to have a look at the damage above the eye. The doctor coming in, having a little look. Doctor just asking, can you see? When your vision is impaired, that is when you need to tell the ref. So the doctor said when your vision is impaired, that's when you need to tell the ref. But to be honest, he ain't going to be telling the ref, is he? He's going to stay in there and fight as long as he can. So, right, we are underway. Shots coming in by Ball. Ball getting a couple of shots in early. Lovely little uppercut coming in as Lowe gets some body shots in. So really, really close fight. I've got Ball ahead by 1. Lovely shot there. Hook shot by Ball. This can go 10 rounds. This is round number 5. Need to change this, actually. Yeah, lovely. Into the middle, and they're really exchanging. It's a great little fight. It's a great little fight, this is. If you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, drop a like on the stream. It really is appreciated as we're building towards Tyson Fury and Dillian Whyte. That fight coming up in about an hour and 15 minutes. Honestly, not that far away. Not that far away. About an hour and 15 minutes. We've got, I think, one more fight after this. I think the Esserman fight is on after this, and that is it. Then we are at our main event. We've already had quite a lot of the undercards. Swinging away and Ball getting backed up against the ropes. Yeah, Nick Ball has definitely got the power and is swinging away. Halfway through this round, body shots. A lot of clinching here. Yeah, Nick Ball starting to come back and into this and looking quite good. Nothing too clean, though. Nothing to get too overly excited about at the moment. Swing and a miss there by Ball as we're seeing Lowe. Oh, that were nice. 1-2 straight down the middle. Nice shots coming in by Ball. This is great work by Ball. I feel like Ball is edging this round. Getting the two separated here as shots coming in by Lowe. Ball having a little look at the moment. Nice shots coming in by Ball, but into the clinch. into the clinch, and the two being separated. Uppercut there by Ball. Smile on his face as Lowe is moving forwards. Ball swing and a miss, and uppercut coming in. Again, another shot coming in as Ball moves to the sides. Good work so far by Ball as Lowe is edging forwards. Nice shot there by Ball, and again he's managed to get Lowe backed up. But it's honestly, both fighters just getting little flurries. I'm going to give that to Ball. I got Ball up by 2. Ball up by 2 at the halfway point. Which, considering the big moments have really been to Ball, I feel is fair. Isaac Lowe is not a million miles out of this, though. It's not like he's losing every round here. I definitely give him a couple of rounds. I think that eye is going to be a problem, though. I think it's going to be a problem. Hayden said, if you just arrived in the chat, drop a like. It helps the channel. It massively does. Big shout out to Hayden. A big shout out to everyone joining us. We're almost at 500 likes. We're almost at 500 here. So we're trying to smash past 1,000. So if you have just joined us, make sure that you are leaving a like, 'cause it really is appreciated. So, sneaking up on 500. I absolutely should have been asking earlier. But either way, doesn't matter. We are into round number 6. And here we go. I'd like to see the commentator scorecards. But we haven't seen that yet. Nice couple of jabs coming in by Ball. Isaac Lowe coming in. He's got Ball up against the ropes. Some body shots coming in here by Isaac Lowe. And referee separating them straight down the middle, but only on the guards. Again, he's got Ball up against the ropes, and it's good work. Lovely counter shots there by Ball. Ball doesn't want to be sticking on the ropes too long, taking that kind of punishment. Swinging away, Isaac Lowe swinging back. Isaac Lowe showing that he's got a great heart. I mean, he's been hurt early in this fight. Blood pouring down his face after an accidental clash of heads. And, yeah, we are seeing the fact that he is digging in here. Again, breaking apart. Lowe coming in. Uppercut. Oh, it felt like Ball had an opening. I don't think he really capitalized on it. For a moment there, he had Isaac Lowe, who just seemed to get a little bit lost with where he was. And Ball really could have got some shots through. Again, jab coming in by Lowe. Ball looking to throw something into the clinch. They go. Shots coming in by Lowe. Oh, lovely uppercut by Ball. That is a lovely uppercut, and you could see it snap Lowe's head back. And over in the corner goes Lowe. Oh, big shot! Big shot by Ball! And has a towel come in? I think the towel has come in, and Ball has won it. Ball has won it. A towel gets thrown in from the corner. There must have been concern about that eye. But Nick Ball has got it done. He's got it won. Yeah, I mean, it is true. Isaac Lowe got hurt, and then he sort of turned. And he sort of turned over to the corner, and Nick Ball, bang, just really unloaded. And as he had, I don't know what caused Nick Lowe to go over to the corner and turn, but he sort of gave up. Well, not really gave up. That's not a fair reflection of what happened. He sort of like found himself having to defend. And caught a cower. He sort of cowered in the corner. He sort of like had to go to the corner and try and cover up. But Ball was like getting through with shots, and we're just going to see a replay here. So over by the ropes. Oh, he gets thrown into the corner, and then, yeah, I don't know what it is. He sort of gets thrown over to the corner, and he sort of goes into the ropes and stops. There's like a second there where he stops, and it allows Ball to come round, get a lovely left shot into the side of the head. And right then you've got Lowe just sort of like cowering over by the corner. Yeah, look at this by Ball. I mean, he is there for ages. It allows Ball to really telegraph that shot. It's a weird finish to this fight. Weird little finish, and the towel gets thrown in by Lowe's corner. Either way, we thought it was going to be one of the best fights on the cards. I think the main event could beat it, but it was great. It's the best fight we've seen so far by a country mile. They're saying that they thought the referee might have stepped in there. That's a big win. Big win for Nick Ball. Actually, Lowe said if he didn't win this, then he might have to think about his boxing right for him. That's 2 losses in a row for Isaac Lowe. That's going to sting, man. It's going to sting. This is going to really hurt. Nick Ball gets it done. That belt is put over his shoulder. There we go. Well done to him. So, yeah, Nick Ball, a brilliant performance. Very, very interesting performance from Lowe. Yeah, his fitness looked very, very good. They're saying, actually, if you look at that fight, Isaac Lowe is in and around that Fury camp, and it just shows the conditioning, the heart and everything. I mean, it does bode well for later for Tyson Fury, if that's the kind of condition he's going to be coming in at, and you've got to be thinking it is. Fury is going to dismantle this guy, says Femi. Hello to Screen Variety. I hope everyone is excited. I hope everyone is well. We've got our co-main event coming up. Might be coming up in about 20-odd minutes' time. But, yeah, we've got a little bit of time till we get to that co-main event. That co-main event is going to be British welterweight, IBF European, and Commonwealth Championships. Echo Esserman 16-0, taking on Darren Tetley. Esserman is like minus 2,000, so it's going to be quite wide. Esserman's expected to win that one. That last fight was really, really close, and actually it's the underdog that won. Nick Ball was plus 105, so if you put 100 down, you would get your 100 back and £105. You would have to bet 140 to get 100 back for if you went with Isaac Lowe there. So the underdog, slight underdog, getting the job done. This undercard is awful, said Zulk. I am back. Where is the point with the face without a good heel? We've had 3,642 votes. 3,642 votes. Let's have a look, see where we are with that. Tyson Fury, 84%. We said this earlier, that... we said that we don't expect much movement on the poll. 84% is where we are with that. When you're fighting, you're just in the zone. You're 15-0 now. I've always had confidence. Right. He said he's on the rise. Great work by Nick Ball. I mean, that's a big, big win for him. It's a big, big win. British Soundball Prank said, I'm impressed with Ball. Didn't look much at first glance, but a very skilled boxer. Slick and Pranks, shout out to you. So we are getting closer to the main event. It's so weird having this main event so early. I'm so used to, like, you know, the build being in the middle of the night and all of that. Like, it is very, very strange it being at this time. But we are at ringside. California Love, shout out to you. Pop the kettle on for some Tetley tea. Just having a look at Joseph Parker, who's been training a lot with Tyson Fury. So, Parker against Joe Joyce. So, Joe Joyce is an unbeaten heavyweight contender. Great, massive prospect. Taking on Joseph Parker. Frank Warren announcing that fight's going to be happening sometime later this year. Should be a fun little fight, that one, actually. This Tetley fight was meant to headline York next Friday, but it's been moved to tonight. That is correct. Bayern Munich are Bundesliga champions. Well done to them. Fury is not going to get up when he hits the canvas, says Daniel. Jump Gang said Whyte will beat Parker. Whyte won't beat. Whyte's not facing Parker. I mean, maybe that's a fight for the future. But Joe Joyce and Joseph Parker are going to be going up against each other. That's what Frank Warren's just announcing here. So that'll be a fun one. Might as well use this platform to promote some future fights that are coming up. Law said, I'm a Fury fan, but tonight I want Whyte to win. Why, Law? If you're a Fury fan, why tonight do you want Whyte? Is it because this could be Fury's last fight? He does seem to be quite adamant on that point, in all fairness. So we've been talking quite a bit about that throughout the evening. Parker versus Joyce, I'm down. I'm saying Whyte has already beaten Parker. Oh. I'm trying not to be taken down. I am so shocked people think there's a slight chance that Fury loses. I promise there's no chance. No chance in hell, said Dortnight. Right. So we are building towards our co-main event of the evening. Again, if you are joining us, share your thoughts. Who do you think's going to be winning? Put it in the chat. Leave 100. It would be great if we could knock that up a little bit more. I fully appreciate a lot of people aren't going to be jumping in for another hour or so. We are still an hour away from the main event. But okay, they're talking. What are they doing? They're talking about tonight's event. We've got a guy in the ring, and Wembley is looking pretty good right now. Jellyhead said, dreadful undercard, shocking. Kehan said, unfortunately, Whyte isn't going to win. Jump Gang said, people are overlooking Whyte for sure, underestimating him very much. Daniel said, it's heavyweight boxing. Anyone can lose from a single punch. Vladimir Klitschko? Vladimir Klitschko? Talking to the world from the Ukraine. The challenges we're facing every day are the greatest of our lives. All your help is needed. For the brothers, fathers, mothers of the Ukraine. And Ukrainian flag shown on screen. That's nice. Okay, so we are moving on to our co-main event right now. Here is Tetley. Tetley getting a nice little touch. Have you seen Batman yet? No. Daniel said the Ukrainian war is staged. It's not staged. Jump Gang said, I expect Fury to find a way as always, but I really wouldn't be surprised at all if Whyte pulls it off. Recon said, Fury has got a great poker face when he gets hit by a big shot. Ryan says, has Mama Days ever walked in on you while streaming? Yeah, actually. A couple of times. There's a couple of fridges that are down here. So there's a few bits and bobs that... and actually, my brother's walked into the room whilst I've been streaming as well. So, because we've got actually a bar over there. There's a bar that's a very well-stocked bar. Which is weird, because there's no big drinkers in my family. But we've got a bar, and it's got, like, full of beer, spirits, loads of stuff. But no one ever touches it. So, but whenever my brother's over, he does tend to have the odd little bit. M. Kern said, Gypsy King, he never looked like a prototypical heavyweight, but he sure hits like one. I feel fresh just being name dropped, says Kian. I don't believe what I see on TV, says Jellyheads. Well, you should, dude, because there's a boxing match that is actually happening in London right now. And we are seeing the fighters coming out. Here is Esserman. Right. What time does it start, says Max? Well, I mean, this is the co-main event. We are building our way towards... we are building our way towards the main event. Right, so we've got Esserman making his way down. Tyson, all the way. Let's go. Right. It is a shame that the Ukrainian message has now brought out, like, all the idiots. I think that is a shame. 100% stand with the Ukraine and what they're going through at the moment. So, yeah. If you want to share an opposing view, then I recommend you do that elsewhere. Because what they're going through at the moment is horrific. And I think it's really nice that they were given this platform. Which has gone out around the world. And the world, you know, will be watching this, one of the biggest boxing events in the world. And a little bit of time given over to Klitschko to share a message in the Ukrainian flag shown. I thought it was a really nice touch. I didn't really think about it, actually, but I'm glad they did give them that moment. So, really good. Right, co-main event time, and we've got both fighters inside the ring. This, as we said, is for a few championships. This British welterweight, IBF European, and Commonwealth championships. This is Esserman, who is from Nottingham. He is making his second defense, and he's coming in at 146 pounds. He's taken on Darren Tetley, who has got 21 wins, 9 by stoppage. He's 145 pounds. He's southpaw. He can be a little bit awkward. He's also lost 2 of his last 3. So it is worth mentioning that, you know, this is Well, it's not going to be easy, but definitely Esserman is coming in as a firm favourite here. So, as we said, he comes in at minus 2,000, which means you would need to put down like $2,000 to get $100 back. In regards to Darren Tetley, he's coming in at plus 725. That means that if you put $100 down, you would actually get $725 back if Tetley wins this. So, yeah, the book is very much with Esserman. Esserman just getting his intro right now. Esserman undefeated. British, Commonwealth, and IBF European champion, as we said. So he's got a very good resume. The belt's just being shown. This is our co-main event of the evening. And as soon as we're done with this, we will be going over to the main event. Tyson Fury against Dillian Whyte. Right, here we go. About to get underway with round number 1 of our co-main event. Protect yourself at all time. No punches round the back of the head. Meant to be the main event for next weekend, as has been mentioned. It was moved over last minute, but not quite last minute, because as we said, they were planning for this fight anyway. Big stage, though. I mean, there's a hell of a difference between main event in York Hall and being the co-main at Wembley Stadium. Here we go. So, right, we are underway. We've got Esserman. Who is in black shorts. We've got Tetley, who is in blue and yellow. Couple of jabs coming in and shot to the body there by Esserman. Nice shot coming in by Tetley. Nice shots coming in by Tetley. Esserman just trying to get into a rhythm here. You can sense the buzz. You can feel that it's all building. It's pretty good. Back of the head is sensitive, says Recom. Right, we've got Esserman edging forward. We've had a minute so far. Neither guy's really made a mark on this yet. As we said, we're probably about an hour. Away from the start of our main event. Nice swing and a miss there by Esserman. Nice jab coming in. Body shots coming in by Esserman. Shot to the side of the body and to the side of the head. Two being separated apart. And a couple of jabs coming in by Esserman. This thing hasn't really got going yet. They're just kind of jabbing away, just trying to establish themselves. That's a nice left hand there by Tetley. Body shot coming in there by Esserman. Nice overhand right. Jab to the body by Esserman. Lovely head movement. Lovely slip of a shot coming in. As Tetley drives Esserman up against the ropes. Right hand jab coming in by Esserman. And again, swing and a miss. Tetley's going to be difficult. Tetley's a good fighter. He's got a record of 21-2. As we said, he has, though, picked up those couple of losses in his most recent fights. Tetley edging forward. Esserman feinting. Couple of shots there by Tetley, but they swing and a miss. Body shot coming in by Esserman into the clinch. Into the clinch and shot coming into the side of the head. We are getting down to the final few seconds of this round. Again, little uppercuts coming in and the two break apart. Ariel Hawani has just sent a tweet out. Ariel Hawani says, I asked Jake Paul what he thought of Tommy Fury's win tonight. This is what he responded. Congrats on being a 10-1, beating a 10-1 fighter, but that stadium was empty. When I fight, the stadium is full. When Tommy fights, no one cares. It's not quite how he worded it. And that's in his home country. Let's see how an Anderson Silva event does. So that's what Jake Paul has said. Well done on beating a 10-1 fighter, but when you fought, there was no one there. So let's see how the Anderson Silva event does. Honestly, Anderson Silva's striking is so good. Well, I don't know when Anderson Silva fights, actually, but I'd really like to watch that Anderson Silva fight. It's not something that I've actually accommodated for. So that's what Jake Paul has responded in regards to what happened earlier with Tommy Fury into the clinch. The two breaking apart. Nice shot coming in by Esserman. Esserman taking that first round for me, by the way. So, Esserman taking round 1. We're 30 seconds into round 2. Nice head movement there by Esserman, trying to drive forward. You've got Tetley on the back foot a little bit. Tyson is going to win without doubt. Esserman firing in a nice shot. We've got... body shot coming in there by Esserman on Tetley. Nice shots coming in. It is true, he did only get 65,000 buys last time. That is true. So, you know, there can be excuses that get made here. Into the clinch, body shot coming in by Esserman. If you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, drop a like. We are at 526. So, as we said, we're trying to get that to 1,000. Esserman edging forward, trying to jab away. Lovely shots coming in, swinging away. These two standing in the center, but good head movement by Esserman. Esserman standing his ground in the middle, and he's trying to get some stuff through. It's been quite cagey, this one, but I would say Esserman's taken this round again as well. Saying that Esserman needs to get in a little bit closer because he's a little bit far out at the moment. Jabbing away, body shot coming in. Nice strike to the side of the head. Oh, that's a good hearty jab there by Esserman. Body shots coming in by Esserman. Little uppercut coming in as well. Jake Paul is an entertainer, says Recom. Yeah, I mean, it is true. I mean, he shouldn't really need to worry about how many people were inside the stadium at the time. Because he was on so much earlier than Tyson, like, I don't think people are going to get into their seats to watch Tommy and then go back out again to go and get drinks and refreshments and everything. So, I don't know. It's all just seems like excuses, to be honest. I don't know that Jake Paul watched that and was scared. I'm not saying that, but... don't know, man. Jake Paul is making so many contradictory noises. Do you know what I mean? He's saying that he wants to improve as a boxer and be a world champion, but then equally, you know, something like how many people are in the stadium bothers him. Shouldn't he be looking at the fact that Tommy Fury just looked pretty good in that fight and looks like a legit boxer? There have been bigger attendances in Mexico and the US, but they said you can count them on one hand. This is one of the all-time biggest boxing events right now. William said Fury fight is after this fight. Focus Daily said Esserman is good. I can see that he will win this one. Right, we've got Esserman in the centre, and we've got Tetley on the outside. Couple of shots coming in by Tetley. Nice jab coming in by Esserman. Esserman winning probably, but Tetley holding his own. I agree with that. Tetley's, I mean, this is not a destruction or anything along those lines. Esserman edging forward, firing off a few shots. Body shot coming in there by Esserman. Nice managing to connect on the head there by Esserman. Esserman firing in good left hand and big shot to the body there by Tetley. Tetley, good. I love these shots though by Esserman up top. He's really getting some success there. Tetley with a few shots to the body. Tetley seemed to just like try and go for a little bit of a headbutt there, but swing and a miss by Esserman. This one can go 12 rounds, by the way. This one can go 12 rounds. The clock on the wall says that it is time. Tarek, hello. Shout out to you. What time is Tyson against Whyte? Maybe in about an hour, probably just under. Ring walks are expected in about 45 minutes' time. Ring walks expected in about 45 minutes' time. So we are building towards that. Again, if you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, drop a like. It makes a big difference. We're at 5-4-3. 5-4-3, and we are continuing to build as we build towards that big main event. This is the co-main event right now. Co-main event on at the moment. Esserman against Tetley. Not the most gripping of fights, I'm not going to lie. But both fighters still quite close. Still quite close. Certainly far from a bad fight. But I think we were just spoilt with that Isaac Lowe fight, which I think was a lot of fun. This has been a better round by Tetley. I do still think this is quite close. I mean, Esserman just can't quite get into a rhythm and can't quite get in enough shots to cause too many problems. When he does get in close, Tetley's there to just grab and frustrate. We are almost at the end of this round. Swing and a miss. I'm going to give that to Tetley just because I feel like this fight is close. And I don't think that Esserman is running away with this at all. So I feel like 2 rounds to 1 to Esserman is a fair reflection of where this fight is. So 2 rounds to 1 to Esserman. In regards to the poll that we've got, we're over 4,000 votes right now. And we've got 84% to Tyson Fury, 12% to Dillian Whyte, 4% is a draw. Main event is next. It is, Jamie reckons, 3-0 or 2-1 to Esserman. These fights are usually in the middle of the night. Jamie said Tetley might have won that last round. Right, here we go. We are underway with round number 4. So we've got Tetley in there with Esserman. As we said, quite a close little contest. I think I can't be the only one whose mind is starting to drift over to the main event. I do feel more distracted during this one than I have during previous fights, just because we are getting closer to Tyson Fury against Dillian Whyte. And that is the big one. And as we said, it could be the final time that we see Tyson Fury inside a boxing ring. Nice jab coming in there by Tetley. Esserman trying to throw in a couple of shots. Goes into the body, but gets grabbed by Tetley. Driven back against the ropes. It is hard for Esserman to get in close to Tetley at the moment. Legend Killer, hello. Shout out to you. Hope you are well. Acorn says polls don't mean anything. They don't. It's just an interesting read of what people are thinking right now. I mean, clearly it doesn't have any bearing on the actual fight, but it's interesting to know. I think I'm not surprised people thought that Tyson Fury, but it's always interesting to know what that percentage is. And a poll that's got over 4,000 votes on it is a good sample size, as we said. I reckon as soon as you get over 200 votes, you can get a good enough sample size. We've had 50-odd thousand votes, and it's no different to when you've had like 500. Both fighters in the centre. Esserman moving forward, trying to get a few big shots off. Good head movement by Esserman. And nice, good connection there by Esserman. 1 minute left in round number 4. People wanting to know, when is Fury Whyte? It's coming up next. It's coming up next. There's obviously going to be a little bit of a break between this and the next one, but Esserman coming in, but a lovely shot there by Tetley. Body shot coming in by Esserman. Jab coming in by Tetley. Esserman edging forwards. He's got Tetley backed up against the ropes. They're saying this is going to be a real tricky one for the judges because it's really hard to score who's picking up each round. It is true, neither guy has been able to get enough of a foothold in. I do like Esserman's shots, though. I do find his shots to be the cleaner. Good head movement here by Tetley. And end of the rounds. I would probably give that to Esserman. I really think that Esserman is winning this fight. But there we're seeing inside Tyson Fury's changing room. We're seeing inside Dillian Whyte's changing room as well. Tyson Fury looking quite relaxed. I don't know if has he got his gloves on? His hands are wrapped. He doesn't have the gloves on yet. So gloves are not on yet for Tyson Fury. Yeah, I mean, Tyson Fury looking as relaxed as you would imagine. Looking as relaxed as ever. It is going to be live. This is close. Jamie thinks it could be 2-2. Votes continuing to come in. D said he can't retire. I really want to see Joshua Fury before he retires. Right, here we go. We are back underway. Are you doing UFC tonight? We are. I can't guarantee that it will be like exactly on time as it usually is. Our focus is obviously here with the boxing. They have to be out by 11 o'clock though, which is the scheduled start time for UFC. But actually, UFC has lost a fight tonight, so or has lost a fight like this week, so their start time might have been pushed back. Just having a look. Yeah, it's saying that their start time is 11, so we might miss a fight. But yes, we are doing UFC. Who have you got out of Fury or Whyte? I am leaning to Fury. This is better by Esserman here. He's really starting to pull ahead. This is better by Esserman and really starting to unload. Tetley keeping it tight, keeping covered up. Esserman digging in some big body shots. Yeah, he's really starting to make some moves here. Up against the ropes goes Esserman. Jab coming in there by Esserman. Good work so far. Come on, Esserman. Great stage for him to show what he can do, says Chris. He's doing much better now. He's doing much better. Yeah, I'm thinking Tyson Fury, and I'm thinking Fury in the kind of round 7 to 8 area. By stoppage, I think he'll need a little bit of time. just to get into the rhythm of the fight. I think that Dillian Whyte's going to constantly try and come in. I think Fury will jab and keep him at bay. I think when he does get in close, he'll lean on him and wear him down. I think as the rounds go by, the jabs, the lean in, it's all going to wear Dillian Whyte down. And then he should be there in the middle to late rounds. And we know that even if Dillian Whyte lands something, Fury's got a hell of a chin on him. Lovely shots coming in here by Tetley, but he was down, struggling in the early stages of this round. Referee going to look to separate them. Tetley really looking to get back into this. It is a good finish to the round by Tetley. I feel like this is a Esserman round. They're saying sometimes you can get a strong finish to a round, and that might just influence the judges, but to be honest, I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't think that will have influenced too many judges. I thought the start was really strong there by Esserman. Days, aren't you sure you don't want to do the Chelsea game? It's one of the best matches. Our next one is Liverpool against Everton, and I don't even know. That might be. I don't even know if that's the only one that's on tomorrow or not. To be honest, the thing we've got is that the UFC is a late one tonight. I don't think it even starts till like 2 or 3. By the time it finishes, you're pushing potentially 6 o'clock. So, yeah, it's going to be, and that's after starting, you know, it's going to be around 13 hours of streamage. Probably 12, all things in told, but. Right, we are underway with Esserman and Tetley, round number 6. I've got it 4-1 to Esserman, but to be honest, it's probably 4-2. There might be a round in there that you could give. A lot of these rounds are very, very close. But I really feel like if you was to stop the fight now, I feel like Esserman has been the better fighter. Esserman on the front foot, trying to get through, throwing in a few jabs, swing and a miss there by Esserman into the clinch. And referee separating the fighters. We've got Esserman coming forwards. Nice shots coming in. Again, into the clinch, gets backed against the ropes. British Southboard Prank said these two are not landing many punches. There's a lack of power shots. Edward said, if I was Jake, I would take the Tommy fight. It's the right fight, and he would get him known in the boxing scene. Oh, I think Jake's known in the boxing scene. I don't think Jake is a stranger in that market. I think boxing fans will already have a good idea as to who he is and what they think of him. He does look to be fading here, Tetley, to me. Esserman throwing in nice body shot, swinging away. But falling short with some of those. Wembley is full. You can hear like a buzz where people are chatting away. Into the clinch, side to the body. Let's go, Esserman, says Hayden. Into the body goes Esserman, swinging away from side to side. And again, shot to the side of the face there by Esserman. And he's getting through again into the clinch. 50-odd seconds left to go. Esserman having a little look. Lovely right hand straight down the middle. Tetley trying to find some in response, but I'm just not seeing the volume coming back by Tetley. Yeah, with 30 seconds to go. Good head movement there by Esserman. Uppercut just lands on the defense there of Esserman. Nice shot coming in. Body shot coming in. Shot to the side of the head there by Esserman and Tetley. They get separated apart. Yep. They're saying styles make fights, but they can also lead to contests like this where they are just cancelling each other out. It's not the most exciting of fights. I'm sure you can judge that. The crowd are far from the edge of their seats on this one. God, I don't know. I really feel like that's another one for Esserman. I want to watch the Tyson Fury match, says Adam. Is Tommy Fury not fighting? He's already fought and he won. Yep. Not been great, this one, says Thomas. 50/50 says, leave a like on the stream. Yeah, we're at 581 right now. That's jumped up a lot, actually. So if you are watching and excited for Fury and Whyte, leave a like on the stream. It really is appreciated, and we're trying to get to 1,000, and we're well on the road to that, actually. As we get to round number 7, this is the co-main event. This is the co-main event. Shots coming in by both fighters. We are probably about half an hour away from the ring walks. Might be 40 minutes or so, but it can't be much later than that because they have to be out of this stadium, or at least have this event ended by 11. So that's why, like, you know, the co-main is right now. So it is not going to be long until we get to Fury against Dillian Whyte. It's not going to be long at all. Echo Esserman swinging away. Esserman edging forward. We've got into clinch, shot to the side of the body. Referee going to separate these two apart. Jab coming in there by... nice shots coming in there by Esserman. Jab coming in by Tetley. Shot to the side of the body. Esserman again trying to unload. 50/50, shout out to you. George says, what was the Tommy Fury result? Went all 6 rounds. Tommy Fury looked good. He managed to knock his opponent down, but he got straight back up. And, I thought he looked quite good. We've already heard from Jake Paul. And Jake Paul has said, well done for beating a 10-1 fighter. But when you fought, there was no one in that stadium. It was an empty stadium. Let's see what Anderson Silva looks like. So, you know, Jake Paul is seemingly more bothered about how many people were actually in the stadium during the time rather than what Tommy Fury actually looked like in the boxing ring. This is what I'm saying. Like, Jake Paul, it doesn't make any sense. Like, he keeps saying that he wants to be a world champion and he wants to be, you know, treating boxing with respect. You've got a good boxer there. And he's more interested in how many people were in the stadium at the time. Shots coming in by Esserman is really getting a few shots through. And Tetley, yeah, uppercut coming in. That's a lovely little hook shot. Shot to the side of the body there by Tetley. This, honestly, now this to me feels like one-way traffic with Esserman just picking round after round after round. Yeah. We are getting towards the end of this round. I've got it as another Esserman round. Swing and a miss. There we go. End of the round. Rio Ferdinand is backstage. Rio Ferdinand is in one of the boxes at Wembley. Rio Ferdinand, former England defender, said that he is picking Tyson Fury to get the job done tonight. Alex said, I think Tyson will probably get hurt and the match will end in a stoppage. This will mean that he'll have to fight again to fix the poor fight. Jamie has got it 5-2 to Esserman. California Love, shout out to you. Will said, who do you think's winning? I've got no doubt Esserman is winning this fight. I've got no doubt. I think the early rounds are very, very close, and you can actually make a bit of an argument for those first rounds. But what I would say is after 3 rounds, 2-1 Esserman felt fair to me. But right now, I just the past few rounds, I can't make an argument for giving the past few rounds to Tetley. So I've got Esserman comfortably ahead. But you never know. I mean, boxing, you just don't know. People are obviously scoring it their own way. You never quite know what the judges are seeing. Esserman is finding more of a rhythm and getting through with a few hook shots here to the side of the head. This is round number 8. Digging into the body there, Esserman. Good work so far by Esserman, looking really, really good. Tetley seems to have a little bit more about him in this round, though. Got to give him respect for that. Nice body shot coming in by Esserman. Archie, the fight is in 40-odd minutes. How will Tyson Fury, or who will win, Tyson Fury or Whyte? I think Fury. I mean, as soon as we get past this fight, we can really get our teeth into the Fury-Whyte fight. We have already spoken a lot about it, but we can just chuck everything out there again. I've got quite a few notes on it, and I've watched a lot of breakdown stuff for those fights. I've watched some of their older fights as well. Like, I spent quite a bit of time this week going back through, just doing research, really. I'm really excited for it. I can see an argument for both guys winning. But there's a bigger argument for Tyson Fury. Esserman has really kept this pace momentum. He's done a great job of coming out and working at a certain pace and not dropping that pace. Nice shot coming into the body there by Echo Esserman. Shot round to the side. Clinch, Tetley driving Esserman back against the ropes, and referee coming in to separate them. We got 40-odd seconds left in this round. Echo Esserman driving in a body shot. Again, it's into the clinch. Tetley now, it just seems to be clinching a lot. Good shot coming in there by Esserman as Tetley's trying to get in a few uppercuts. He is, that's nice. Few shots getting through again by Echo Esserman. I do find myself watching these rounds questioning, why would I score this for Tetley? How would I score this for Tetley? I wouldn't. It's another round for Esserman. We're seeing backstage Dillian Whyte. Bit of stretching for Dillian Whyte, and Tyson Fury is bouncing around. The main event is about 37 minutes time. Esserman. 5-3 to Esserman, says Jamie. Yeah, we are seeing both fighters backstage. Wembley looking great. Obviously, the arch all lit up. Looks really cool. It does look really good. You've got the spotlights as well. Right, here we go. Round number 9 is where we're up to on this one. Commentators on BT saying the last couple of rounds have been Esserman's best rounds of the fight so far. Tetley throwing into the body, and again, nice little shots coming in here by Esserman. How funny how the fight is making me crave a nice cup of tea. Again, if you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, drop a like. We are now on 607, so it is climbing. Nearly 1,000 people joining us, and we're on 607, so drop a like. Be great if we could get to 1,000 likes, that would be really, really good. So if you are watching, drop a like as we're continuing to build towards the main event. Ring walks, we believe, in about 20 minutes. Maybe a little bit longer. It really depends how this fight goes. The longer this fight goes, maybe the more delayed the ring walks will be. But those ring walks are coming up. Referee separating the two fighters. Right, nice right hand by Tetley. Body shot coming in by Echo Esserman. Again, jabbing away, swinging away by Esserman into the clinch. Swinging away, good shot. And again, big shot coming in by Esserman. We've had nearly 5,000 votes as well. Keep your votes coming in as to who you think's going to be victorious. Nearly 5,000 votes. And 85% of people think Tyson Fury's going to win. 12% think Dillian Whyte. 4% think a draw. Lovely shots coming in by Echo Esserman. Tetley holding on. And again, big shots by Echo. Yeah, those shots are really getting through by Esserman. Just a couple of really nice flurries there by him. Echo Esserman working well on the inside. He's got a hell of an engine on him. Hell of an engine on him. And again, swinging away, but good head movement there by Tetley. Tetley wasn't willing to just stand there and get clipped and get caught. Oh, nice shot to the body. Shot coming back by Tetley. Big heavy shot there by Tetley and the referee. Separating them, telling them to go back to their corners. That's the end of round number 9. Round number 10 coming up. This one feels like it might be going the distance, which is maybe not what people wanted to hear. Because, as we said, the longer this goes, maybe the more delayed that main event's going to be. But that main event can't be too delayed. As we said, they've got to be out of Wembley, or at least be the thing ended by 11. I think there's probably like a noise law or something whereby come 11 o'clock you can't be making like too much noise. People can be filing out, but you can't be having like the event going on and, you know, the crowd screaming its head off and everything, so... no footage. This is progressively getting more one-sided, says Jamie. Right, here we go. Round number 10. Echo Esserman throwing out a nice left-hand jab. And round number 10 here between these two. It's Tetley has given a good account of himself. I mean, I can tell you that Esserman is 87-85 on the scorecards. They're giving 3 rounds to Tetley. There's a couple of rounds in there that are close. But they've given 3 rounds to Tetley. So far, I've given 1. I could border on 2. But, yeah, they've got Esserman ahead. I've got Esserman ahead. With 2 rounds left to go. I would be surprised if the judges didn't have Esserman ahead. So, Esserman edging forwards. As we said, Fury and Whyte is on after this. We are building towards that. Are you streaming UFC tonight? We will do UFC, but I can't guarantee we'll be starting at 11. We will be sticking with the boxing until it concludes. And then, yeah, I can see then we'll be switching over. Shot coming in here by Tetley. Tetley looking good. How long to Whyte versus Tyson? Ring walks were meant to be in about 15 minutes, but we haven't. You know, we've still got a bit of time to go, unfortunately. Nice shots coming in by Esserman. Oh, that's good. And again, he's catching Tetley. Yeah, he is finding ways through. Esserman is pouring it on. I don't know if he'll be over the moon with his performance here, but he's done all right. He's done all right. If he comes away with the victory, that's all that's going to matter. Jamie said, Schwartz got my respects for the Ukraine. Yeah, I don't know if it's meant to be like the Ukraine colours, but it is the Ukraine colours. Blue and yellow for Tetley. And we've got Esserman in black and purple. Esserman being driven back a little bit as Tetley fires out some right-hand jabs. Good head movement by Esserman into the clinch. 10 seconds left to go in this round. Gumshield has come out, and that's going to be put back into Esserman. Legend Killer says, come on, Esserman. Why does the event have to end at 11? Well, I think it's probably to do with local noise restrictions, to be honest. Normally in the UK, you would things need to wrap up at 11 unless you've got a special license. And maybe they just couldn't quite get that special license for Wembley. But in all fairness, doesn't really need to be going past 11 o'clock at night, does it? People need to be getting back home and everything. So Fury is a generational fighter. So they're just talking to some people in the BT box. I don't know how he's so quick, but he is. He does have some great hand speeds. And as we said, we will be talking about Fury and Whyte. We're just seeing some great shots of Wembley. Lovely aerial shots of Wembley. By now, you would imagine pretty much everyone's going to be in their seats. It was expected that the ring walks would be in about 15 minutes' time. This is the final time we will see Tyson Fury in a boxing ring. Could be. His wife said that she believes he will be done after this. He would likely only come back for the Joshua fight, but we don't know. We just don't know if he will come back for that Joshua fight. Strikes coming into the side of the body. How long till the fight? We don't know. We don't know. I mean, what we know is it needs to be in about half an hour for the ring walks at the most, because they need to get the fight and get everyone out there by 11. Frank Warren has been saying that in the build-up. The expected ring walk time is 8:45, but I can't see it being that. I can't see him doing it in 10 minutes. Not when we've still got nearly 2 minutes left here and another 3-minute round to go, potentially. Alessandro, shout out to you. Celtic have done something no one has done, and that is the quadruple. Okay. Chris Gillen said, as in has been following his career, I just want him to win the fight. We will miss Tyson in the ring, says Kieran. Right, we've got nice shots coming in by Esserman. Esserman is winning this. I mean, we are at the point now where I don't think we need to worry about the judges' scorecards. Really now, it's just about can someone find a finish? If this goes to the judges, it's Esserman. He would like a finish. And, of course, Tetley would like a finish. So we can kind of sit back and just enjoy now the final round and see if someone can find that finish. Right now, I can't say that either guy has been close, which is what makes me think that this is likely to go to decision. Dort Knight said it all depends on mental health. He does suffer without the training. Him returning will never be off the table, in my opinion, says Dort Knight. Christopher said, did Tommy win? He did. Joshua is going to get the belts back from Usyk. What what time is Tyson against Whyte? Probably in about half an hour. 50-50 said Tyson won't retire. Tommy won. He did. Yeah, no chance, said Jamie. Esserman is storming right now, which is good to see. So, little shot to the body there by Tetley. I mean, both of these have been in there and given a good account of themselves. We are going to round number 12. And we're seeing Dillian Whyte skipping. In fact, Tyson Fury has now got his boxing gloves on. And I believe they're white with red cross on. So the English flag, I believe, looks to be the inspiration for Tyson Fury's boxing gloves. So, but Dillian Whyte does not have his boxing gloves on yet. We're just seeing Dillian Whyte skipping. Loosening up. There is Tyson Fury's wife. He did say it's going to be the last time that he'll be in the ring tonight. Esserman has impressed me, says Tall Paul. I thought Tetley had this, but now I am not so sure. Esserman in the center. Again, throwing out some good shots. Tetley on the back foot. Yeah, both know they need to have a big round, a big finish here. It really could be close. Big body shots coming in by both fighters. Lovely jab coming in by Esserman. We are keeping our eyes on the end of this round. We've got 2 minutes 13 or so left to go here. We are at 647 now. Again, we're about 350 likes away. If you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, leave a like. It makes a big difference. And it really is appreciated as we continue to try to get to 1,000 likes for the stream. Obviously, I think a lot of people are just waiting for the ring walks. A lot of people are... there's been a lot of criticism of this undercard, and I think this undercard is one that people will not have really tuned in for. I think it's a bit of a shame because the Isaac Lowe fight was really good. I think Barney Smith was good to see. Adelaide was good to see. Tommy Fury was good to see as well. I think there was some good, promising prospects on display, but how challenged they were in their fights is obviously questionable. But, look, it maybe needed a big fight of real significance. And I know that they will say this Esserman fight against Tetley was that, but for this stage, the biggest, stage, I feel like it wasn't really big enough. A lot of people wanted Daniel Dubois to be fighting on the undercards. Strikes coming into the side of the body. Again, Esserman swinging away. Nice shot coming in. Swing and a miss. Into the clinch. And shot coming in by Tetley. 20 seconds left to go. Killer Shock, shout out to you, my friend. And again, shot coming in there by Esserman. And that is the end of the fight. It's going to be really interesting to see how they scored this one. It's going to be really interesting. I can definitely see an argument for a few rounds for Tetley. But... honestly, I feel like it should be a real... I think it should be a real seismic win for Esserman. Yeah, commentator said how he scored it. He had Esserman winning the contest. I know that's not going to be of any interest to anyone, though. It's all about what's happening now. And what's happening now is we are starting to get ready for our main event of the evening. Decision time. Who have you got in the main event? I've got Jessica Andrade. Ukraine, I stand with them. 9-3 to Esserman, says Jamie. So, main event coming up next. Ring walks in around about 15 minutes, you would think. Just seeing Tyson Fury backstage. He's got his gloves on. And I haven't shown Dillian Whyte yet. Last time we saw Dillian Whyte, he didn't have his gloves on yet. But Tyson Fury backstage. He's got his gloves on. We're just waiting for the result for this co-main event. And we should be getting some stuff coming, some results coming through. So here is Esserman and Tetley. $117 to 111. 116 to 112. Still, so it's given to Esserman. So 116 to 112, 117 to 111. It was quite a healthy gap between still British, IBF European and Commonwealth welterweight champion. So it is Esserman that wins in the co-main event. So that's that. I'm back. I'm ready for the main event. I hope it's worth the £25, says Retribution. 117 to 111, 116 to 112. Does I stand with Fury Whyte coming up next. Chalmers, hello, shout out to you. Put in your thoughts as to who you think's going to win. We've obviously got a poll on the go at the moment, and 85% think it'll be Tyson Fury, 12% think it'll be Dillian Whyte, 4% think it'll be a draw. So that's where we are with the poll at the moment. But over 5,000 votes have come in. Again, we're nearly at 700 likes. We are edging all the time closer to 1,000 likes. So vote, comment, get the likes in. What do you think as we're building to this main event and potentially the final time that we see Tyson Fury? I know people aren't ready to accept that. And I know people have got doubts about that, but can only go by what the man has said. Can only go by, what he's been saying. I can't wait until AJ proves the world wrong, says Edwards. Jamie's got Tyson Fury TKO between rounds 5 to 9. Tyson Fury. Retribution said, I think this pay-per-view is overpriced for 25. I think the main event's worth 25 on its own, to be honest. I think, this is one of the biggest boxing events in history. It's 94,000 at Wembley. Tyson Fury coming home. Dillian Whyte, a very good opponent. Massive British fight. I think for 25 quid, I think that's worth it for that alone. Tommy Fury on the undercard gives it a little tickle. A few interesting prospects. I totally understand, though, people being down on the undercards. I can understand people saying they wanted a bit more. Frank Warren even said himself, like, he wanted to provide a little bit more, but it just wasn't possible. There wasn't the fighters available to do that, so. Lovely shot of Wembley, though. Exactly now. Exactly like this. Lights are on. There's a bit of Sweet Caroline being sung. So people have got their phones in the air. We've got the lights on like this. It's a lovely scene. Look at that. Look at that. It does look absolutely incredible inside Wembley right now. Certainly got that big fight feel. Certainly got that big fight feel. And of course, Sweet Caroline, the anthem of the summer last year for England as they tried to win the Euros. And here we go, people singing along. Oh my God, these shots are absolutely incredible. The scenes inside Wembley, it just looks like the place to be right now. Main event, better be worth that 25. Fury will have AJ in his ear for the rest of his life if he retires without fighting him. Fury's going to win knockout in the 3rd round, said Zeki. It is great scenes. It is really, really looking good inside Wembley right now. Big walkway as well. I don't know if that's the same walkway that the other fighters have been using. I don't know that it is, actually. I think a lot of the other fighters have been coming out a little walkway at the sides. There's a big, long walkway, very pro wrestling, very SummerSlam 92 that is set up. I've got to be thinking that's where Tyson Fury is going to be coming down. He said he's got a big entrance planned. I genuinely believe he thinks this is his last fight. Whether it will prove to be that way or not, you know, there's a lot to debate on that. But I think he believes it. Tyson Fury is, of course, 33 years old. He's got a great chin. He's got the size advantage. 6'9". Dillian Whyte is 6'4". And Fury is tall, is rangy, has got better movement. He's very aggressive, uses the reach well. He's got a 7-inch reach advantage. It's 85 inches against 78 inches. He's going to look for knockout. He's going to keep things simple and apply that pressure. He's the king of the jab. He's got good head movement as well. He's going to look to drain Dillian Whyte. He's going to clinch him. He's going to lean on him. He's going to really look to sap that energy, which is why I expect that in the early rounds. Jabs, clinches in the early rounds, and then Fury to come through later on in the fight. We are going to see Tyson Fury a stone lighter, actually, than what he was before. I think he is prepared for this to go into the later rounds because I don't think he wants to carry that much weight. A stone lighter than the last time that we saw him. He has predicted this will end in round 6. So if you want to know what Tyson Fury thinks, he thinks round 6. Dillian Whyte is violence. He is just violence. He's constantly coming forward, constantly applying pressure. He's got a good jab, but it's not as good as Tyson Fury. He's got a monstrous left hook. The left hook of Dillian Whyte is a horrific weapon in his arsenal. So that left hook is going to devastate and destroy if it lands. It could be a shot that puts Fury down. Is it a shot that finishes Fury? You would probably lean towards no. I don't think Fury gets finished by Dillian Whyte. If it goes the judges, I think Fury wins. I don't think Fury is going to finish Dillian Whyte here. I don't think Whyte is going to finish Fury. I think Fury could finish Whyte, though, because I think he'll wear him down, and I think that's going to be the game plan. We are seeing a little layout now of, I think, the walkway. So where a lot of fighters have been going straight to the ring, I think Fury's kind of going to go and do a lap like around in a way. Do a bit of a U-turn. We've got, it's being announced right now, so we are getting ready to go over to the main event. The challenger about to make his way down. Jimmy Lennon Jr., Hall of Fame, Master of Ceremonies, inside the ring right now. Yeah, Whyte is going to need to get in close. He's going to have to close down that range. He's going to have to work some shots. He's going to have to, you know, we've said before, as Tyson clinches, And it might only be that. It really might not be that much, but there will be a split second where Tyson is going for the clinch, where his arms are here. Yeah, he is exposed. He is open. Straight down the middle, yeah. He got caught with an uppercut by Povetkin. That uppercut could work very well for Dillian Whyte here. When he gets in close, slips the jab, the uppercut might be there. If he can slip the jab and land the uppercut, that could be key. As Tyson is clinching, again, uppercut could be key. He's obviously going to have run lots of game plans in his mind. I think he definitely is going to catch Tyson Fury with some shots. I think what we're going to see more of, though, is Tyson Fury jabbing, keeping Dillian Whyte at bay, and really like jabbing, keeping him back. And then when he does get in close, clinching up, leaning on him, wearing him down, pushing him around, jabbing again, trying to land a big shot, but not going for it too often, just wearing him down. And then once we get to those middle to late rounds, Tyson Fury will start to put his foot on the gas. And this is why so many people are so confident that Fury is going to get this done. That reach advantage is very, very important and very, very significant because he is so good at using it. A lot of fighters, a lot of boxers have a reach advantage and they don't use it very well. But you will see Tyson Fury using that reach advantage very well. He's very good at maintaining that that distance. So Dillian Whyte has been announced here, but there's no sign of him. So his video package is being played on screen, but I don't know if this is mind games from Dillian Whyte. Few boos by the crowds as the Dillian Whyte video package is being played on the big screens. As we said, this has got that big fight feel. It's felt like a little while for this one to kind of burst into life, but boom, it just has. It absolutely just has burst into life here. As Dillian Whyte about to make his way down. Fury's reach advantage is always a major factor. It's no exception in this fight, says Mark. I think the fight will go for 10 rounds, said Tarek. Here is Dillian Whyte, who is howling, barking away. Coming out to ACDC. So we've got ACDC blaring out for Dillian Whyte as he's making his way down. Back in black is the ring walk tune of choice for Dillian Whyte, who has made his way out at Wembley. His head's down. He's kind of swinging his arms by his side. He seems to be very, very focused here. He's a dangerous man. He's a dangerous man, Dillian Whyte. Comes in with a professional record of 28 wins, just 2 defeats. One defeat was to Povetkin, where he got caught with a picture-perfect uppercut. That Povetkin loss was avenged. He then beat Povetkin in his next fight. So, and the other loss he suffered was to Anthony Joshua many, many, many years ago. I think you've got to go back to about 2015, about 7 years ago, when he lost to Anthony Joshua. So those are Dillian Whyte's only 2 defeats. He has been taking difficult fights as he's been waiting for this opportunity. He has been winning difficult fights. Dillian Whyte is not just a body for Tyson Fury. He is a legit contender. And here he is at Wembley Stadium making his ring walk. He's got 19 knockouts out of those 28 victories. He does carry power. That monstrous left hook of Dillian Whyte really could be a difference maker. He's going to be coming in at plus 450 underdog, which in the world of boxing is not that big of an underdog, to be perfectly truthful. We've seen underdogs with much, much wider odds than that. In fact, we've seen people tonight that have been like plus 1,200 and stuff like that. So for him to come in as a plus 450 shows that even the bookies, even the gambling public expect this to be a more competitive contest. But Tyson Fury is still minus 625. That means you would have to bet $625 to win 100. So he is firm favourite. But listen, anything can happen in heavyweight boxing. And we've seen Tyson Fury struggle against opponents not on Dillian Whyte's level. So Tyson Fury said that the one thing he's concerned about is sometimes he can have days where he's just not quite himself and he doesn't feel brilliant, and he's worried today could be one of those days. He said this a few days ago. He was feeling brilliant at the time. He wasn't predicting that he would. He was just saying that, you know, I know how I am. Sometimes I can wake up and I can just not be feeling brilliant. And that's his concern. There's no signs of it. He looks cool, calm, collected, relaxed backstage. So there's no signs of Tyson Fury being that way. But only he knows what's going on in his head right now. This is a massive, massive stage for both guys. It's all well and good talking about 94,000 people. It's a different thing to be in that ring in front of them. Now making his way to the ring. Here we go. The undefeated WBC lineal heavyweight champion of the world. A worldwide superstar. Tyson Fury gets his announcement. And it's Miss American Pie. It's Don McLean, is it, that sings? Don McLean that sings American Pie? I don't think it's his version, but it is American Pie. Seeing Tyson Fury on screen. Yeah, there we go. Don McLean's actually there as well. Don McLean in the ring, and it's a very reflective entrance. Look, we're seeing a lot of old images of Tyson Fury. And Don McLean talking about, I can still remember. Yeah, it's a very reflective entrance. Seeing Tyson Fury when he was big, when he was out of shape. He always gives an iconic entrance, though, doesn't he, Tyson Fury? And here we go. He's reached out to Don McLean and got him to actually record the song. He's inside a boxing ring, Dom, with an acoustic guitar. We're seeing Wilder knocking Fury down. Fury getting back up. Crowd in Wembley singing along to American Pie. The crowd will have had... it's a very nostalgic entrance package. It is indeed. It's... This is one that does definitely cement the idea that it could be the final time that we see the Gypsy King in action. As I said before, I believe him. I think he genuinely believes this is his final fight. I think he would come back for the Joshua fight, but it just keeps stalling. So, it's a long video package for Tyson Fury. So, American Pie playing, and we're still seeing that video package. We're seeing the fans singing along, having a great time. And you've got to think that Tyson Fury is absolutely loving this. He is loving this. He loves a big sing-song. And the crowd's singing along as well. Fury deserves respect if he can beat Whyte, although his record gives no hint that he should win, says Chuck. Wembley is buzzing. I think it'll go to a different level once the man actually walks out there. Tyson Fury, loved in this country, of course. The, Jesus, what have we got now? Disciples of the Gypsy King. And the Gypsy King, we're seeing him still in his locker room. He's got the St. George's cross on his gloves. He seems to have that as inspiration for the robe as well. White robe with red on. White and red for the Gypsy King. Dillian Whyte just keeping warm inside the ring. I mean, it is clever tactics by Fury. Playing a whole song before you even get out there. Keeping your opponent waiting inside the ring, you know. He's got to stay warm in there. So, little video package. We're just seeing sweeping shots of Wembley. I think we've got, like, Tyson Fury, like, in photoshopped images. Here we go. Here we go. There's, of course, it is St. George's Day today, so you can understand why there's so many flags around. But that entranceway is loaded with English flags. Tyson Fury has got the English flag on his gloves. White and red on the ring gear as well. And here we go. We're about to see the Gypsy King making his way out. No way. AJ will be his last fight, says Jamie. Edward, wait for AJ to get the title back. Get in your final thoughts. We are not far away at all. We are not far away at all. Time is marching down, and Tyson Fury is marching down to the ring as well. He is loving it. You can tell he is fully focused. I think we've got a real medley of songs going on here. I think that's the Kings of Leon. I think we had Notorious B.I.G. and now we got Kings of Leon. So I feel like Tyson Fury is, for this ring walk, treating us to a little bit of a glimpse into his Spotify playlist. He's coming down to Sex on Fire by Kings of Leon. So, here we go. He looks very, very focused. He looks very, very focused. Scott said, I don't think Fury cares about the Joshua fight. I think he wanted it, but, I mean, right now he ain't focused on it. Right now he's on a stage with a gold throne. He takes his seat. I mean, that is a hell of a moment, isn't it? Look at that. The Gypsy King. Look at this. Fireworks going off. 94,000 inside Wembley as Tyson Fury takes a seat on a golden throne. And fireworks going off above Wembley Stadium. It's quite the show. If you want to know where all that money went, it didn't go to the undercard. Chunk of it went on this entrance. So here we go. Tyson Fury now jogging his way down to the ring. As we said, they've got to be done within 55 minutes. Whyte is going to get the upset. Fury to be knocked down, but win. Nearly 6,000 votes is where we're at. Nearly 6,000 votes. If you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, drop a like. Leave a like. It'll be really, really appreciated. We're nearly 1,000 likes as Tyson Fury has made his way down into the ring. Big, 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 big fight feel now. This entrance was a big entrance. There was a few memorable moments in there. And Tyson Fury inside. Dillian Whyte is walking around in there. He's had to try and keep warm all of that time. He's been in the ring a little while, actually, Dillian Whyte. Okay, Laura Bright is on that stage. And she is singing. I think she's pregnant, actually, by the looks of it. Laura Wright doing the national anthem. It doesn't look like 94,000. Well, I mean, I think it does. It does, because Wembley looks sold out. I mean, look where all the lights are. There's lights absolutely everywhere. Those are camera phones. So, Wembley can hold 90,000. And then, is there 4,000 on the floor? I'd say it does. It's hard because you can't quite see into the stands, but, I mean, if you look behind Laura there, I mean, the people just go all the way back, so they were very calm, relaxed. They said it was sold out. That's why they weren't bothered about, like, you know, all the fake animosity and all of that. They were very civil. And when they were asked about it, they were like, well, we've sold out Wembley. What more do we need to do? So, yeah, 94,000. Warren is going to be bankrupt after this, says James. This is going to be a great fight. Yeah, great scenes. Wembley looking absolutely brilliant. Well, that all around Wembley has changed so much. I went to Wembley about 10 years ago, and it was that stadium, but all around it has really developed and changed. Right, both fighters are inside, and so is Big John. If anything happens to Tyson, we can always stick Big John in there. But Big John trying to hold up he's struggling here. Big John trying to hold up one of the belts. Both fighters about to get their introductions, and we will be underway with this one very, very soon. 6,100 votes. Right, we've got the judges. One from Italy, one from Mexico, one from Canada. So that's where the judges are from. No English judges. And I do remember, actually, Tyson Fury making a comment about how he didn't want English judges because there's been a few controversies. And it's always like, you know... I mean, I don't think it'd make the massive difference, though, because both of these fighters are English. So, you know, I don't think it really makes the biggest of differences. But I think you can maybe be a little bit more confident that whoever is the winner here, deemed the winner, if it does go to the judges, is likely more to be legit the winner than some of the dodgy decisions that we've seen recently. It is time for the main event. Jack said she couldn't sing, in my opinion. Oh, to be honest, I wasn't even listening. Richard said WBC Heavyweight Championship at the World. 2 Brits on St. George's Day. Life is good. Yeah. I think a lot of people wishes that all the belts are on the line here and that this was Joshua. This would be the Joshua Fury event with all the belts on the line. But, yeah, Dillian Whyte getting his intro right now. Fury will be knocked down, but will win on points, says James. Jake said, I hope Tyson does it. Dillian Whyte getting his intro. As we said, he is not here to make up the numbers. This fight is going to be absolutely fascinating. Hayden is hyped. Round 7 for Fury, said Kirsty. Tyson is a freaking giant. He is big. He is big. And you can see there, look, 6'9". Against 6'4". I mean, it's 5-inch height advantage. 7-inch reach advantage. Sugar Hill is the trainer, of course, for Tyson Fury. Big John holding up I think the Ring Magazine belt. Tyson Fury's got a towel wrapped around him, just, I think, to ensure he's kept warm. As we said, keep him warm is a key thing here. undefeated Tyson Fury. Is his O about to go? If it does go, do we see a rematch? That's the question as well. If it does go, do we get the rematch? Whyte is a bum. If he gets to 8, that's a win for Whyte, says Hairy Muscle. Right, here we go. Both fighters stepping into the middle. They've still got their T-shirts on. Right. I've already spoke to both of you. You know what I expect. Protect yourselves at all time. Good luck to you both. T-shirts being removed and we're about to be underway here. Fury against Whyte, main event. At Wembley Stadium, 94,000 people on St. George's Day. Big fight feel. Dillian Whyte has waited a long time for this. Maybe Tyson Fury's last fight. Round 1 and the bell sounds and we are underway. And both fighters into the middle and they're just pouring at each other at the moment. So Dillian Whyte trying to throw out a left hand and Dillian Whyte being kept on the outside. Tyson Fury just working that left hand jab. Tyson Fury knowing what he needs to do. Knowing that it's going to be difficult. Shot coming into the body there by Dillian Whyte. It's, as we said, Fury with that height advantage towering over Dillian Whyte. But don't let that distract you or... yeah, he is going to have the reach advantage. That is significant. Height doesn't matter. Dillian Whyte having a little look. Shot coming in. 84% think Tyson Fury is going to win. 11% think Dillian Whyte. Not many shots at the moment. Tyson Fury getting backed up a little bit against the ropes. Dillian Whyte with a shot to the body. And again, Fury just throwing out a left hand. Dillian Whyte standing in the center. Fury on the outside. Nice shot coming into the body there by Dillian Whyte. Good defense by Dillian Whyte as well. I would say first minute or so to Dillian Whyte. Nothing in it. Tyson Fury hasn't even got going yet. He's just been throwing out that left hand. And but nothing has got through yet, to my knowledge, by Fury. There was a shot to the body by Dillian Whyte. Fury just constantly throwing out that left-hand jab, keeping Dillian Whyte back. But Fury has not got going yet. He's getting the information he needs to, and he throws the right hand there. That's a good, solid shot by Fury, but shot comes back by Dillian Whyte to the body. Nice search straight down the middle as well. You can see that Tyson Fury is getting into the groove a little bit now and starting to relax a little bit. I think the first couple of minutes there is Tyson Fury just getting into the flow of the fight. Shot coming into the body by Dillian Whyte. Nice hook shot there by Tyson Fury. That one seemed to get through. Couple of little jabs, but nothing monumental in this round. Really not much to separate them at the moment. As Dillian Whyte continues to throw out a couple of jabs. Hook shot to the body. Good head movement by Dillian Whyte. Overhand left coming in. Lovely body shot there by Dillian Whyte. Whyte showing, as we said, he's not here to make up the numbers. Alan Gunn, shout out to you, dude. Really appreciate the support as Dillian Whyte continues to move forward. And Fury flicking out a little jab. Shot to the body by Dillian Whyte. Fury coming back with a shot as well. This, it's not a barn burner yet. We haven't really got going at this stage. But what we are seeing is we're seeing both guys relaxing into the fight. We're seeing a couple of good shots by both fighters. And that is end of round 1. Let me know in the chat, who do you think takes that round? I think it's a close round. There's not much in that. Yeah, I think it was a scouting mission, and I do think that Fury was throwing out that left-hand jab a lot, but more to measure distance. Slow rounds. I'm going to give it Whyte. I'm going to give it to Whyte. I thought he landed with a couple of nice shots. I think Fury did as well, but I felt like Fury was getting backed up against the ropes a little bit in the early stages. So, I mean, it comes down to how you want to score it. I'm going to give that first round to Whyte. There is nothing in it. If you score it, Fury, fine. I mean, there's nothing in it. There's no real big shots to mark it on. There's no kind of big moments. I would just say that I felt that Whyte relaxed into the fight quicker. I think that he backed Fury up against the ropes. I think he did get through with a few shots as well. And but so did Fury. So here we go, back underway. Tyson Fury in southpaw stance, and he has been practicing both styles, southpaw and orthodox. That's a nice left hand there by Fury. That's a nice left hand by Fury. Dillian Whyte backing Fury up, back to the corner, up against the ropes at the moment. Shot coming into the body there by Dillian Whyte. And again, Whyte edging forward. Fury getting backed up against the ropes again. He tries to throw out a left hook shot. Nice body shot coming in there by Dillian Whyte. Again, Dillian Whyte is able to close this gap easier than what I was expecting. Oh, there's a big overhand there by Dillian Whyte. Big, big overhand, but it does not land, and he ends up clipping the rope. But Dillian Whyte is here to, as we said, you know, get these belts. He's been waiting for this for a long, long time. Nice body shot coming in by Dillian Whyte. Body shot coming back by Tyson Fury. Fury is really having to try and work out quite an interesting problem in front of him here in Dillian Whyte. Nice body shot there by Dillian Whyte as well. That was a good shot to the body, and that's a lovely left hand right up top there by Dillian Whyte. Body shot coming in by Dillian Whyte as well. I do want to see something coming back here by Fury. I'm just not seeing much coming back by Fury. Real low volume at the moment from him. He is having to box on the back foot. Couple of jabs coming in by Dillian Whyte. Nice hook shot coming in there by Fury. Couple of left-hand jabs coming in by Fury as well. 1 minute to go, and this is better by Fury. But Whyte drives Fury back against the ropes. Gets a shot into the side. Tries to throw a big overhand as well. He is swinging away. But I think Fury's starting to just get into a rhythm again. It seems like the start of every round is just a little bit difficult for Fury to get into the groove. It's another round that feels quite close. Both guys have had some big moments in this. Dillian Whyte edging forwards. Fury definitely enjoying the better part of the round towards the end. Dillian Whyte, I would say, was better at the start. Tyson Fury in there, having a little look, trying to jab, gets a jab down the middle. Dillian Whyte, another shot coming in there by Fury. Dillian Whyte going, he's got Fury up against the ropes. He does want to flare away. I think Dillian Whyte knows that he's going to have to try and go for those big shots. Again, who do you think's won that round? Who do you think has won that round? John making a really good point that Dillian is going to get tired real soon. He is. A couple of jabs, big overhands. Dillian Whyte, as we said, constantly putting the pressure on. Constantly putting that pressure on. Hard to score early on. It is very, very difficult. Get your thoughts in, though. Get your thoughts in. Round 2, Whyte. It's 2-0 on my card, says Sam. 1-1, says James. I think this is a close fight. I don't think either guy is pulling away with it. So I'm going to say 1-1. I'm going to say 1-1. If you've got it 2-0 to Whyte, I absolutely would not disagree. I would not disagree. Eric said, smart body punches by Whyte, but Fury is too slick and skilled, just like Days is the lineal champion of fight commentary. That's very kind, dude. Really appreciate the support as we go into round number 3 here. And lovely left hand. They've actually got Fury up by 2 on BT Sport. I disagree with that. Everyone's going to have it slightly different. These rounds have been very, very close. I've got it 1-1. I've got it 1-1, but I do not have this 2-0 to Tyson Fury like BT Sport do at the moment. Into the clinch. If ESPN Plus put it up, let me know what they've got. But right now, BT Sport have got it 2-0 to Fury. I've got it 1-1. Many of you in the chat have got it 2-0 to Dillian Whyte. Lovely shot coming in there by Tyson Fury. Fury backing up a little bit as Dillian Whyte is edging forwards. Nice shot coming into the body there by Dillian Whyte. Fury, again, having to have a little look. And he throws out a jab, but there just doesn't seem to be much opening for him because Dillian Whyte is the smaller fighter. Nice shot to the side of the body there by Tyson Fury. Dillian Whyte with a lovely body shot coming in. Fury responds with a body shot of his own. Both guys edging forward. Jab coming out there by Dillian Whyte. It's very, very simple stuff. Not seeing much in the way of traps. Not seeing much in the way of, an orthodox movement. Dillian Whyte is the one that's got the Gypsy King backed up. And Fury getting backed up against the ropes a little bit into the clinch. And there's nowhere... Shot to the side of the body there. I was going to say there's nowhere for Dillian Whyte to get some shots off when he's in that clinch. Gets pushed back against the ropes. You've got 1 minute left to go. Tyson Fury using his size. Dillian Whyte's cardio conditioning is really going to be tested. And again, couple of jabs by Dillian Whyte. Dillian Whyte again getting a couple of jabs through. Body shot there by Tyson Fury. The two break apart. 40-odd seconds go. Couple of jabs again. 1-2. That was nice by Tyson Fury. 1-2 straight down the middle. But Dillian Whyte blocking it right on the chin though by Fury. Some good moments in this round for Fury. And I think the crowd acknowledged that as well. Fury backing up a little bit and he's throwing out a jab. He's keeping things very tight at the moment here. Again, a couple of shots coming in. Fury trying to edge forwards. Dillian Whyte in the center. Big body shot coming in by Dillian Whyte. Tyson Fury getting a couple of shots in of his own. And again, straight down to the middle. But a couple of body shots there by Dillian. Damn, man. End of the round. Super close. Again, you know what I'm going to ask? 3 rounds gone. How are you scoring it? How are you scoring it? They're really going at Dillian Whyte there. I'm going to give it 2-1 Fury. I'm going to go 2-1 Fury. I thought there was some nice moments there by Fury. Straight down the middle, there was a 1-2, and then he followed it up with a lovely right hand right on the chin. I gave Whyte the first round. I've given Fury the last couple. That first round was quite close as well, in all truth. BT Sport had it 2-0 to Fury. I don't agree that it was 2-0 to Fury, but... yeah, 2-1. I've got it 2-1 right now. Anna, shout out to you. Anna says, 1,000 days as #1 contender. Dillian was ducked by Wilder, and he's got there the hard way. He is not here to make up the numbers. He is underrated. Anna, shout out to you. I hope you are well. I hope you're enjoying the action. We're into round number 4. And we are seeing Dillian Whyte in a clinch now with Tyson Fury, driving Fury back against the ropes. Fury trying to get a shot off to the side of the head, and referee separating them. There's a little bit... It's getting a bit heated now as the Gypsy King is going off. I think there was a bit of a clash of heads. Tyson does not appreciate that at all. Actually, Dillian's being told to go back to one corner. Tyson's being told to go back to another one, and Tyson not happy there. Yeah, referee reading the riot act to both guys here. Referee imposing himself on this one. Both fighters coming back out, and it really got heated in there. It will be good to see on the replay as to what actually went down there, but Tyson Fury a lot looser now. Tyson Fury getting through with a couple of shots. Lovely right hand, a couple of jabs coming in on Dillian Whyte. Dillian Whyte edging forward. Tyson Fury on the back foot a little bit, but holding his own. He's not getting pushed back against the ropes. Oh, the big left hook! The big left hook by Dillian Whyte! I think that did get through there by Dillian. Oh, they're saying that it might have just missed, but that left hook is monstrous. It is monstrous. It is the second biggest punch in the heavyweight division. And into the clinch. And Tyson Fury, he is not happy at all with some of the stuff that's going on in the ring at the moment here, Tyson Fury. To being separated apart, all is fair and love and war, and what we've got here is war. Dillian Whyte having a little look at Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury. Oh, big right hand by Fury. Big right hand. Lovely left hand jab straight down the middle. Man, I really need to know if that big hook shot. This is another hard round to score. It's another hard round to score because there's some big body shots there. Smile on the face by Fury as Dillian Whyte gets through. So far, I had it 2-1. Referee again having a word with Whyte. I feel like Whyte is making this scrappy. That's a lovely body shot by Fury. It's a lovely body shot. There's a bit of blood on the side of the face of Whyte. It is getting nasty here. Drinks are getting chucked in as well. The corners are really having a go at each other. Water or something was chucked in. You need to act professional. Referee having a word with both fighters. It's scrappy. It's dirty. The sweet science of boxing is not really on display. Referee really having a go at both guys. Really having a go. We've only got a few seconds left in this round. About 20-odd seconds to go in the round. Referee has had to separate them. It has not been pretty. Shots coming in. Big body shot there by Dillian Whyte. This is scrappy. This is scrappy. This is not the sweet science. It's scrappy. It's a joy to watch. Smile on the face of Fury as Dillian Whyte tries to get in, but he gets clipped with a shot right at the end. It is as brutal and hard and ugly and physical as what we thought it was going to be, say the commentators. Here we go, let's have a look. There's a bit of a clash of heads there. Nah, that's nothing to do with Dillian Whyte. It's just a clash of heads. Nothing between them. I think Fury thought that Dillian Whyte did that on purpose. I would be giving that to... I'm going to give that to Fury. I'm going to have it 3-1 Fury. 3-1 Fury, but these rounds are so close. They are so close. Yeah, this is... I mean, it's madness. It is madness. It feels like this will go the full distance, then it might be 50-50, says Scott. Are the body shots nasty? A couple of body shots have looked nasty, yes. But a lot of what's getting thrown seems to be falling short. One of the best shots that we saw was that left hook by Dillian, but the commentators seem to suggest that that fell short as well. Sometimes these camera angles, it can make it very hard to see what's getting through. Yeah, I mean, I think he has rattled his cage. I think he has rattled Tyson Fury's cage. Tyson Fury definitely knows he's in for a scrap here. Body shot there by Tyson Fury. That's good. He gets through. Dillian Whyte gets back with a body shot of his own couple, actually. Any of those left hooks, any left hook that Dillian Whyte throws is significant. As long as it lands. If it lands on the head, if it lands on the body, I promise you it's doing damage. His left hook is devastating. Any left hook, be it high, be it to the body, any left hook by Dillian Whyte is significant. We're seeing that Dillian Whyte is really struggling to close down the gap. Tyson Fury is keeping that distance. And Dillian Whyte is trying to get in close. And again, he tries to get in, he actually uses his left hand to kind of like barge his way in so that he can then unleash the right. There's a lovely shot there, though, by Fury. I think that got through to Dillian Whyte. Nice shot coming into the body there by Whyte. Oh, Philly shell. Philly shell. Philly shell. We're seeing the Philly shell from Dillian Whyte. Lovely shot there by Fury. Fury just seems to be so loose and comfortable right now. Yeah, he's feeling this. This feels like Fury's really in a groove. Swing and a miss by Whyte. We're watching the Gypsy King grow in confidence. Yeah, he's been the mandatory challenger for a long, long time. It is going to have to be hard, but I've got it 3-1 Fury, and I think Fury's taking this round as well. He's got to try and find a way of getting through as Fury is getting through, and he grabs Dillian Whyte, drives him back against the ropes. Referee's going to look to separate both fighters. Fury is bouncing. Good footwork by Fury. 15 seconds or so left in this round. Yeah, the gap. They're saying that he is experiencing the same problem that most fighters experience against Tyson Fury. How do you close that gap? And yeah, Tyson Fury is controlling rounds, not dominating rounds. I've got Fury 4-1. I've got Fury 4-1 at the moment. If you've got it 3-2, I wouldn't argue. I do think Fury is winning this fight. McGregor Usman has been announced. Has it really? We'll have to have a look at that in a bit. Obviously, our focus right now on this absolutely scintillating fight. If you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, drop a like. It really, really does make a difference, and it really is appreciated. We are at the main event, and there could be another 6 rounds to go here. We really don't know. It's super gripping stuff at the moment. Really, really close. Not much between these two warriors, but I think I agree with the commentators that Tyson Fury is controlling the rounds, not dominating the rounds. But it's enough for me to be giving him a lot of the rounds. I've got it 4-1. It could be 3-2. They've got it 5-0 to Fury on BT Sport at the moment. I've got it 4-1 to Fury. On a different scorecard, they've got it 4-1. Yeah. A little bit closer. So 5-0, 4-1. Those are the two scorecards on BT Sport. Right, Tyson Fury in the middle, throwing out some lovely shots. Dillian Whyte trying to get in a few shots of his own. Throwing out left hand. Tyson Fury with a lovely shot to the body. Again, look, Whyte trying to close that gap. He's got to close that gap. He's not been able to find a way of doing it. He really then went for a bit of like a hammer fist, really. Dillian Whyte, but he couldn't get through with it. And we've got both fighters in the center at the moment. Tyson Fury having a little look. Dillian Whyte having a little look, but again, you know, he's too far out. He's thrown out a couple of jabs. They're falling short by Dillian Whyte. Into the clinch, and Tyson Fury putting all of his weight on Dillian Whyte. Spinning around. Tyson Fury again gets a shot off. Both fighters, again, having a little look. It's not a barn burner. It's not a Fury against Wilder. It's not one of those kind of fights. It's a close, cagey affair with Fury, for me, just edging rounds. No real moments of significance in the fight at the moment. Fury has not been able to knock Whyte down. Couple of shots down the middle, but nicely defended. He is nice, trying to get a body shot in there, Whyte. Fury on the outside, just throwing out a couple of jabs. We're seeing Whyte trying to close that gap, and Fury is up against the ropes. Big body shot there. That was nice. Left hook to the body by Dillian Whyte. Whyte moving forward into the clinch at the moment. Again, hook to the body. He's got to keep getting those hooks to the body. He's got to keep working the body. He's got to keep getting those left hooks off. He knows that's his biggest weapon. Oh, Whyte goes down! Whyte goes down! Big shot by Fury. Whyte is down! Referee counting. Whyte is back up to his feet. He beats the count, but damn it, man. The refs called it. The refs called it. Gypsy King. Gypsy King. Tyson Fury wins. It's an amazing punch. There was no drama. He catches Dillian Whyte. Dillian Whyte goes down. He manages to get back up, but he is out on his feet. He said that it would be round 6. It was round 6. And a beautiful shot right at the end. It really came from nowhere. It's a beautiful, beautiful shot there by Tyson Fury. Having a word with the referee. I don't think he's happy about the fact that some of those words that it was being had. He wants to. He said he thanks Jesus. His dad is in there. Big John, Big John, Big John, shouting down the camera right now. Big John Fury, Tyson Fury, the Gypsy King. It was. I mean, listen. If the referee hadn't called it, if the referee hadn't called it, it could have been. It could have been a massacre. There we go. That is the headline. Round 6 stoppage. It's a big, big moment. We still haven't seen a replay of the shot that actually did it. It feels like it was straight down the middle. I don't think it was an uppercut. I don't think there was a hook shot or anything. Dillian Whyte coming over and giving a little hug there to Tyson Fury. Let's have a look here. Couple of shots. Body shot there by Dillian Whyte. Oh, it is an uppercut. It is an uppercut. Damn it! It's another uppercut that's caught Dillian Whyte. It is an uppercut. Oh, man. Do you know what? He got caught with an uppercut against Povetkin. It's a goddamn uppercut that caught him against Povetkin. Look at that. He measures the distance. And he doesn't see it. He doesn't see it. So the jab comes in, and that is enough of a distraction. The jab comes in by Tyson Fury. And as he's, like, regaining his focus after that misses, the uppercut comes from underneath. It's the straight that do you know what? It's that jab that I thought had done it. So it's the straight I thought had done it, but it's it's the uppercut that follows. And look at him there. I mean, look, he's up on his feet, and I don't know. There might have been a chance the referee had allowed it to continue. Yeah, I agree. I think if he had been a little bit steadier, then he would have maybe got through that round, because we were really close to the end. James, thank you. By the voice fans need. James Bong, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. It's going to be, listen, this is going to be really interesting. What he's got to say right now is going to be very interesting. I fully expect him to say that's it. I mean, God, what a full stop that is on your career if that's the final thing that we get. Here we go. By way of technical knockout, it is stoppage win for Fury. WBC and lineal heavyweight champion, but what is he going to say? What is he going to say? We are expecting him to retire. He has been saying it in the builds. I think the way that his ring walk was, it was very reflective. Very reflective. Let's have a look and see how this goes then. We've got an interviewer in there. What a shot, says James. GOAT status, says Crone's Chosen. Here we go. 94,000. And you find the perfect punch. Tyson said he dedicates this to Jesus. And I give him the glory. He said, I won this in my lovely home, my England. The Gypsy King. The Gypsy King. He said, I'm overwhelmed with the support. I can't believe 94,000 countrymen are here tonight. He says, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Yeah, he said thank you to everyone that's here or everyone that stayed up to watch it. Dillian Whyte is a warrior. I'm one of the greatest heavyweights of all time. Dillian Whyte still looks a bit... Yeah, he's saying he's all right. He looks all right, Dillian Whyte. They're saying that is the... he's saying that is one of the best punches of his career. It is beautiful. Can you walk away? He's thanking Sugar Hill Stewart. What a legend you are. You work hard. That's a testament to you. Hard work does pay. This man is the best trainer in world boxing, says Tyson Fury. Will we see you back? Okay. I promised my wife after Wilder 3 that would be it. But I got offered to fight. There's the wife. There's the wife. She's like... She's leaning in right now. You did promise me. I think this is it. He says, I think this is it. He said, I promised my wife after Wilder 3 that would be it, but I got offered this at Wembley Stadium. They want one more question with Tyson. Tyson with his back turned. If it's going to be the last fight, it'll be the last fight, says Frank Warren. If it is his last fight, look at how he's gone out. I should imagine Frank Warren is in tears. If this is his last fight, Frank Warren right now, I should imagine is just like absolutely devastated. Joshua, offer him some big fat stacks. Yeah, look, no, there's not many empty seats. I think people might be heading to the exits now that Tyson Fury has spoken, but still a lot of people inside there. A lot of people. Oh, one last question. Just a word for everyone that's here. I'll give you more than a word. It's sing-song time. Here we go. He loves it. It's going to be... It's not many world champions, is there, that'll knock someone out and then start singing American Pie to you. He's got a lovely voice on him, you know. Maybe what he could do is release a Christmas album. You gotta be thinking he is killing it in the karaoke bars around Morecambe. And there's he puts his hat on his wife. She's got a smile on her face. Gypsy King owns that stadium right now. All together now! Yeah, man, they're joining in as well. They're joining in. There's probably not 94,000 there right now, but I reckon we're still in about 75 to 80 range thousand. There's still a lot of people that are there. Didn't he sing this before? Listen, everyone's got a karaoke tune. If this is going to be his go-to, he's just been getting punched in the face for 6 rounds. Do you know what I mean? Like, if he wants to sing this song, let him sing this song. Ain't no one in the world going to stop him. Yeah. I want to see Fury against Usyk, says Cassid. Do you know, I agree. I think more than Fury Joshua for me, I want to see him get all the belts. If he is the best, and right now it's hard to doubt it, I think whoever wins out of Joshua Usyk, that's the fight. That's the fight. Whoever wins. If it's Joshua, brilliant. If it's Usyk, fine. That's the fight. Do it at Wembley again. Or an even bigger stadium. Let's break the records. Where can we go where we can break that record? Let's break that 135,000 record. Let's break that record. All the belts. Fury, Joshua, Fury, Usyk. Let's try for like 140,000. I don't even know if there's a stadium in the world that will do that. I know there's one in North Korea. Probably best to not go there. But I think there's one in India, actually. I think India's just opened a monstrous stadium. It's about 100% undisputed and then retire. Yeah, there's as I said, there's an Indian stadium that that has just opened. Stadium. It is the Modi Stadium. It has got a capacity of 132,000. It's in India. That's probably going to be quite uncomfortable to box, but at night time it might be all right. I don't know. Yeah, 132,000. If you then get people on the floor, you could probably be pushing 140. If you can sell it out, I don't know if you'd sell it out in India. You probably, I reckon you. The English will travel. I don't know if they'll travel to India, but the English will travel. But there are stadiums. Let's just put it that way. There are options. 132,000. Yeah, it got redone in like 20. When was it? I feel like it was quite recent. As of 2022, it is the largest stadium in the world with a seating capacity of 132,000. I still think there's one in North Korea that might have that beat, but yeah, 132,000, classified as the biggest stadium in the world. It's named after the president, or the whatever he is. Modi Stadium, Narendra Modi Stadium. And it was expanded in 2020. I don't know. It's pie in the sky stuff in it. I mean, look, he's saying that he ain't going to fight again, but it does feel like the fight to make would be him against the winner of Usyk Joshua. It does feel that way. Trust me, India would love to see some British guys get beaten up, says Unbroken. Are you streaming UFC? We are, but I can't remember what time it's scheduled. I think the show is scheduled to start at 11, but we won't be starting at that. I just don't feel like we've even really touched on anything yet. We're still talking about what's happening. He pushed him after he was knocked out by that massive uppercut, says Daniel. It did get a little bit fiery in there between them. It really, really did. Even with his massive and disproportionate size and reach, he still had to push Whyte down to get the victory. I think Whyte was going down anyway, to be honest. So I think he was on his way down. I mean, look, Whyte got up and the referee stopped the count, had him. And as he let him go, Whyte then kind of stumbled over to the ropes, and that's when the ref called it. So Whyte, getting back up, he managed to achieve. Staying up and being stable seemed to be a problem. Referee just didn't seem confident that he could restart the fight, because Fury would have come right back out with some big shots, and who knows if Whyte could have coped with that. Who knows? But it was pretty 6th round, man. 6th round. It's a beautiful uppercut. As I said at the time, I couldn't quite tell what had actually landed with it, because he throws that jab, but the jab is more of a decoy. I don't think the jab's actually even intended to land. I think the jab is more to give you something to think about and worry about. And in the milliseconds where that doesn't land, Whyte does not even see that uppercut come in. If you look at the replay, he's not looking at it, he's not aware of it, he gets absolutely blindsided. Jab out, and then bang, it's in. It's lovely. I mean, look, just seeing the replay of it there, it's a lovely uppercut. And it's funny as well, because there were some real moments earlier in that fight where, there was water that was being thrown and all of this. There we go. Look, we're seeing the scenes, the celebrations. I think, the families obviously are happy that he might. Oh my God, man. It's so good. He does push him down. There's no denying it. So he lands that uppercut and then helps him on his way. Shout out to you. Whyte is weak to the uppercut. Yeah, he got caught with it by Povetkin. He did get caught with it by Povetkin. Usyk cannot stop Joshua. He can only win on points. I don't know, man. He had him up against the ropes at the end of that fight. When it was Joshua against Usyk, he had him up against the ropes, didn't he? So, right at the end, you feel that if that last fight had gone for a few more rounds, it could have got really tasty. How many power punches did Fury have? I don't have that information. Honestly, I would love a website that has, live boxing stats. It's something that we do really lean on for UFC. And I really don't know where that information is when it comes to live boxing stats with shots landed, shots thrown. There was something in the paper actually that was really interesting. It says that on average, Tyson Fury throws 24 jabs every round. The average is 20, but he only lands about 3.7. Jabs. So he actually throws 24 jabs and only lands 3.7. It shows that a lot is to just measure distance. I don't think a lot of them are intended to actually land. I think a lot is just to measure distance, give people something to think about. He throws 24. He only lands 3.7. The heavyweight average is 4.9. So Tyson Fury, when he does land a jab, it's got some behind it and it's significant, but it's below the heavyweight average, which I thought was really, really interesting. Average punches, not jabs, just overall punches, 46 in a round. The average is 44. The ones that actually, that's what gets thrown. What lands is 12.2, and the average is 14.4. So, Tyson Fury's accuracy is actually below the heavyweight average, which I think is really, really interesting. But I do think there's a lot of game plan that goes into it as well. I do think a lot of it is that he uses it and doesn't intend for it to land. He does it to measure like distance. So I thought that was really interesting. The numbers were actually better for Dillian Whyte. Dillian Whyte throws 31 jabs, lands 7. Again, the average is 4.9. Shots, he throws 61 in each round. The average is 44. He lands 19. The average is 14. So Dillian Whyte has got a much better accuracy when it comes to the shots that he throws. But as I said, I just thought that was kind of interesting. It was something we didn't get a chance to speak about beforehand. I wish we had. I wish there had been more time, actually, before the fight started. I kind of felt like because we needed to be out of Wembley so quick, we had to go from those kind of early fights, like, straight into the main event, and it all felt a little bit rushed, maybe. Maybe we could have done with one less undercard fight to have allowed it to breathe a bit more. Either way, it was still really, really good. Good main event. We got a finish, which I think is what people would have wanted to have seen. A big shot, big sing-song, big entrance, 94,000, lovely images. Wembley was rocking. I'm sure it's trending and it's absolutely everywhere right now. Fair play to Tyson Fury, man. Fury is the best. Callum said a lot of those are measuring jabs. I agree. Fury would come out of retirement just to embarrass AJ, says Tim. Watching now, shout out to you. Daniel said, technically the push should be classified as 2 punches that are being thrown. Justin chanting for UFC. Yeah, we will not get to UFC for when it starts. I've not even factored getting to UFC for when it starts. UFC coverage, I think I pushed it back about half an hour. So I'm not looking to race from this and go into that. I feel like there's still a lot to digest and talk about. In fact, I've even set the UFC stream to start for an hour's time. So yeah, I'm not too worried about UFC. We're absolutely doing it. And if we don't get a chance to do like the first fight or whatever, that's fine. I think we've just seen potentially one of the best ever heavyweights. I wouldn't put him up in the top 5, but I think he is the best of this generation. Yeah, I think that, if he was doing a top 50 heavyweights, Tyson Fury makes the list. I've got no doubts about that. Top 50 heavyweight, Tyson Fury makes the list. Top 30, debatable. I don't think he makes top 10. I don't know if he makes top 20, to be honest, but he is still undeniably one of the all-time greats. To be within the top 50 heavyweights of all time is phenomenal. We might have just seen him walk away, so. Tim, shout out to you. Retribution said, I thought the fight was boring, but the ending spectacular. Adam said, is it finished? It has. We got a bit of a... I thought it was an interesting fight. I thought that I love seeing the Philly shuffle defense, the Philly shell, defense. I love seeing that from White. I love seeing a few things coming in that, he's just giving Tyson Fury a few other things to think about. But I think the truth is that in the early rounds, it was very close. I think that what we were seeing Tyson Fury just not, I don't want to say not relaxed, but being very cautious, which you can understand. And I felt as the rounds went on, we just saw Tyson Fury loosening up more and more. He was just getting more and more relaxed. And I kind of felt like he was getting bigger as well. Like in the early stages, he was keeping things quite tight. But, there was times where he was a bit more open, where I think he had Dillian Whyte worked out. And I think he knew where the threats were coming from. And I think he felt more confident going on the offense. And I think as we started off, he was trying to download information. So quite close first rounds. But I really did feel that as the fight went on, it was just Fury. He was just growing into the fight. And then bang, round 6. Dillian Whyte goes down. Fury has spoilt us with those 3 amazing Wilder fights. It was never going to be living up to that. British Soundboard Prank said the prelims start at 12 a.m. on BT Sport. Is Fury retired now, or will there be one more fight underneath his belt? No one really knows, to be honest. I think you can tell then, like, he didn't come out and 100% say yes. He did before, but when he was in the ring, he was like, I need to honor my wife. I need to be a man of my words and all stuff like this. But you could tell that he was like, it's still in the tank. I think he loves training with Sugar Hill. I think he loves those big occasions. He loves the showmanship. He loves 94,000 people being there. He's a showman. He loves it. And, like, you know, turning your back on all of that when you're still at the top of your game, you know, he's the best right now. He's the best right now. And to turn your back on that is so difficult. I can understand why he's going to do it. I can understand that his wife is, had a word with him. And apparently, I mean, what I hadn't heard was that she wanted him to retire after the 3rd Wilder fight. So I hadn't heard that. But he managed to convince her, look, we can do Wembley. 94,000. Like, it's going to be a massive thing. And he managed to, this was the one more fight. It's just we didn't know. We didn't know this was the one more fight. But he's saying that he promised his wife this would be it. She did say, though, she did an interview before, and she said, I think he will come back for the Joshua fight. So she's saying that I think he'd come back for the Joshua fight if it was presented. But it's got to be presented. It's got to be presented. And you know, they keep getting close to it, but they can't get it over the line. Did Fury KO that bum? He did KO him, yes. And there's a guy that's inside the ring, which is cool. Gives Fury an embrace. And I think they're about to leave the ring. Tyson Fury is only just now getting out of the ring. Tyson Fury's got he's got a tie around his neck as well. And here we go. Job done for the Gypsy King. And is that the final time that we see him leaving the ring? He steps out with his wife. Dillian Whyte went a long time ago. And he walked out. He was all right. He's not, like, you know, in any trouble or anything. And now we're seeing the Gypsy King stepping out of the ring and making his way out back. As we said, though, you know, if the Joshua fight presents itself, if boxing has got any sense, then, you know, whoever wins Joshua Usyk, they will go all out to ensure that the winner faces Fury. If boxing has got any sense, any self-preservation, any kind of dignity, it will ensure that whoever wins out of Usyk against Joshua, the winner is presented to Fury with a lot of money, a big show. Fury, where do you want it? Like, where do you want it? How many people do you want there? Look at all these. Look, people celebrating, security trying to hold people back. Yeah, they're saying this does not look like a man who has had enough of boxing. He is celebrating with the crowd. To be honest, I would imagine that his thoughts are largely on job done. There we go, Fury coming out back. AJ will knock him out and retire him. I think Whyte is sloppy. His movement was shocking. I think AJ Usyk Wilder will smash Whyte, says Ollie. Fair play. Lennox says, great fight. Lennox says when he goes back and watches that fight, he's surely going to want to stay in boxing. I think he is a big family man, though. I think he's a massive family man. Oh, is Noel Gallagher in there? I think it was Noel in there. I feel like Noel Gallagher was in there. I don't know. I just got a little glimpse there of someone that I thought was Noel Gallagher. Yes, it is! Noel Gallagher inside the dressing room with Tyson Fury. I should imagine they've been friends for a long time. Whyte was too heavy on the feet and he was plodding. Fury was just too fast and slick for him. Both world title fights Whyte has been in have gone the same way. Imagine if Sugar Hill trains Tommy. He would be turned into a beast, says More City. Hey, I tell you what, I don't know what it would take to do that, but if you're the Fury family, you're paying him the money, aren't you? He's a good family friend. I think he loves the Furies. I think they would. I don't know. I would imagine he probably has been showing him stuff. Would he take over the training camp? I don't know. They're saying it's been a wonderful week. The BT box office coverage is coming to an end. We'll wrap our coverage up as well very, very soon. But Tyson Fury is at the top of the pile, said David Hay. Carl Frampton saying I agree with what David Hay is. That must have stuck in David Hay's throat. Saying David Hay and the Furies don't see eye to eye at all. Lennox Lewis says I agree. Tyson Fury of this generation is the best. Lennox Lewis made a comment not long ago saying that he reckons he would beat Tyson Fury in his prime. Damn, how much would you love to see that fight? Lennox Lewis against Tyson Fury. I would love to see that fight. Don't forget as well that we are going to be doing the live stream for Katie Taylor next week. Taylor against Serrano. So we are going to be doing the live stream for that. BT said it's a big undertaking doing a live show like this. Record purse bid. $41 million, the purse bid for this. No idea if Thingy's going to get it back. I know that Frank Warren said that the money made from ticket sales do not touch the sides of the purse bid. $41 million. It's got to be a chunk though, you'd imagine. Ledger Killer, shout out to you, dudes. Charlie Zelenoff would KO Tyson Fury in the first round. He is the undisputed champion. 325 for 0, said Beetlejuice. Undercard was poor, said Jellyhead. Jake Paul would knock out Tommy Fury. Yeah, that's the other talking point out of tonight. If you haven't heard, Tommy Fury victorious earlier across 6 rounds. Jake Paul has come out and said that well done on beating someone that was 10-1, but no one was there to watch you do it. And basically, I'm going to wait and see, if there's a bit more buzz around Anderson Silva. So, Jake Paul, man, I don't know if he's playing games. I don't know if I don't know what he's doing. I also know is Tommy Fury did the job tonight. He looked good in his fight. Shame he couldn't find the finish, though. But Dillian should fight Sonny Bill Williams. James said, sometimes it's better to bow out in full health. We are expendable. The TV company's own athletes, says Retribution. Adam said, UFC, we will be doing it. Scheduled, our coverage will start in about 50 minutes' time. It's a decent-looking card tonight, but I think everyone can understand that, one of the biggest boxing events of, well, dare I say, all time. Certainly from a size point of view, a capacity point of view, 94,000 in Wembley, this was always going to get our attention. At Forbidden Door, I would have Ospreay versus Bryan Danielson, Okada CM Punk, and Kenny Omega against, I don't know. I don't know if Omega's going to be there because apparently his injury is going to keep him out for a while longer. Edward said, any idea why people don't like AJ? I think people do like AJ. It's just, I think, he lost to Andy Ruiz, which took a bit of a shine off him. Then, Tyson Fury ended up having three incredible fights against Wilder. When he got knocked down and got up, that is like, an incredible moment. It's one of those moments that transcended sport. Do you know what I mean? He got knocked down, he was out. He just seemingly was out, and then he opened his eyes and just got up, rose up like The Undertaker. So I feel like those three fights, that moment in particular, really, Fury's personality, his story about how he overcame mental health issues, I think it just all has really helped push Tyson Fury to the very top. Joshua could have, gone, matched him. But the problem was Joshua loses to Ruiz. Then, none of Joshua's fights have really been able to be as exciting as that Wilder trilogy. And then, he has a fight against Usyk and he loses that as well. So it's sort of, do you know what I mean? Fury, I think, has established himself now as, the Gypsy King and the king of the heavyweight division. And Joshua is just not able to keep up with him at the moment. So, yeah, look, I hope Joshua beats Usyk. And then I hope Fury Joshua is on. We need Joshua to beat Usyk. I think the only fight that gets Fury back is the Joshua fight. And if Usyk wins, I don't know. I just really don't know if he comes back for that Usyk fight. I really, really don't know. Now, this is a story about how NSM, shout out to you. Are you not watching UFC? Yes, it's set up on the channel. It's set up for midnight. We didn't know when this event was going to finish. As we said, this has gone into literally just finished like a few moments ago. I wanted to hear the post-fight comments from Tyson Fury. I wanted to hear what the pundits had to say. I wanted to get your thoughts as well. So I knew that it meant that UFC would be slightly delayed. So we will be going over to that, but it's scheduled to start on the channel in about 40-odd minutes' time. More City said, I don't think Fury is finished. If he was, he would have given up the belts there and then, said More City. You don't win. See you on the other side. See you on the other side. So, it's amazing. It's a brilliant performance by Tyson Fury. Great win over Dillian Whyte. And really, there's not much more to be said than that. As we said, we've stuck around. We've heard the comments. We've heard the post-fight interview and everything. Really appreciate people joining us for this stream. We will be back with UFC. And I can imagine that'll be a little bit before the scheduled start time. I do want to just quickly grab something to eat, though. Obviously, we've been streaming since 5 o'clock. That's what, 6.25 hours? 6.25 hours we've done. And, loved it, enjoyed it, and I hope you did as well. So, really appreciate the support. Thanks a lot for watching, and hopefully I will see you for the UFC live stream, which starts very soon. If not, then we will be doing boxing again next week with Amanda Serrano taking on Katie Taylor in a massive fight. Really looking forward to that one. So appreciate the support, guys. Thanks a lot for watching. See you again next time. Bye for now.